Friends, have you ever seen the offspring of angels and demons? In this novel, I not only discovered such beings but also witnessed how they struggle to survive in the human world and the supernatural realm. Imagine being the messenger of light and the child of darkness. What kind of adventures would such a dual identity bring you? Let's uncover the mystery together. 1. Jason's POV. A long time ago, the devil made a deal with God. Peace between heaven and hell was accorded. But God's sister should leave to the underworld, Lucifer's kingdom. Fate decided that they would fall, and they fell in love. He made her sin to house to born babies, half angels, half demons, a boy and a girl. They weren't part of the deal, so where should they be raised? The midpoint. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading Kishut's enthusiasm. But they refused. They would never, ever leave their children alone. On oath they both sinned a secret. They must be kept in secret. The oblivious children made them sin. Lying is a sin. Kill a pure soul is a sin, so fate decided. It decided death. The young boy must die. The young girl was sent to earth at the golden age, sweet 16. Poor soul, all alone. But fate forgot something. They were half angels and half demons. They can only half die. They can only half live. The boy became the light ghost, and he has a desire. He wants to see his twin sister, the angel, on fire. Martha, stop scaring the kids. This woman is so annoying and crazy. I'm sorry, Alpha, but they must be warned about these horrid creatures. And has been scaring the pups with this crap for decades now, and absolutely nothing has happened. It's part of a fairy tale. I checked, but she only reads the creepy parts to scare the kids. You will end this stupidity of yours right now, or you will face the consequences. And it's getting on my nerves. But it's the prophecy. We creatures of the supernatural world should not AVOI. She was interrupted by a cry. More specifically, my little sister's cry. And no one, absolutely no one, messes up with my family. Not anymore. I don't particularly enjoy yelling at people, but this switch is pissing me off. The pathetic old woman started shaking with her head down. You are forbidden to enter the castle. I'll find someone else to take care of the children. You are dismissed, and signing to the guards to take her out of my sight. I got up and decided to get ready for school. I could be right now doing something much more productive in my room, since it'll be the last day living in the castle for another year besides. Who doesn't like releasing some stress? The alpha hormones are hard to control, so pent-up sexual frustration is something that I'm used to. However, every time I get a chance to release myself onto some random girl who's complying to help, I do it. Then I discard her and move on with my life. But no, the Alpha King, also known as my father, decided that I should learn how to handle and socialize with humans, since I'll become the king once I hit 18, so he enrolled me in high school. This idea surged 2 years ago, so I'm on at that hellish building by now. And I had to live in the pack house with the other wolves that also go to school instead of enjoying the comfort of my castle. When I was done eating, I walked outside and entered my car. Last year of this shit. And started the engine. 2. Cast Elk Ast Isles POV. I opened my eyes when I felt the rays of sunshine enter in my room through the soft white curtains. With a sigh, I got up and went to take a shower. I shivered as soon as my warm feet touched the floor's cold tiles and started undressing. Then, looking at my reflex in the mirror, I noticed something today. My eyes had the green flecks brighter than usual. My eyes are one of my favorite features of my face. They are doe hazel, and it's never the same color. Some days the golden zones are more prominent. Or like today, the green flecks are shining. They only get a darker tonality when I'm either sad or angry, which rarely happens. I smiled at my appearance and entered in the shower. 10 minutes later, I was fresh as cucumber, and headed downstairs where Maria was, I presume, preparing breakfast. Good morning, Maria. I pecked her cheek. Good morning, my sweet girl. She smiled and turned the oven off. Get a seat, sweetie. Breakfast is ready. I nodded and smiled back. It was useless to ask her if she needed help. She would take it as an offense, as if we were insinuating that she was getting too old to do simple things by herself. Dig in, miss. Your first day of school starts in 35 minutes. I quickly ate the delicious food that Maria made, and 10 minutes later I was ready and waiting in the gates for Carl, the driver, to come out. I waved at Maria when I heard a honk and saw Carl adjusting the front mirror. Have a good day, sweetheart, Maria yelled when I entered the black car. Today Carl was driving my favorite car, the black Bentley. I sat down and took a mint-eatable gum that I always hide in the back seats of every car and looked up to see Carl looking at me with an amused look. I just smiled sheepishly for being caught digging in one of my guilty pleasures at the back seat of the impeccable car. Good morning for you to Miss Jones. I muttered a small greeting and Carl chuckled, then started the engine and drove off to my new school. After 15 minutes we finally arrived and I couldn't help but feel nervous. A lot of people were already staring at the car and we barely arrived the parking lot. Perhaps we should have brought a less flashy vehicle. When Carl got out of the car to open my door, it felt like I was being watched by dozens of zebras. Yes, zebras. Everything will be okay, miss. I'll be here waiting for you when your classes end. Have a good day. And with that he drove off, leaving me alone to fence by myself. I started walking towards the big building and kept being watched and started hearing the whispers. Oh no. My gum was no more in my mouth, but in my stomach instead. Thank God it was an eatable one. I arrived to a place that looked like a secretary and stared at the old man that was furiously typing on his computer. As if he felt me staring, he turned his gaze to me and I smiled. Good morning. How may I help you, Miss Jones? Carstyle Jones, huh? I knew so. Could I please have my schedule? I asked with a shaky voice. He chuckled at my nervousness and smiled. No need to be nervous, Miss Jones. I assure you that the school is one of the best in the state. Here is your schedule and have a good first day, he said and handed me two papers, one where I could see all of my subjects, time and location of the classes, another with the number and combination of my locker. Thank you, have a good day too, sir, I replied with a smile before walking towards my locker and then to my first class. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As soon as I opened my locker, a little white feather with a piece of paper attached to it flew towards my face and touched my nose, making me twist my eyes so I could look at it. I realized that I probably looked like a creep, so I grabbed the feather and read the note. Good luck in your first day, SXN. I sighed and grinned, knowing that he was watching me from far away. Oh, Nero. I started shaking my head while putting them inside my locker again, along with some books that I wouldn't be needing for the next few periods. I was about to shut my locker when someone else did it for me. I jumped in fright and looked at the girl that was in front of me with a boy that had his arm around her waist. Sorry, we didn't mean to scare you, the girl said, offering a smile, and I started examining them both. The girl was pretty with her dark midnight hair and brown eyes. The boy was fit, blonde hair and dark blue eyes. They both radiated a good aura, so I smiled back. My name is Isabella and this is my boyfriend William, she introduced, and the boy nodded, smiling too. I'm Carstyle, I replied shyly, smiling softly back at them. Oh my gosh, your name is so pretty and exotic, she squealed. My smile widened at her sweet words and excited tone. You have a really lovely name too, she grinned. Then we started talking about everything and anything when she suggested something that definitely made me feel more comfortable in this school. So I was thinking, would you like to sit with us and our friends at lunch? You get to meet new people and all that stuff. I can tell that we both will get along just well. My smile widened once again, and I quickly replied, sure. See you then, Carstyle, William said, and Isabella shouted a goodbye. Then the bell rang and I started to walking towards my history classroom. 3 Jason's POV. I was lazily driving my car towards school, one hand on the steering wheel and the other tapping my leg to the rhythm of the random song that was playing on the radio, not worrying about getting late the slightest bit, since I prefer starve for 2 months than go to school. It's so boring and the humans are clingy and annoying. Well, at least the female population is. There's no girl that doesn't stare or drools. Only Isabella doesn't act like that, but then again, She's mated with Will and everyone knows that it's impossible to ignore or put down the mate pull. Besides, Will is one of my best friends from the pack house, so we are close, and she's like, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I'd say sister, but I already have one. An irreplaceable one, to whom I owe millions of apologies. And I may sound really narcissist with what I just said, but just put yourself in my shoes and interact with the people at my school. You'd agree with me. Trust me. I'm aware that werewolves are naturally more attractive than regular humans, but please have some self-respect for God's sake. When I arrived at the parking lot, I was surprised to see it completely empty. Just cars. Not one single person waiting for my arrival as they usually do. Maybe the bell already rang. I took my phone out and see that there are still 5 minutes spare until the classes start on. I entered the building expecting to see everybody looking at me or greet me, since the last time they saw me was in the last school year. Double odd. I started walking through the halls and people finally started looking at me, but only for a few minutes. After that they kept talking and whispering about something that I'm still not aware of. And it's making me annoyed. I finally see Axel, Ethan, Elijah, and start to make my way towards them. "Hey Jason, man." Elijah is the first to notice me, and then we greeted each other by bumping our fists together, finishing with a pat on the back. After talking for a few moments, I decide to shoot the question that has been bugging me ever since I entered the building. "Okay, but why the fuck is everyone whispering?" The parking lot was empty. I asked with a mocking tone. Eli started snickering. "That's because everyone is busy trying to welcome the new student. Apparently everyone is either nervous or jealous. That's why they are gossiping," he explained, waving with his hand. "Oh yeah, and I heard that the new student owns a black Bentley and has a personal driver." He opened the back seat door for the novice to come out. "Quite fancy, huh?" Axel interjects. "So the dude is good looking and rich, so everyone is going crazy over him?" I asked, baffled by the information. "Who could he be?" They all started laughing. "Bro, the new student is a girl," Eli states. "I saw her in the secretary, and the girl is a total hottie with an innocent aura. Dude, she is literally a walking goddess." Even Grumpy Jeff smiled and was nice to her. He even wished her a good day. That old frog never smiles at anyone. After that, Ethan continues rambling about how a brown hair is a turn on, which made me realize that this dude may have a weird fetish for hair. It's Ethan we are talking about, though. Is that even really surprising? I just don't know her name, though. He finished his rant. "L." We all looked at Will and Isabella. They were holding hands. "If you are talking about the new student, her name is L," Will stated. L. It leaves a sweet taste in my tongue for just trying to say her name. She's so sweet and nice. And she's so pretty, Isabella says. William grabs her waist and spins her around. "I thought you only had eyes for me, baby." I internally cringe at their lovey, dovey scene. Thankfully, Axel interrupts them with a fake loud cough. Isabella turns red and darts. "Oh yeah, I invited her to sit with us at lunch since she's new." And then they walked off, leaving us gaping after dropping that bomb. A few seconds later, the bell rang and everyone starts heading to their classes. And for some unknown reason, all I could think about was 3 hours and 30 minutes until I meet the famous Castiel. The Castiel. As soon as I entered the classroom, all eyes were on me. I'm not bragging about it. I'm actually feeling uncomfortable. I sat down by the left window. At least I could pretend to be looking outside and avoid the attention as the students kept entering the room. 5 minutes went by, everyone was on their seats, and the teacher walked in. And I could still feel people's gaze on me. The teacher looked around the class and then started to call out everyone's names to make sure that they were present. Andrew Carson. Anne-Marie. Present. And so on. My name started with C, which was the third letter of the alphabet, which also meant that my turn was getting closer. It's just saying, present, and raising your hand, Castiel. It's really not that hard. Carlos Hiz. Over here. Castiel Jones. Castiel Jones. There's someone else named Castiel in here. Wait, that's me. Present, I said hurriedly as I raised my hand. "Oh, you are the new student, right?" the teacher asked. I nodded. "Wanna do a quick presentation? How can I do it another time maybe?" The teacher quickly nodded. "Sure, whenever you are comfortable." And she continued to check the presences. Eventually, she started the actual class. For history, it was a really interesting class. Sure, it's the first day, so everyone is starting with a soft mode. But it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. 50 more minutes passed and the bell is ringing again. But the bell isn't the only thing making itself known in the classroom. Now almost empty. I looked down at my phone and frowned. "I have something important to tell you, Cass. I will see you at lunch, Nero X. What the heck? Nero cannot appear in front of people. Not normal people, at least. It's anatomically impossible. Animals can sense him. I can see him and sense him, and that's pretty much it. Maybe he know. He wouldn't do that." Shaking my head, I quickly typed back. "How are you gonna do that?" I started walking towards my next class when I heard another buzzing. "You'll have to see. We'll explain later. Love you, Cass X." I frowned again, but I quickly got over it and started to actually feel excited. Love you to Nero X. He's probably going to appear in someone else's body. Or in reflection. The possibilities started running in my head and I couldn't help but feel disappointed. I will never actually see him anymore. Touch him, I mean. I can see him, but only as a ghost. I can't touch him. It feels like I'm talking to air. I sighed and ran a hand through my chocolate brown locks. "Next class, maths." "Great. I know that I'm a good student, but I do not like some subjects." Maths being the perfect example. I waited for the bell and then entered in the classroom, always receiving looks. Some whistles and some phone numbers magically appeared in my desk, and that's how I made it through my morning classes. And before I knew it was lunchtime, which meant one thing: I get to see Nero. I happily strolled out of the hallway and entered the canteen. I was about to turn left when Isabella grabbed my arm and pulled me in the opposite direction. "Castiel, you are here. How has been your day so far? Made new friends? Oh, the teacher's nice. Come on, let's go to our table. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Calm down, Isabella," I said, trying to get on my 2 feet. Keyword trying. I tripped on a bag and almost fell. Luckily I didn't. We stopped walking and approached a big table located on the center of the canteen. I guess this is the popular table. Why? Well, first of all, it's located in the middle of the room where people have a clear vision of what's happening. Secondly, everyone was looking at us. And last, the girls on the left table were giving me nasty looks. I didn't really understand why until I heard a growl coming from the end of the table. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I looked at source of the sound and saw a pair of the most beautiful blue bright eyes that were staring right through me. I started to inspect him. He had dark hair, perfect structured nose, not too plump, not too thin lips, and a natural glow all over his face. He was flawless, perfect even. My eyes widened at the creature in front of me, and I quickly got aware of where I was. I looked around at everyone that has arrived at the table, and everyone was stiffened with wide eyes. I looked at Isabella and she had the exact same expression. That is, until she realized the situation and started moving. She looked back at me and her face broke into a huge grin and she squealed, pulling me into a hug. I knew that there was a reason why I liked you. I knew it. I knew it. My face was, I'm unsure, red as a tomato as I looked around and saw everyone looking at us. I turned my gaze back to Isabella's friends. I smiled shyly at everyone in the table and waved awkwardly hi. Everyone smiled and greeted me back. I'm Castiel. Oh, we know who you are, don't worry, babe. A brown-haired, brown-eyed guy replied with a smirk. But as soon as those words came out of his mouth, the blue-eyed gorgeous guy seemed to growl at him, making him shut up. I heard him muttering something to the blue-eyed Greek god. As if sensing me thinking about him, his gaze fell back on me and he introduced himself. I'm Jason. He offered his hand, which I took happily. As soon as our skins made contact, tingles seemed to run through my entire body, and I could feel my stomach burning with butterflies all over it from such a pleasurable feeling. It felt like fire burning my skin. And I loved it. I gasped and looked at him. He was wearing a mesmerizing smile, and his face was awfully close to mine. I blinked and turned to everyone else in the table that were either grinning like complete fools, Isabella and William, or smirking like the rest of the guys. That later, I got to know that their names were Axel, Elijah and Ethan. I sat down and started eating my food, aware of the pair of blue eyes watching my every movement. I got to know a little bit about everyone, but I couldn't help but feel a strange and strong connection with Jason. For some reason I find myself drawn into him. I sighed in contentment. I got so distracted with my new friends that I didn't notice a tall, dirty blonde-haired boy with warm brown eyes walking into my direction. I looked up at him and threw myself in his arms, tears threatening to fall from my eyes as I hugged him tightly, afraid that he will let go again. Nero. 5. Jason's POV. I'm awestruck. She's so pure and perfect, like a walking sin. My mate is the most stunning and beautiful girl I've ever seen. And her scent, dear God, I can't. She smells like heaven and happiness. However, she didn't smell like human. There are two types of scents, the ranking scent and the personal scent. As you can guess, the personal scent is unique. Everyone has their own scent. Then you have the ranking scent. That ranks you as a creature. Humans have a hint of metal in their ranking scent. Werewolves have a green natural-like smell. Vampires stink of death. Yard F has a smell. And so goes on the list. I took another sniff and finally detected a really small hint of the metallic odor. It was so soft that was almost undetectable. I realized that I've been looking at her and sniffing her like a complete creep, so I just kept staring at her. I couldn't control the growl that came out of my throat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Fuck Basil, I don't want to scare her. I snapped at my wolf. Everyone at our table stayed silent at my outburst. That is until they started freaking out. Isabella shouted while I shooed her glare, warning her to watch her tone and keep quiet, her shrieking making my sensitive ears hurt. My little mate got shy and waved. Hi, and Castiel. God, her voice is so soft. My mind was too busy absorbing all her features that I didn't realize that Ethan replied to my mate first. Oh, we know who you are, don't worry, babe. Babe, who the fuck does he think he is? I growled at him lowly as a warning. Watch it, I muttered, knowing that he could hear me. I turned to my mate that was observing the scene with curiosity and then introduced myself. I'm Jason, and took her hand in mine. Sparks, tingles, call it whatever you want, but if I get this warm and fussy inside by just touching her hands, I imagine how kissing her, holding her and marking her must feel like. Basil doesn't stop putting those images in my head, so I shut him off before I did something that I'd have regretted. Lunch passed by quite quickly, with Castiel getting to know more about us, and us to know more about her. I caught her every movement with amazement. She's just perfect. Everything was going great until a tall and known guy got close to Castiel and took her in his arms. The worst part was that she hugged him back, with so much strength, like she would never let him go, while tears flowed out of her eyes when she gasped the man's name. Nero. After a few more minutes they let each other go, while I was gripping the ends of the wooden table with so much force that my knuckles were a sickly white tone and I could feel my eyes turning silver. Basil begging to come out, take control and rip Nero's head off and hold my mate close to me. She's mine. They were both talking with each other until he did the one thing that I was wishing him to do since he arrived. I need to go, Cass. I will see you later tonight. His eyes glancing at me on the last part of his sentence. I growled in response. He smirked in amusement. Of course, see you later. I love you, Nero. I love you to Castiel. And he kissed her forehead while watching me, watching my heart breaking in two. Of course, someone like her would already be with someone that she loves. And that someone isn't me. She turned to us again, and Isabella had the same expression as me. I refused to look at anyone, so I kept my stare focused on the table. He's gay, right? He's like your childhood gay best friend, right? Isabella asked, her eyes full of hope. In any other situation, I'd have laughed at her question and expression, but deep down in this moment, I'm as desperate as her. What? Of course not. I'd know he's my Isabella cut her. My cousin. He's your cousin, right? What? No, he's my. This time I cut her off. Do you love him? Of course I love him. He's my. The bell rang. My heart broke. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I muttered to myself and left the canteen lightspeed. I left cool and let Basil take control. We ran into the woods, deep to the heart of the forest, where I let out a whimper and howl of pain. After my run, I went to the pack house, grabbed a bottle of spirits and started drinking my sorrows. My mom has a brain disease and keeps pushing away my little sister because she doesn't remember her. My dad is getting weaker every day because he's slowly losing his other half. My mom, my sister, is ashamed of his man, or of an older brother, and she's only 6 years old. My mate is in love with someone else. My friends have each other's to be happy. What about me? I'm a disaster. Everything that I do is wrong. I deserve this. I let out a bitter chuckle and drank half of the bottle. Need to let out some stress alpha. Tiffany, the pack's blonde that enjoys sleeping around, asked, running her extremely long red painted nails over my chest. The last time I saw Tiffany, she was in the training field. Tiffany is relatively close to Melinda, the top guard of the royal family. A weird combination, I know. Melinda and I are really close. Or at least used to be, until she made me sleep with her. Things between us have been awkward ever since then. Looking back at Tiffany, I smirked and grabbed her by the waist and got it with her in the nearest room. This is my life. However, it felt awfully wrong to do this knowing that I have a mate. A person that you are supposed to cherish and love. That I remembered Nero's words. See you later tonight. And Castiel seemed happy to be able to spend the night with him. If she can do it, then I can do it too. But how can she? I feel repulsive touching other female other than her, my family. How can she touch other male? Even if she's human, she felt the mate bond. She would have made some sort of shock movement by touching him. Then I pushed Tiffany out of me. It felt so wrong. I couldn't do it anymore. I feel so disgusted with myself. I just deliberately cheated on my mate. 6. Castiel. Nero and I were in the living room talking, and he was explaining me how he was back physically with Allegra's help, the leader of the Witches' Coven, when my chest started feeling weird. The air was slowly getting out of me and a piercing pain has formed. I started whimpering. Castiel. Castiel. What's happening? He started shaking me. Make it stop. Stop, please. Nero, help. He put his hand against my forehead. I could see the dark sparks flying from his hand. Discede idolo. Pere de Dio. He kept whispering until I couldn't feel anything anymore. I smiled thankfully at him, and he smiled back and started patting my head, and his face is all I remember before falling asleep. I was in a deep slumber when my eyes snapped open, and I ran to my bedroom door and opened it. Nero stood there with hand on the handle. He felt it too. It's coming from south. We haven't received any or is on in weeks, and this one seems urgent. We need to go. Castiel. You know that Dad said to keep a low profile and avoid exposing ourselves. You know what will happen if someone finds out about us. I know, Nero, but I have a really bad feeling about this. Fine, but if Dad gets mad, you are taking the blame. Deal. A flame of pure red fire formed when we shook hands. We ran into the garage and got out our fastest car and started driving towards the Horizon location. I got my phone out and started texting home. What are you doing? Texting Maria so she won't call the council thinking that we went missing. I said, looking at him pointedly. It was only one time. I did warn Carl that I was going out to the Soul's Garden, and he called the whole council. Mom got pissed at me for no reason. I chuckled. I've missed you, Nero. You are the best brother in the world. All getting sentimental now, Cass. I was trying to be nice. You but wipe. You always ruin our moments. He started laughing hard. Oh my God, that was so child. and he started laughing again, not finishing his sentence. I shook my head. He wiped out the fate tear on his right and kept driving. A few minutes later he opens his mouth again. I've missed you to Grinch. You did not just call me Grinch. I started hitting him. He yelled. Cursed, I.L. Do not hit the driver. We could get into an accident and die. We looked at each other before bursting into a fit of laughter. He turned off the engine, opened the car's door. I got out and stood next to him. We turned around when we heard screams for help. The palace. Me and Nero started running towards the confusion until we were inside of the palace. People were coming out of every direction, so it took us a few minutes until we reached the middle of a big salon where a woman in noble clothes was sitting down crying with a little girl on her lap, and a big man with black eyes was clutching his stomach that was dripping blood. He let out a growl and his body started shaking and he turned into a giant wolf. The werewolves royals. Something's wrong. All of a sudden the man started attacking random people, and I saw it in his eyes. He was possessed. Demon. Nero whispered. I took a step forwards and shouted, Demon IUM. The man turned around. Then you TVS radio. I kept ordering. His body started shaking even more and he opened his mouth. A dark cloud coming out in a human-like figure. Nero, take care of him. I'll check on the victims. He nodded and started working on the portal to hell. I ran towards the woman with the girl. What happened? Leg. Tobias. Leg. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I put a hand on her head to try to calm her down, and I sensed something on her brain. She has a disease. I looked back at girl and noticed the enormous gash on her leg. I quickly took out my dagger and sliced my hand and poured my blood over her wound. A golden crust forms over it, closing the no more dripping blood wound. I pat her head gently so she can calm down. I look back up at the woman again. Why you leg? She aches when she takes a deep breath as if she was retaliating with herself, and she gets a steady answer, thank you. I smiled at her, it's my job. The girl has fallen asleep. All the confusion must have exhausted her. Can I take her to her bed? I asked the woman. She nods and starts showing the directions. No words spoken. I turned around and saw Nero already closing the portal and writing the letter to Dad explaining what happened. I knew he wasn't going to put the blame on me despite our deal. We kept walking through the palace and we reached the little girl's room. I quickly laid her down and gave her a kiss on the forehead, assuring her a peaceful night of sleep. When I turned to leave, the woman came closer to me and gave me a hug. A motherly hug. I missed those hugs. I missed my mum. I hugged her back and got back to my brother, who just finished closing the portal. We made sure that no one saw us and got back to the car. I was in my seat and Nero was driving both of us in silence. Are you okay? I looked at my brother, who was looking back at me with concern in his eyes. I nodded and sighed. Come on, hurry up, I have school tomorrow and I'm really tired. I just need some time alone and a good night's sleep. This is my life. Next morning I woke up, stretched out and got up. Nero. Silence. I looked around the house. He's not here. I decided to take a shower and get dressed before searching for him again. I was not worried. He better than any other creature could defend himself. He's untouchable. I started undressing and looked at the mirror for a fast second, and looking back to my feet and looking up again when I noticed the note on the mirror. I had to go cast ale. Dad called. And it's important. I'll only be able to come back in a few months. Besides, it took a lot of energy to be in full human form, and you know. Anyways, I love you, cast IL. I blinked and shrugged. It's not the first time that this happens, and I'm still curious at how the whole full human thingy with him works. I mean, Nero explained me the basics, but I feel like he's hiding something from me. I started washing my hair. A sweet aroma filling the bath. I hummed Dusk Till Dawn by S.I.N. Zane, since the song got stuck in my head for passing so many times on the radio. I've been living on Earth since I was 16. I'm almost 18 and the radio is still one of my favorite devices. I picked out a dark red floral skirt and put on a cute dark red shirt. Sipped on my light brown Oxfords, adding to flowers hairpins into my head's right side. I looked good. Ever since I met him, I have put more effort to look good. I checked myself in the mirror and noticed that my eyes today were more of a hazel tone. I ate my breakfast, thanking Maria of course, and rushed into the car where Carl was. Again, waiting for me. Good morning, Carl. Good morning, Miss Jones. Feeling happy today, aren't we? He mused. Indeed, Carl. And please, I already told you to call me Castiel. I smiled at him, and started looking around. He smiled back at me. Your mint sweets are in the seat compartment, miss, he said, chuckling. He must have caught me looking for my minty babies. I grinned at him, muttered a small thanks, and he started driving. In a few minutes we were pulling over in the school's driveway. Carl got out and opened my door. I got out as well and noticed a lot of students that were looking in my direction. I smiled at them. They either smiled back or waved. Getting popular, Castiel. Oh, shut it, Carl, I said, blushing and chuckling shyly. He laughed and entered the car, yelling, Have a good day, Miss Jones. Way to embarrass me. Thank you, Carl, really. I shook my head and entered the building. A lot of students watched me while I was walking through the halls trying to reach my locker. Some guys kept giving me looks and whistling while I tried to ignore them and the girls' glares. I internally sighed. A smile crept onto my face when I finally reached my locker, where Isabella and the rest of the group were. He was there. Good morning, everyone, I said cheerfully. Looks like someone is in a good mood, Ethan said without looking at me. Yeah, she probably got some last night. Tell me, Castiel, was Nero good in bed? Axel said in a really harsh tone. I didn't like it. What are you talking about? Oh, just how you and your dearest boyfriend had a great time last night. He saw me last night. I started panicking. If he saw me last night, then he has a small idea of who I am. I can't let that happen. Enough, Axel. She didn't do anything, Jason interrupted. Then a blonde girl with a green skirt came into our group and took Jason's face between her hands and started grinding herself on him and purred in his ear. I had fun yesterday, baby, wanna come over later? My heart broke. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How could I be so foolish? My hands started shaking, and my chest started hurting like yesterday. The pain. They did something. I felt something wet in my upper lip. Cleaning it quickly with my hand, I noticed what it was. Blood. Thankfully I cleaned it while it was still fresh and well, red. I think I'd draw more attention if my blood started to turn golden. Isabella must have noticed my movement. Castiel, are you okay? She asked, worried. Then everyone started looking at me, even the blonde girl, who Jason pushed off immediately as soon as she purred at him. Yeah, just those allergies, you know. We are in September, there are no allergies in this time of the year, Elijah replied. Is someone sad and jealous? The blonde girl laughed, looking at me with distaste. Tiffany, don't talk with her like that, Jason roared, a massive feeling of power in his voice. And Castiel has a boyfriend, Ethan stated. I do. Everyone's head snapped in my direction. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jan Eero, the dude from yesterday who you spent the night with, Axel said, an angry tone in his voice. Then I started laughing. Really hard. Tears were spilling from my eyes. I sobered up and answered. EW, no. Nero is my twin brother. I haven't seen him in a while because he's always traveling and studying abroad. He surprised me. Yesterday we played Monopoly. You'll think nasty, I chuckled a bit more. Their eyes were wide as saucers as they were all shocked. Tiffany, as I learned her name, rolled her eyes and put a hand on Jason's chest, who quickly snapped and pushed her away. Tiffany, yesterday was a mistake, and I was drunk. It meant absolutely nothing to me, he said, looking at her, but I got a feeling that he was talking with someone else. Talking with me, like an explanation. He must have felt our connection too. I smiled at the thought. My smile, however, didn't go unnoticed. Tiffany caught me in my happy thoughts and walked over to me. You are loving this, aren't you? Listen up, bitch. Yesterday me and Jason had sex. He didn't even think about you, so get that pretty little ass out of here before I make you. Stay away from us or I will destroy you. That infuriated me. She acts like a petulant child. I'd like to see you try. I replied calmly, still thinking of her as a spoiled child. That seemed to snap her patience and she lunged at me. I quickly and effortlessly grabbed her arm and twisted it. Knelt her leg from behind, making her fall onto her knees in the cold hard ground soundly. A third echoing through the corridor, making some people turn their attention to us. Making her turn red in embarrassment as her eyes turned glossy with tears and shame. I started feeling bad for her. Maybe I shouldn't have been that aggressive and embarrass her like that. Next time you try to hit someone for nonsense, I will make sure that it's the last time you even think about doing it. Violence is not the answer for everything. Show some respect to others and maybe you will earn that respect back. There's no need to threaten people when you feel insecure. Talk with someone. If you want, you can even talk with me. Just please think before you act. My eyes are probably there orange or golden. In the middle of my speech, something triggered inside of me. Someone pray for help and it's a supernatural creature. Presidia distant, I whispered, closing my eyes. I let go of Tiffany and looked at the group, who was either mouth open and eyes widening in disbelief, just like the rest of the school, who quickly formed a crowd when they heard Tiffany coming at me. I smiled at the group. A fake smile. The time is ticking. I must go. I just remembered that I left my math book at home. With that I left, induced my super hearing, and overheard them talking. How the hell did she do that? William asked. Self-defense class. Isabella is always the positive one. Her eyes were glowing and sparking, it looked like fire. Jesus Christ, that was hot. I'm pretty sure that it was Jason who smacked Ethan for saying that. Whatever it was, I'm sure she'll explain later. Now keep walking. You have classes. Thank you, Jason. I left school and ran into an empty alley where I let my wings out. 7. Jason. I woke up earlier today. Opened my eyes and a huge feeling of guilt filled me in. My heart felt heavy and empty. I cheated on my mate. I've never hated myself as much as I hated in that moment. Shaking my head, I headed to the showers and did all my morning business. I looked at the clock and it read 600 am. It's still really early. School only starts at 8:30 and I wasn't sleepy nor tired. The anxiety of my actions keeping me awake, so I decided to check on my parents. Leaving the pack house silently, trying to not wake up anybody, I got my car's keys and went to the garage. Pressing the open button on the keys, I quickly noticed the location of my car in the room full of expensive cars by the flash of lights that turned on. The drive to the castle was only 20 minutes and I don't intend to stay for long. A quick visit will do no damage. Entering the gates, the guards all bowing wherever I was going. I hopped out of the car and entered in the palace. My parents are early risers, so they are probably up already. I wish I could say the same about my little sister. Even if she was up, she'd probably pretend to be asleep to avoid talking with me. My sad thoughts are interrupted by my mom. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She hugged me like she hasn't in a really long time. Hey Mom, I just came to make a quick visit, then I'll have to go to school. She nodded and grabbed my hand, leading me to the... I was about to ask her, what were we doing in here, when I saw my dad lying on the bed. He didn't look ill nor injured, just extremely exhausted, dark circles under his blue eyes, similar to mine. Dad, what happened? I asked, concerned. Oh hey son, good to see you, he replied smartly with sarcasm. I looked at him pointedly. He sighed and started talking. I went into the forest because we got reports of some attacks in the East Zone and this weird dark creature got inside of me. I was possessed by a demon, Jason. I attacked my own people. I attacked your sister. Thank the heavens they arrived to stop the beast before I got a chance to actually kill someone. What? Why wasn't I informed about this sooner? I all but shouted, but I didn't stop there. Were you even planning on telling me? I asked, hurt for the lack of trust that my parents have on me. But then again, I'm not really trustworthy, am I? I cheated on my mate. A pang of hurt hit my heart. You will step on the throne soon, and I don't want you to stress about anything until then, he explained. Still, you should have told me something, I said with a sigh. I know. That's why I want you to be crowned next week. I looked at him with eyes wide open. But he interrupted me. I can't do this anymore, Jason. I hurt your sister. My own daughter. My blood. You are still young, and for sure you will be able to be stronger than me, son. He finished with a sad tone. I found my mate. I blurted out. This time he was the one with eyes wide open. Congratulations, son. One more reason why you should be crowned king. Now you have a queen. I can't wait to meet her, Jason. How is she? He asked, excited. Her name is Castiel, and she's perfect father. An actual goddess. And she's kind. Sweet and caring. She will for sure be a great lunar queen. My stomach churned thinking about her again. I don't deserve her. I'm proud of you, son. If only you knew. You wouldn't be so proud anymore. I smiled at him and started exiting when I remembered something. Dad, when you said that you started attacking people, they came and solved the situation. Who were they? Silence. I turned around. My father was asleep. Great. I guess I'll wait until next time then, I muttered with a sigh. I said goodbye to my mom and she ignored me. I guess she's getting worse. I lowered my head and got inside of my car and raced back to school. The visit has taken most part of my morning, but I still arrived earlier than usual. At 113 am, I entered the building giving small nods to the people. Most of them were pack members or werewolves from other packs, but as future Alpha King they need to respect me too. I found our group in front of a locker that smelled like my mate. The smell wasn't strong, which meant that it's still from yesterday. She hasn't arrived yet. Everyone greeted me and I decided to tell them before Castiel arrives so she won't get suspicious about anything. I'll be stepping on the throne next week. I blurted out and observed their reactions. That's cool, bro. Yeah, congrats, man. Don't forget about us, your majesty. I smirked at Eli, Ethan and at Will and gave them a bro handshake and then turned to Axel, who had a blank expression. I raised an eyebrow at him and he sighed. That means that Castiel will be a queen next week, and she is still with that Nero dude. We will have a king with a queen that loves someone else. We will get weakened then what? I'm worried, Jason. But congrats either way, bro. He muttered the last part and I was about to tell him that we would figure something out when my mate arrived and chirped with her angelic and sweet voice. Good morning, everyone. She looked adorable in her outfit, and I just wanted to hold her and protect her from the world. Run my fingers through her silky hair. Today her eyes were more of an hazel tone, making her look extra sweet. It's rather weird that her eyes change color like that, but the difference is not that big. Besides, I know gray-eyed people that can change their eye color as well, depending on how they were feeling. If they were sad, they would get darker. I wonder what tomorrow's color will be. Will it be as happy as now? I was so lost in her eyes and thoughts that I didn't notice Axel accusing her. Enough, Axel. She didn't do anything. I interrupted them. Then, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Tiffany had to show up. Great timing. She took my face in between her hands and started grinding on me. A few weeks ago I'd be already making out with her. But now I only want my mate. My Castiel. I pushed her away from me. I had fun yesterday, baby, wanna come over later? She purred. I made a disgusted face. Castiel, are you okay? I snapped my head towards my angel. She was cleaning her nose. That had what looked like blood, maybe. Then I looked at her eyes. A pained expression on her face. Her eyes were changing color and held sadness. And my heart broke all over again, making my chest ache at her expression. I didn't hear anything that they were saying to occupied about my mate's broken expression until Tiffany intervened. Is someone sad and jealous? She said, looking at my mate with distaste. Tiffany, you will not talk to her like that. My wolf was scratching to come out. Basil, calm down. And Castiel has a boyfriend, Ethan stated. Time for the biggest heartache in the history of heartaches. A confirmation. I do. She asks innocently. Jan Eero. The dude from yesterday who you spent the night with, Axel replied in a harsh tone that I didn't like one slightest bit. Then she started laughing. Oh God, even her laugh is perfect. It's like music to my ears. I could listen to her laugh all day. EW now. Nero is my twin brother. I haven't seen him in a while because he is always traveling and studying abroad. He surprised me. Yesterday we played a Monopoly. You'll think nasty. A feeling of relief filled me and I was battling to not smile. Too much. God, please just let me hold her. Tiffany rolled her eyes and turned back to me, putting her hands on my chest. I pushed her away. Tiffany yesterday was a mistake. And I was drunk. It meant absolutely nothing to me. Trying to get Castiel to understand and fix her broken eyes, even it was just a little bit. Tiffany turns to Castiel angry. You are loving this, aren't you? Listen up, bitch. Yesterday me and Jason had sex. He didn't even think about you, so get that pretty little ass out of here before I make you. Stay away from us or I will destroy you. I was ready to give her a lesson when Castiel replied relaxed. I'd like to see you try. Tiffany lunged at her and in seconds she was on her knees looking up at Castiel with tears in her eyes. Next time you try to hit someone for nonsense, I will make sure that it's the last time you even think about doing it. Violence is not the answer for everything. Show some respect to others and maybe you will earn that respect back. There's no need to threaten people when you feel insecure. Talk with someone. Hell, if you want you can even talk with me. Just think before you act. Pride filled me in. That's my girl. Then I looked at her. Her eyes were glowing with an orange fire color. What the fuck? Then she looked like she was communicating with someone and muttered something like, PRES distant. She let go of Tiffany, turned to us. Smiled. A fake smile and got some excuse. I didn't buy it. I watched her leave and snapped back to my friends who noticed her strange behavior and expression too. Whatever it was, I'm sure she'll explain later. Now keep walking. You have classes. I dismissed everyone. I started following her scent. After a few minutes her scent disappeared. I looked around in an empty alley. Where did you go off to Castiel? Castiel, another demon. This time it possessed a fairy. A freaking fairy. I seriously need a meeting with the council about this. It's the second case in 1 week. It may be just a coincidence, so I'm waiting for another attack to be sure that this is serious. I curse Nero for not being here. I decided to get back to school to not seem too suspicious. Besides, I still need an excuse for what happened in my locker. Sighing, I turned to the alley and retreated my wings and started walking towards school. It's not that far away. Something like 15 minutes or less. I looked at the time. 921 am. Not bad. I'll just say that the book was behind my secretary, therefore I took a little longer to find it. Everyone will be in their classes, so they won't. I don't have the book with me. I'll tell them that I put it in my locker as soon as I came back and they will. Hopefully, believe it. However, I'm still thinking about some realistic excuses to my encounter with Tiffany. Arriving to the entrance of the educative building, I felt myself going rigid. There stood Jace and talking on the phone, pacing around. I felt something on my stomach for just looking at him. Control yourself, Castiel Morningstar. I started my way back to pass without getting noticed by him when I heard him talking on the phone. Eu quero toda informa o posso el sobre ela. Portuguese. You're speaking Portuguese. Not the Brazilian Portuguese. The European one. I myself speak a lot of languages, Portuguese being one of them. However, it wasn't only the language that captured my attention, but what he was saying as well. I want every possible information about her. Who's she? Is he talking about me? Oh my. Breathe, Castiel. Mom and Dad made sure that everything would fit together like a puzzle. No weird information or registers about me. Why am I even stressing about this? It's just a human. But that human is Jason, and for some reason he makes me feel weird and good. I'm still trying to understand what kind of infatuation this is. Suddenly everything is silent. I turn around and I see Jason walking towards me. I started panicking. Cast IL. Ahoy. I was worried you took so long. He says, concern and curiosity dancing around in his orbs. I smiled at him nervously. Yeah, I couldn't find my book, and scratched the back of my head, scrunching my nose at my excuse. Really, Cast IL. He smiled back. His perfect smile, then frowned. Where's the book? You are empty-handed. Shoot. Shoot. Oh, I figured since I couldn't find it that I must have left it in my locker and didn't notice it. Silly me. I was literally fidgeting in my place. Nervous laugh. Avoiding looking at him. After a few seconds of silence, I looked up at him, who was staring at me with so concentration, almost penetrating my soul. Then he smiled, and I felt myself getting lighter with relief. You are cute. I looked at him with eyes wide open and blushed. Blood, go back to your place. Leave my cheeks alone. Then he walked me back to my class. I feel so nervous around him. We were getting closer to the door, and then we stopped, and there was this awkward silence moment where no one dared to speak or move by Jason. Thank you for walking me. That sounded like a question, an idiot. He just smiled and nodded, then turned around and left. I opened the door and got in the classroom. 2 classes later, and I still haven't seen anyone from the group. However, when the bell rang in my last class, I walked out of the classroom and went to the restroom, wash my hands. You see, I don't like to get my hands dirty with cool stuff like the dark color that the pencil leaves in your skin or the magical bits of blue ink from your pen. Seriously, I wonder how can I always write on myself. Not exactly writing because I don't do it on purpose. Whatever, you know what I meant. While I dried my hands, a cold hand made me spun around, and I came face to face with a pretty ginger-haired girl with brown eyes that had a serious look on her face. Hey, she rolled her eyes at me and started talking. Are you Cast IL? She asked rudely while looking me up and down. I replied with uncertainty, huh? You really are a beauty. I kinda see now why he likes you. What the F? Thank you. You are really pretty too, I said with a confused smile. Polite and sweet. She then smirked. Oh, Cast IL. Did you really think that you could humiliate someone like Tiffany and get away with it? I admit the blonde Barbie is dumb and weak, but she's supposedly still stronger than you, so I'm here to warn you, new girl. Oh, so you are one of her friends? I asked, slightly amused. No, sweetheart. I work for myself. Tiffany is an acquaintance. Not that is any of your concern. I want you to stop interacting with Jason. You can still do whatever you want with the rest. Just leave him. He does not belong with you, girlie. Human, you are too weak for someone like him. I controlled my laugh. Oh, okay. I won't do any of the things you just demanded. First off, Jason is my friend. I won't stop talking with my friend just because you said so. Seriously, what is it with you girls in here? Is there anything about him that I should know that makes him so much more important than any other guy in this school? Does he have a fan base or something? I'm truly amused by this. Do it your way, girlie. You'll regret it. Just remember that I warned you. With that, she left and I started laughing. Really hard. This is so cliché and stupid. I shook my head and made my way towards the cafeteria. Since it's already lunchtime, I walked and people started looking at me and whispering among themselves. Will this ever stop? I found our table and sat down next to Axel and Elijah. Hey guys. Hey Cass. Can we call you Cass? I smiled and nodded. We want to apologize for being mean towards you. We judged the situation too quickly, Elijah said, looking apologetically at me. Axel nodded, agreeing with his words. It's okay, boys, I don't like to hold grudges. I just want to be friends and live my life. They both grinned and we started talking. Later, Isabella and William arrived and started talking with us too. After a few minutes, I saw Ethan and Jason coming in our direction, and sitting down, Jason started looking at me. I smiled at him. He smiled me back, and the butterflies in my tummy made their presence known. Then I remembered the girl in the bathroom and chuckled. Everyone looked at me because of my sudden burst of giggles. Okay, so this girl came up to me while I washed my hands, threatening to stay away from Jason, and started saying weird things about me being a weak human. Everyone frowned. How did she look like? Isabella asked. She had ginger hair and brown eyes. Pale with a POI, I stopped talking when registered everyone's reaction. They all looked at Jason, who muttered, "Melinda." Imagine your best friend suddenly becomes your soulmate. Yet your relationship is thrown into chaos by a mysterious incident. In this school, how our struggles and ancient secrets are gradually emerging. I am the protagonist of this intricate tale of love and hate. And you? Are you willing to unravel these mysteries with me? Mine, Jason, Melinda. Everyone froze. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Honestly, I don't know what happened to ruin our relationship. Everything happened so quickly. Melinda used to be my best friend. We grew up together and did everything just like that. She was on top of me. My vision failing, and in the next morning we were both naked in her bed with a rape drug next to her nightstand. She technically raped me. It's weird and confusing, especially since she never showed any signs of liking me in that way. But then again, even if she did, I probably never noticed. She was good at keeping things to herself. I looked at Carstek Al, who was looking at everyone with a confused frown. If she bothers you again, tell me immediately, okay? She nodded. I'll talk with her. And with that I excused myself and started walking towards the cheerleading table. The cheerleading table was made of, as you can guess, cheerleaders and jocks. It was close to our table since they were considered popular. As I was getting closer, the humming and conversations that they were having stopped, leaving everyone to look at me. I searched through the table until my eyes settled on the red-haired girl. Kill her. Basil, no. Melinda, can I have a word with you? She threw a smug smile at Tiffany, who was seated beside her, receiving a dark glare from the blonde bimbo as she stood up. We walked out of the cafeteria, whispers filling the room, while I glanced at my Castiel, who was watching everything with an unreadable expression on her face. Then I looked at the Melinda, who was staring at me, while I glanced at my mate. Well, on our exit, I remembered what I asked for to Dean, one of the head security of the kingdom. I asked for every possible information on Castiel. Now that I'm thinking better about this, I won't read the papers he will send me. She's my mate, and I should learn on how to trust her and not invade her privacy like that. I was just extremely concerned and hot-headed after she disappeared that I didn't think through. It's not right. When we finally arrived to an empty hallway, I pushed Melinda against the locker. What the hell do you think you are doing? She smirked. I'm doing the right and logical thing. Pushing Castiel out of the way. Stay away from my mate. Melinda, I'm warning you. Her eyes widened. She yelled, shocked. Did I stutter? That's not possible. She's weak. She's human. You are a king. You are pure, and she is a weak and dirty human, Jason. I growled, my eyes burning with a silver color. How dare she? If you talk shit about my mate, your future queen, again I'll personally cut off your head, but before I'll torture you in the worst ways possible. Understood? The same happens if you dare to lay one of your dirty fingers on one of her silky strands of hair. Her eyes started watering and she gulped. Then, as she remembered something, she recovered and replied. She humiliated Tiffany. She fought with Elder Protter's granddaughter. And you better than anyone else know to not mess with the Pratters. They are a prestigious family. They are direct descendants of the moon goddess, and trust me when I say this, she will be punished by the goddess herself when she hears about what went down. Right in front of you and all the werewolf community in this school. The gods can do you no harm, but I can't say the same about her. How are you going to protect her then? I was about to choke her to death when she escaped and ran until I couldn't see her anymore. She's one of the best fighters that we have after all. Obviously she knew how to escape without getting her torn noticed. Let me get her. Let's go back to our mate, okay, Basil? He agreed, still on the edge. He was divided between going after that bitch or go check on his mate. Of course our mate is on top of our priorities. Re-entering in the canteen, the place went quiet. The only noise was my feet pounding the ground, full of anger. I just need to hold my angel. I need her scent. I need my mate. When I got close to our table, I noticed that she wasn't there. Where is she? My blood was boiling, my eyes switching color. Bro, calm down. She went with Isabella to get more food since you dropped yours when you got up to go talk with the Oompa Loompa bitch. Axel said. Yeah, she starts you ranting how you'd be hungry and how you'd be upset because you wouldn't eat anything. Ethan continued. She only knows you for a few days and she's already worried about you, as you guys have known each other for years. Eli said with a smile. The mate bond is something wonderful, isn't it? William sighed with a shy smile, looking at Isabella's empty chair. Simp. However, my heart fluttered knowing that my mate was worried about me over a simple thing as a lunch. She cares. Again, I started feeling warm and fussy on the inside. My stomach was jumping around with happiness. Mate. Isabella and Castiel were back with a box full of pizza. I'm sorry, but there wasn't anything else to buy in the cafeteria. The steak ended 10 minutes ago. My mate pushed the box towards me. I smiled at her. Thank you, Angel. It's okay, really. She froze before smiling nervously and then stared somewhere else. Mate cute. Okay guys, well, we were getting Jason's food. We thought that it would be cool to have a movies night tomorrow since it's Friday. Isabella adjusted excitedly. Okay, at whose house? William asked, wrapping his arm around Isabella's waist. I don't mind if you guys come over. Nero is out visiting our dad and he'll only be back in a few months. Castiel said. You don't live with your parents. Everyone looked at her as she froze. Then she recovered and quickly said, No, I live alone. Nero is barely at the house because he's always traveling and doing stuff. Human, do your parents are okay with you living alone? Oh yeah, then she muttered something lowly. That if I didn't have werewolf hearing I wouldn't be able to catch. It's not like they can come back from the land of the dead. Her parents are dead. My poor angel. Everyone looked depressed, so they must have heard her too. I'm sorry for your loss, Cass. Ethan said with a sad smile. Cass. They have new travelers now. Interesting. I'll talk with Ethan later about this. What lost? She looked confused. Your parents. Ethan said, looking confused as well. She frowned. What about them? You said, it's not like they can come back from the land of the dead. She paled. I said that. Oh haha, the land of the dead is what we call our hometown. It's a family joke, she said, fiddling with her blouse. Where's your hometown? Far away. Far away where? Axel pushed. It's complicated, she said, looking panicked. What are your parents' names? Her eyes widened. Wide as curious. My mom's name is Charmine. Oh, like the angel? Eli asked, interested. Yes, we are a really religious family. At school. How about your dad? Axel asked. She froze again. And my dad's name is Lucy. He's not from here, so he has a weird name, haha. She was nervous. What are you hiding, Castiel? To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. So tomorrow at 4 p.m. at my place? She asked, changing the subject. Everyone nodded. Wait, we don't know where you live, Ethan said. Oh, you can just follow Carl. She suggested it. Carl. Axel frowned. Yuck all. My driver. He's really cool, you don't have to worry about him, she said with a caring smile. I need to meet this Carl. Why does my mate talk about this dude with so much adoration? It's settled then. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wait, you guys don't have to ask your parents first. This time was our turn to freeze. We all lived in the pack house while our parents lived in my case in the castle or on their own houses until we finished high school. They are all pretty chillin' friends, so they are okay with us having sleepovers and stuff. That's cool. Casti did with a smile, nodding her head. She's so pretty. Yeah, we hope that one day we can have a big dinner with our parents, including yours, Castiel. It would be cool to meet them, Elijah said. There was weird golden glint in Castiel's eyes when she replied to Eli. Oh, don't worry about meeting my parents. I assure you that you'll meet one of them at least. Everyone does. She looked like she was in a trance, then she snapped out of it, while everyone looked at her weirdly. I'll talk with them about dinner. They might come over, she said with a smile. Then the bell rang and she went to her class, leaving all of us with our own confused thoughts. Who are you? Cast IL. 10 Cast IL. Well, that was close. Why the hell did they started interrogating me like that? I felt so bare and exposed with their curious and judgmental eyes. With judging eyes I mean Axel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading enthusiasm. For some reason I feel like he doesn't like me very much, or maybe I haven't gained his trust yet. I choose to believe in the latter. Right now is 7 in the morning and I can't stop replaying our conversation over and over again to make sure that I didn't give in any suspicious information. I decided to get up and start my day, but as soon as my feet touched the cold floor, I quickly retrieved back and laid lazy on my bed for another 6 minutes before getting up for good, ignoring the shivers that went down my spine with every step that I took until I reached the bathroom. I looked in the mirror and kept on going my business, but then I quickly looked up again. My eyes were glowing orange with golden sparks around my iris. I was about to turn around to get ready, shrugging it off, when it clicked. Crap. Another prayer. I groaned in annoyance and laziness. I will demand to give me vacations if thing turns regular. Giving my face a splash of water, I sprinted downstairs until I reached the kitchen, where I grabbed an apple and a granola bar. Whoa, Miss Cast IL, where are you going? You are not even dressed. And what kind of crappy breakfast is that, young lady? She shouted. Maria, I received another orison. I need to go. Dear God. Another one. And this early. Be careful, child. I smiled at her concern. I'll be back before 8. And I quickly added, though, and I'm having friends to stay over tonight. And like a flash I was out of the house. I quickly let my wings out and started to feel the amazing burning feeling spreading through my body. I was on fire. Hellfire to be exact. After a few seconds my flames calmed down, turning into my majestic vests. The long silky dress coming down, brushing my legs. It's not a beauty dress, it's a war one, a godly vest. It's perfect because you can move freely in it, and it does not get in your way when you are fighting. Flying towards the prayer, my wings started melting. And it feels so good. Some people have heard fairy tales, legends, myths and rumors about me, and many wonder why I'm on fire. Some say that I was an abused child that was burned alive and turned into an angel to revenge and protect all the creatures in pain. Others say that I was an angel that tried to go down to earth, and on my way I flew too closely to the sun while it was setting in, well, turned into angelic barbecue. However, none of them wondered the real and simple truth. I'm an half-hill, half-heaven creature, and the daughter of the most terrifying imaginable creature of all times, the devil. That's where I got the fire. That's why my wings are melting. The most scary part is that we both, me and my brother, carry the most powerful of all the powers. Imagine bad and good all mixed up. Imagine the huge ball of Ver to TM Ignis. Translated, Ver to TM means power and Ignis means fire. It can be understood in a million of ways, but no one knows its actually meaning. And hopefully no one ever will. The greatest and strongest power can only occur when high and dangerous emotions are felt, like. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading enthusiasm. Sadness. Pain. Hope. This is why we need to have self-control. If we step out of the line, a lot of destruction will spread like plague. Something that not even all the gods and goddesses, magical creatures or humans can stop. However, we were both sent to Earth to protect the supernatural creatures. This was decided after the Dead War, the most bloody and deadliest war that has ever happened. Me and Nero were only 15 when this happened. It was a war between all the dead creatures that lived in hell and heaven. When Mom and Dad had us, they had to lose some of their responsibilities time. And in that short amount of time, the dead and the immortals started a war. No one knows the motive, but then again no one survived to tell the story. Everyone in the council had to intervene and actually fight. It was the council against the dead and the immortals, and some spirits fell down onto Earth. Destructed, turned into ashes, not able to come back in living form. Not only dead and immortal creatures were gone, but also some of the greatest gods like Roderick, the vampire's god. He used to be one of my dad's best friends and a loyal creature. Since the fall of Roderick, the moon goddess has been responsible for both vampires and the werewolves. To avoid this kind of conflict, we are here. The two of us can impose peace by words or by force. I looked down and noticed a kid surrounded by a tornado. The wind werewolf element has renewed its generation. Landing on the ground, I raced towards the boy and lifted my arm, moving the tornado high above him, making him stumble down to the floor. Still with my arm in the air, freezing may I add, I crunched down to the little guy's level and starting his soft innocent hair, making him look up at me and jump. "You called me through your mind, so you tell me." His eyes widened. "You are one of the twins?" he asked, excited. I nodded, wrapping my wings around his form in a protective and caring way, smiling down at him. He grinned and I noticed that his heart beating started to calm down after a few minutes of me playing with his hair. If we were both humans, I'd probably seem like a creep or a pedophile. "Great. Okay, so do you see this tornado over our heads?" He nodded shyly. "Well, you can control it and make it disappear. Do you want it to disappear?" He nodded his head rapidly with wide eyes. "All you have to do is imagine him disappearing, piece by piece. Remember, you control the wind." He concentrated and closed his fist tightly. A few seconds went by and the tornado was still above us. "You are too rigid. Relax, I'm here. No harm will come to you." He closed his eyes, took a deep breath and unclenched his fists. And slowly the mass of angry wind started to become a soft breeze. He opened his eyes cautiously and then started jumping. "I did it. I did it. Let's do it again." I chuckled. "Calm down, little guy. Tell me, what's your name?" A blush overcame his cheeks and he replied, "My name is Tom. I'm Castiel." I smiled warmly at him. "You are really pretty, Castiel." He blushed while looking at his shoes. "Thank you, Tom. You are really cute. When you grown up, you will be a handsome man. I can't wait to tell my grandma that I met you. She admires you. She was the one that taught me how to call you for help." My smile faltered. "About that, Tom, I'm really sorry, but you can't tell anyone about me. I'm supposed to be kept in secret. I will come back to visit you anytime you want, but you can't tell about our secret, okay? Pinky promise." I smiled and gave him my pinky, intertwining them together. "I don't know why Arthur doesn't like you. You are so nice and pretty, Castiel." "Yeah, the nanny of the palace. The future Arthur kicked her out the castle a few weeks ago." "Interesting," I said with a frown. "Don't worry, Castiel. I like you a lot." I smiled and kissed his cheek. "I like you too, Tommy. I gotta go now. But I promise that I'll visit in my human form, okay?" "Okay, bye, Castiel." And with that he shifted to chocolate brown wolf, ran off towards the Paxicure woods. I too took off and got myself home. I'm feeling happy now that I made a new friend. Even thought he is around 8 years old. I opened the front door, already in my human form, still with my pajamas on, and greeted Maria. "I'm back," I yelled dramatically. Maria chuckled and threw a pillow at me. "Go shower, miss. Your breakfast is ready. Okay, let me just grab a glass of water. I'm thirsty as hell." No pun intended. Talking about hell. Was it a demon again? I smiled softly, remembering Tom. "No, but there's a new wind werewolf element. He is 8 and the cutest child ever." Maria smiled, then sighed. "I miss when you and your brother were little. I want mini Castiels running around the house again. So tell me, my child, are you interested in any boy at the moment?" she asked, twiggling her eyebrows at the end. My cheeks went red as I choked on my water. "Oh, look at the time, I gotta go shower. Sayonara." And I sprinted upstairs towards the bathroom. However, the rosy cheeks stayed because while I was showering I couldn't stop blushing at the fact that, when she mentioned having kids, my mind went to Jason's face. 11. Jason. Today is Friday, also known as the end of the week, that glorious day for all the students and workers. But this Friday is special. This Friday I'll be able to spend extra time with my Castiel, my angel, and the rest of the group, that still we are going to bond. I'll get to know a little bit more about her since we are all going to watch some movies and have a group sleepover at her house. Basil kept sighing in my head. Mate looks so pretty. To each I always replied with a sigh of my own, agree with him. We kept going back and forth complimenting our mate while staring discreetly at her. We are in our last period, physical education, PE for short, that we have with the girls. Usually boys and girls have gym class separately to avoid distractions. However, the girls' teacher, Mrs. Murray, is pregnant, which means that she has 1 day of rest and, as you can guess, Friday is her day off. Castiel is standing with Isabella in front of the gym lockers. They are both talking and recollecting their gym bags. I presume. She is wearing jeans with a cream sweater and light brown boots. And she looks stunning. Then both girls enter in the changer lockers and change to their gym clothes, and my jaw drops to the floor when I see my delicious mate with her fit black Nike tank top and leggings. She has all the right curves on the right places. Then I look around and my eyes made contact with Tiffany and her little minions. They were all wearing sport bras and short shorts. I rolled my eyes when that bitch sent me a wink, just to think that a few weeks ago I would consider her attitude attractive. Hot damn, Castiel looks so good. Man, imagine how she looks without all that. I'd so smash her. I heard with my werewolf hearing James, one of the football team's player, talking about my mate. James is, as you can guess, my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But he's also a werewolf, so he has to respect me and my mate. Now that I think about this, only 37 students are actually human. Well, 38 now, counting with Castiel. She had unusual behaviors before, but she, as everyone else, has the right to have her own secrets and privacy. I can only hope that one day we will share our deepest secrets with each other. That she'll accept me. I'm still thinking about a way of telling her without making her run away or scared. A growl ripped through my chest as I stared at the dirty fucker who was having inappropriate thoughts about my mate. He was laughing with his teammates and then turned around to face me. His eyes widened in realization. He bowed, muttering a small apology, resuming to go back to his conversation with his friends. Okay, everyone stop talking and start stretching. I want 10 laps around the field, mister. Hopkins said, blowing his beloved whistle. Everyone started their work. 5 minutes later, people started running. On our 7th lap, I smacked notes. Teenagers were already breathing heavily, slowing down. Only the werewolves from my pack, the royal pack, were exercising at ease. Pride filled me in as I saw my future warriors so well trained. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I took a look at my mate and my eyes widened while watching her run as fast as the best fighters of my pack without even breaking a sweat. Basil immediately howled in my head. Mate strong. I shook my head and kept when I reached her. She was running alongside with Isabella, who was concentrated on her run. How the hell aren't you sweating? I asked my angel with a small chuckle. I don't sweat, she said in a playful manner, winking and sprinting. Isabella seemed to get out of her workout trance and looked at Castiel. Hey, wait for me, Cass. She laughed, running faster towards my mate. And I couldn't afford being left behind by 2 girls. Arrogant Cass. I took off running towards them, tickling them both on the sides before running even faster so they couldn't catch me and have their revenge. I was in my last lap, almost finishing it, when I felt something hit me softly on both of my sides, making me jump at the ticklish feeling. I heard her whisper in my ear. When I looked at her, I noticed that I was about to place my foot in the ground, officially making it my 10th lap, and she was a foot past the lap line. Basil was extremely satisfied with her behavior. Mate plays. Mate likes us. Feeling excited, Basil took full control, making me pick her up and start tickling her. She started laughing her cute laugh and tried to tickle me back, with no success, ending with both of us on the ground laughing, being carefree and happy. Today is going to be a good day. For she showered. Me and the boys were waiting at the school's entry for Isabella and Castiel to come out. They were both still in their gym clothes. Isabella was laughing really hard while Castiel was just shaking her head with a small amused smile and blushing. What's so funny? Axel looked at them weirdly. Castiel has a fire inside her. I swear that was so funny. You guys should have seen Marcus' face. What did Marcus do? Marcus was famous for always throwing himself at girls, and I hope for his sake that he didn't try to hit on mine. He tried to hit on Castiel and she just gave him the sauciest answer. Do not mess with her. And she went through another round of giggles while mocking her new friend. Castiel was blushing and playfully hit Isabella's arm while mumbling. He was being inappropriate. With that she shrugged and started walking towards the exit. I was infuriated that someone tried to make a move on my mate, but couldn't help but feel proud about my angel and how she could stand up for herself. We all started following her until we were outside where a brand new black Bentley, the infamous Bentley, stood with a man around 60 years waiting patiently in the driver's seat. Good evening, Miss Jones. He saluted with a warm and fatherly smile. Hey Carl, these are my friends. Isabella, William, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ethan and Jason, she replied with an excited smile. A pleasure to meet all of you. Everyone greeted him back politely. Does anyone need a ride? Carl inquired. There's no need, sir. We can all fit in Jason's car. Elijah said, Isabella, you can come with me. It's a few minutes drive and I'm sure you don't want to spend it in a car full of testosterone. Castiel said jokingly and chuckling weakly at the end. Isabella laughed and uttered eagerly. Carl opened and closed their car door. Then he sat in his driver's seat and waited for us to get on our car. He drove off and I followed him. Several minutes later, we were in front of a huge mansion with more sports cars and bikes all stationed in their own place. It was a really sophisticated mansion with a fountain in the middle of the large entrance. Well-treated gardens surrounding the buildings. Tons of different windows and a beautiful main door with stairs and pillars. How am I supposed to spoil her when she already has everything? I looked at my friends who were watching everything with eyes wide open and jaw dropped. Castiel and Isabella got out of the car and Carl went back to park the car. What are you guys waiting for? Come on in. Castiel started running towards the house like a little kid and I just smiled at the sight. Following her, we entered the mansion, and when I thought I couldn't get more amazed, I looked at the inside the house and it was beautiful. Everything looked sophisticated and beautiful but with modern touches everywhere. A big chandelier hanging above our head full of crystals and diamonds, a marble floor under our feet. My sweet angel, you are back. How was your day? A petite old woman came in running, hugging Castiel. Hi Maria. It was great, how about yours? My mate asked back kindly. It was really good too. When you told me that we were having guests I took off working and I couldn't be more glad. Finally something different to do in here. You need to bring friends more often, Miss Jones. Castiel laughed and nodded her head. Will do. Then the woman turned to us and her eyes widened. Oh dear. How rude of me. Didn't see you, the youngsters. I'm Maria, the main maid of the house. We introduced ourselves and I smiled at how excited the little woman seemed. So which one of you is Castiel's boyfriend? She asked, almost jumping. Castiel started blushing like crazy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Basil growled. Mate cute. Maria just laughed. Okay, Isabella and I are going to take a shower. Maria, do you mind leading them towards the living room? Of course not, miss. Come with me, youngsters. Castiel and Isabella started running upstairs giggling. I smiled at my precious mate. Maria caught me looking at my angel and smirked knowingly. She led us towards the living room, passing by many halls and rooms. I need to grab a few things from the master's open office. You can come if you want. It will be really quick. We nodded and followed her to the office. It was just a few doors down from where we were standing, and she opened the door, showing us a huge room with 4 couches, a table at the center, and a big secretary on the left side of the room with an enormous painting on the wall. There stood a beautiful young woman with a light color hair and gentle hazel eyes next to a terrifying yet elegant-looking man with brown hair and dark eyes with little golden flecks on his eyes. Two children stood with them, a boy and a girl. I immediately recognized Castiel when I looked at the young girl. It was a really beautiful family portrait. They all looked happy and in love. A perfect family. However, I couldn't help but notice how familiar her parents' features were. There was something in their eyes that made me feel like I knew them. The man radiated darkness and power, and the woman had this light and kind aura. Where do I know them from? Maria quickly retrieved a bag with a golden stamp on it, and we made our way out and towards the living room. 12. Castiel. After Bella and I took a shower, we headed downstairs towards the living room, where the boys were waiting. And yes, said Bella. While we were bonding, we decided to try to work out some nicknames for each other. From now on, Isabella is no longer Isabella but Bella. And she decided to call me T. Weird, I know. We were both in our pajamas that consisted in shorts and a t-shirt since it was still hot at night. Mine was dark blue with a space pun and a space theme with planets and stars and all that kind of stuff. It's a really comfortable set and it doesn't reveal too much. Isabella's consisted of a light pink shirt saying I love naps and a pair of dark grey shorts with little white hearts on it. When we arrived to the living room, the boys were all sitting on the big dark couch looking around and lost. I wanted to laugh at their expressions, but I kept it for myself. I looked at Bella and noticed that she was also containing her laugh. Me and Isabella have been bonding a lot lately and it feels great to have a girlfriend. You can literally talk about everything. I smiled at them. Come on, I'll show you your rooms. Bring your bags. They all followed my instructions. William went immediately towards Isabella to pull her towards a hug and kissed her forehead. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bella told me that they have been dating for 6 years now. It was love at first sight, and they were going still strong after so many years. I'd love to have something like that in the future too. My eyes darted towards Jason, who was talking with Axel about something that I don't understand. Their rooms were all next to each other's and they all started unpacking their stuff. Isabella stayed back to have some alone time with William while I moved towards the kitchen to talk with Maria. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I winced. I wrapped my arms around her small figure and rested my head on top of hers while she was cleaning the balcony. She smiled, her eyes full of amusement. Castiel. She mocked back with a whiny tone. What's for dinner? Do you need help? I asked, trying to peek over her shoulder. It's lasagna. Both vegetarian and with meat. I didn't know which one they would prefer. I also made some homemade pizza and brown rice with mushrooms. And for the last time, Miss Jones, I'm not that old. I don't need your help yet. This is my job and I love it. She started rambling. I held my arms up in defense and she smirked. Now shoo, out of my kitchen. Go enjoy your time with that boyfriend of yours. How is his name? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She smirked heavily. I blushed, embarrassed. He's not my boyfriend. I argued back yet. Was her reply. This woman is pure evil. I eventually returned to the living room. The boys were all with sweatpants and shirts that looked quite comfortable. So what do you guys want to do now? We can start our movie marathon, Eli suggested. Everyone agreed. Horror movie, Ethan asked with a small smirk. Isabella shivered and William kissed the top of her head in a comforting way. Double R. I looked at Ethan, who was clearly enjoying making Bella nervous. Let's save those for later, more deeper into the night. I smirked back at Ethan, who was smirking even more right now. We were both smirking at each other like psychopaths. Jason started coughing and glaring at Ethan, causing everyone to look at him. Sorry, got something stuck in my throat. How about Suicide Squad? I've never watched it before, but I think it goes with everyone's taste. He suggested. Good idea. I smiled at him. He smiled back. Oh my, he has dimples. Everyone sat down and got comfortable. I sat between one of the couch's arm and Isabella. Then I clicked on a button that makes the giant screen rise from the dark with support. and clicked another button that turned off the living room's lights, earning a wave of cool comments. Let the marathon begin. Later at night, near dinner time, the movie paused and an image of the communication camera in the kitchen appeared. A smiling Maria was showed in the screen. "Dinner is ready, kids," she stated. "Okay, we will be at the dining room in a second." "Thank you, Maria." She nodded and smiled before turning around and freezing before entering in a phase of trance. Then the camera turned off. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I mumbled for myself. Maria is a fairy godmother, but she already lost most of her powers. She is almost human, but she can still communicate with her superiors through mind link, which might explain the sudden lack of movement. We arrived to the dining room where all the food was set on the big table, alongside with some drinks. "Dig in," I said cheerfully. Everyone started chatting and eating. The table, for the first time in years, seemed alive. I smiled lovingly at the people around me, my friends. Then Maria popped up. She looked pale and she was almost shaking. "Maria, what happened?" I asked, concerned and getting up to reach her. Everybody stopped talking, their attention now focused on the current intervention. Mastercalled. I rose an eyebrow and giggled at her stuttering. Maria seemed to relax a bit. Everyone looked at me like I was a mad girl or something for giggling at the frightened petite woman. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Come on, he's not that scary," she glared me. "You are his daughter. Of course he doesn't scare you. I'm sure only you, Madame Charmine, and your brother are not afraid of him," she said, fake shivering. I shook my head amused. "Master wishes to speak with you, Castiel." I nodded, smiling, patting her head in mockery. "Oh, my little Maria, always afraid of the big boss." I teased her. She playfully hit my arm while scowling. "Oh, you shush. Now, Ola, go talk to him." I laughed, grabbing a few chips that sat in a bowl on the table, and went to the office, opening the secret portal. As cliché as it seems, the portal was indeed inside a closet. After a few seconds I found myself with glowing eyes in the underworld. I looked down. Yes, still same old white vest. Entering the castle and running towards the throne room, I smiled when I saw both my parents gushing about something. I grinned like a maniac while clearing my throat. "Wanted to talk with me, father?" My father looked at me and grinned, his eyes twinkling red. "As you can guess by now, I'm Lucifer's little girl. 13, Jason." Basil couldn't stop growling and howling ever since we laid our eyes on her form in the dark-colored pajamas, her long-toned legs making a contrast with the dark shorts of her night set. She tied her hair into a bun, strands of silky brown hair covering her face, itching me to put them behind her little ear. God, she's so beautiful and all mine. My little mate. I smiled when I saw her re-enter the dining room, but my smile quickly vanished when I noticed her expression. She was smiling a fake smile and her eyes held pain. My blood started boiling. I don't care if who hurt her was her father or not. Absolutely no one upsets my mate and gets away with it. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Can we go talk in the kitchen?" Maria paled. Am I in trouble?" she squeaked. "Okay, but who the hell is her father and why is everyone so scared of him?" Castiel held her hand. "No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's about Nero," she said sadly. "Oh my, what happened to my little boy?" And then they moved to the kitchen. When they were out of sight, everyone stared at me. "Why is everyone afraid of her father?" Eli asked. Good to know that I'm not the only one noticing that. I have no fucking clue. Whoever he is, he for sure has his way of demanding respect. "What do you guys think that happened to T's brother?" Isabella asked, playing with the hem of her shirt. Tiaxa asked, confused. "My nickname for Castiel. I'm still trying it out, what else could it be?" Isabella clarified with a dull tone. Axel rolled his eyes and shook his head. My mate and Maria came back a few minutes later, and everyone pretended that nothing strange happened in the middle of our meals. Maria shooed us out of the dining room when we finished eating, insisting that she could wash and clean everything without any help. She's a stubborn woman, I tell you. We were back to the living room. I noticed Castiel getting ready to sit in her previous spot, so I ran like a flash and sat right next to her, giving Isabella a sheepish smile for stealing her friend. We watched The Conjuring 2 and I laughed every time my mate jumped of fright because of Valak, the evil creature. I'd never admit this to anyone, but Valak did make me shiver. I learnt that Castiel loves horror movies. She might jump, scream, tight a hold on the couch's arm, but she always ended up laughing or giggling. She's adorable. We were in the middle of the fourth movie when I felt my mate's head rest against my shoulder. I looked down at her and smiled. She fell asleep. I scooped her and put her on my lap, making her head rest in chest. My heartbeat started speeding up when she started moving. Fuck, she woke up. Shit. I felt myself relax when I realized that she was just snuggling deeper into my chest. Still asleep. I felt like a weight just got off me. This girl will be the death of me. I kissed the top of her head and I heard her sigh in content, making a huge smile to appear in my face. Little angel. I looked around and noticed that only Axel was completely awake. Eli had his eyes narrowed. He was trying to fight off his sleep. William and Isabella were both sleeping and cuddling, and Ethan was in a weird upside-down position with his face almost meeting ground, his legs sprawled in couch and his feet in the air. I looked back at Elijah and noticed that his eyes were closed. I guessed the sleep one. I looked at Axel and started liking him. Everyone fell asleep. He chuckled through the link. Yeah, I kinda freaked out when I saw Ethan. His face is turning to red to be healthy, was his reply. I looked back at Ethan and noticed that his face was indeed a bit out of natural. The tips of his ears were turning slightly purple. This dude will end up killing himself during his sleep. I think we should carry them to the bedrooms, he suggested. I looked down at Castiel. Her soft pink lips were in a small smile form, her eyelashes resting softly over her light pink cheeks. That's probably because of my body heat. I don't want to let go of her yet. 5 more minutes, Axel nodded, turning his eyes to the big screen once again. I took those 5 minutes to look at my mate without looking like a creep. She raised perfect. And all mine. Monday morning came quicker than expected. I was walking through the hallways and started observing my surroundings. Teenagers were scattered everywhere. An annoying noise filling the hall. A mix of everyone's conversations. Laughs. Sounds. I'm turning king this week. I'll be responsible for all these kids. My eyes kept wandering around until they met a certain red-haired girl who was talking with some of her friends near her locker. Anger filled me in remembering our last encountering. Noticing my gaze, she took a glance at me, a ghost of a smirk appearing on her purple-coated lips. How dare she? I started walking faster, trying to avoid her, knowing that if she pissed me off for more than 3 seconds, I'd shift and tear her limbs apart one by one. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath when I entered in one of the empty classrooms. My eyes snapped open when I hear a chair moving against the ground. She must be suicidal. There stood Melinda sitting on a chair looking relaxed, legs crossed and a smug look washing over her face. What do you want? I snapped. I warned you both to stay away from each other. None of you listened, and in exactly a month, on the 3/3 night of full moon, at 11 p.m. there will occur an eclipse, one that will bring enough energy to invoke the moon goddess down on Earth. I already told the elders to prepare everything, including the chanting airs. No one opposed, seeing that everyone seemed to agree that the girl you call a mate is not worthy of her title. Why the hell is she even doing this? Why are you even doing this? I told you. She disrespected and humiliated Tiffany, a direct descendant from the moon goddess herself. And she must be punished. She must feel the moon's wrath. Besides, she will make a weak Luna queen, and you know that. I'm doing everyone a favor. The elders thought so too. I couldn't help it anymore, and Basil took over. Not entirely, but enough to turn my eyes into an horrid silver color. My fangs and claws starting to stick out. If you touch my mate, I'll kill you. My voice sounded different, husky and deeper. Basil had almost full control, In a swift move I ripped her skin in 4 different places: her stomach, leg, arm and neck. Blood started to pour out of her wounds. I would never hit a girl, but this bitch took it too far, and she knows better than pissing of an alpha werewolf, especially by touching sensitive topics such as mate. Besides, women and men are equally raised in my pack. Hit both or hit none. That's the rule, since female werewolves have as much strength as males because of the way they are trained. Basil, you can't harm her badly at school. I took control once again and looked down at Melinda. The wounds were deep, but she was already healing. She gave me a bloody smile. You can still avoid all of this. All you have to do is to keep her away from you. I clenched my fists. She chuckled weakly. Bye-bye, Castiel. I saw Ed. I snapped and pushed her against a wall. She hit her head, making her pass out. She will be up again in 10 minutes or so. Maybe she will use that unconscious time to make conscious decisions. Again, it was against my morals to hit a girl. But this disgusting traitor deserves it, and so much more. I got out and locked the door. As I made my way towards my group, I started deciding what to do about all this moon goddess coming for Castiel for absolute nonsense. I'll protect Castiel at all costs. Little did I know about that price. 14. Castiel. As soon as everybody left the house, I hurried up upstairs. The urge of stripping it out of my clothes growing. I was burning from the inside. Not the pleasurable type of burn. Not the type that I'm used to. This felt awful. Sweat dripping from my forehead. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Breasts, I was sweating from everywhere. I looked like I just got out of the shower. A disgusting shower of sweat. Turning on the water and quickly setting it to the coldest temperature possible, I started to feel a huge mass of pain hit me in the chest. My muscles were getting tense. It was coming. Why, Nero? I whispered. I started to feel dizzy, dark spots blurring my vision, and then I passed out. Only one thought swirling around in my mind. Why? I woke up to the sound of Maria's soothing voice. Castiel. I slowly opened my eyes. A bright light dispersing through the room, making me flinch slightly. My vision, however, was different. Before I could see everything with a really sharp sight. Now it's sharper. I looked down at my hands and was shocked to see the minuscule particles of my skin. I can see nothing. I quickly got up, ignoring Maria's shouts, and went to the nearest mirror and let out a gasp at the sight. My skin was glowing. My eyes looked brighter. My lips looked more plump and red. My hair looked even softer than before. I raised a hand to touch the mirror and my breath hitched as I watched my reflection getting distorted, and just like that, the mirror exploded. I took a few steps back and checked my legs to see the little pieces of glass slowly getting out of my pierced skin, floating around the room, surrounding me. The cuts healed as quick as a blink of an eye. I moved my fingers downwards, making the floating glass pound onto the ground with so much strength that I'm sure that scratched the floor. Tem Ignis resides inside me. It's part of me and only me. The feeling was so overwhelming that a few tears escaped my eyes. Last night, when Ed called me, I was led into a room where everyone sat down. Mom, Dad, Nero and I. Nero then announced that was giving up on his powers. No justification. No nothing. Everyone in the room stood silent, watching my brother with wide shocked eyes. Dad, realizing what he said, stood up, angrily punching the table with so much force and rage that everyone backed off. He's the devil after all. His glowing and murderous red angry eyes looking at my brother. Only my mom was brave enough to approach my father and start in his arms and kissed his cheek, making him relax a tiny little bit. Lucifer, calm down. I'm sure this is just a misunderstood. She tried to soothe the tension. There's no misunderstanding, Mother. I'm being serious about this. My father pushed the table in my brother's direction, making the glass cup that was resting on the smooth surface of the polished wood table crash against Mightwind's hand. Silence. We all kept quiet while watching his hand bleed like there was no tomorrow. And it bled. And it bled. No golden crust. No healing. His hand turned a sickly white tone. his blue and purple veins popping out. So fragile. So human. Nero. I rasped out. I'm so sorry, L. His eyes held sadness and guilt. My dad rushed out of the room and my mom started crying. I was too shocked to say anything. I hugged them both tightly. After a few minutes I stood up with a blank emotionless face and decided to follow my father. I was walking. No running. I was running through the halls of the enormous castle, ignoring the servants' calls. Then I sprinted to the inside garden of the residence. The soul's garden. I pushed away the guards that kept telling me to stay away from my father and finally saw him. He was simply standing there looking at one specific rose. A black and golden rose. Its stalk and leaves were a dark, shiny black and its petals were a dull and lifeless golden color. How ironic. He stayed still. I decided then to hug him. After a few seconds he finally wrapped his cold arms around me. Actions sometimes mean way more than words. I shook out yesterday's memories and decided to head back to Maria. For how long have I been out? I whispered, my voice still raspy. 2 days and a half. It's still morning. I nodded. I will get ready for school then. I said tiredly. Are you sure, miss? I nodded emotionally and started getting ready. As soon as I entered school everything turned quiet. The only sound heard were my boots stepping on the ground. Everyone seemed to be gaping at me. And honestly, today I wasn't in the mood. I arched an eyebrow at them, and they slowly turned back to their conversations, but I could still feel them steal glances at me here and there. Then, since apparently is my fudging lucky day, Tiffany decided that it was a good time to come bug me again. She approached me and I ignored her and kept walking. And she, being the annoying female, dog that she is, started following me, and I, being the mature person that I am, kept ignoring her and her annoying minions. Once my locker came into view, I noticed that the group was there. As sensing my gaze, Isabella jumped and started sprinting at an inhuman speed towards me and squeezed the life out of me. I patted her head and kept walking towards my locker with Bella by my side, still ignoring Tiffany. Everyone hugged me, Jason being the last. When I started to unwrap my arms from his torso, he tightened his hold on me, snuggling his nose in my neck. To my aching extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hand-grabbed my arm and harshly grasped it, gusting out of Jason's body, causing him to let out a weird sound, something that sounded like a growl. I turned around and noticed that it was Tiffany. Stop ignoring me, and stay the fuck away from my boyfriend, she all but shouted, making me wince at the loud squeak. I gave her an unimpressed look. I've been ignoring you because my patience today is holding by a thread, and I'd really suggest you to keep your hand away from my arm before you become handless. Second, since when is Jason your boyfriend? I know that I missed a day of school, but I think I'd have noticed something different. Third, stop bothering me. She quickly removed her hand from my arm. Whatever. And then she turned around and bugged off. I turned around and opened my locker to get my books. Are you KT? I nodded blankly at her. You're just tired. I replied, not looking at anyone in the eye. Why did you miss school yesterday? Is everything okay? Axel asked, actually looking concerned. I immediately tensed up. Yeah, just some family-related issues. And then I closed the locker, involuntarily using a bit too much for creating a dent. Great. I was getting ready to their reactions, but opened my eyes when I received none. I realized that everyone in the group was scowling at the new intruder. Recognition flashed through his dark eyes. L? He asked, excited, slightly bowing his head. Aramas Ed Camkin. I replied, smiling and nodding at him. Aramas Ed attempted to take a step towards me. Keyword attempted. Elijah pushed him away and glared at him. What's wrong with you guys? I asked then. You see, Camkins and the Silvers don't really get along. Aramas Ed said, looking smug. Silvers? My last name is Silver, Jason replied, not taking his eyes off Aramas Ed. I nodded, still confused to whatever was happening. I really need to talk with you. Alone? Aramas Ed said, eyeing Jason with narrowed eyes. Before I could answer, the blue-eyed boy answered for me. I don't trust you. I don't want you alone with my Carstyle. Whatever you have to say, you can say it right in front of us. He defended. To my aided extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Your Carstyle. Last time I checked, she didn't belong to anyone. Jason opened his mouth ready to protest. I noticed that his eyes were a shade darker and his fists were clenched tightly. Guys, that's enough. They both looked at me and stayed away from each other. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've known Aramas E since I was 5. I trust him with my life. Can I please talk to him alone? I asked, trying to make him see that I was safe. No, he said harshly. Oh boy, today is not my day and they keep pushing my buttons. I took a deep breath. Now explain me. Your Highness, who the hell do you think you are to forbid me from talking to my friend, who is probably sent from my father with an important message? I asked angrily. I told Tiffany that my patience is holding by a thread today, meaning that people should be careful to not piss me off by disrespecting me and my independence. You don't own me. You can't tell me what to do, I stated with a deadly tone in my voice. After seconds that seemed hours of silence of us just staring out at each other in challenge, Aramas E finally spoke up. So can we talk outside? I turned to Jason. I don't know, can we? I asked with sarcasm. I'm sorry, Carstyle. I didn't mean to anger nor disrespect you, I just worry about you, okay? And I don't want you to get hurt. Please, he said softly. Now I'm feeling bad for being mad at him like that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, I'm sorry. I just exploded because I'm already having a bad day. You weren't even that bad, it's just. I let out a deep breath. Fine. Or just say it. They will end up to know anyways. Everyone will. Aramas E said with a sigh, noticing the tension in the air. Carstyle. Has it came already? I nodded. Yes, Saturday morning. How long were you hurt out?
Last one up into the point from the corner of his eye.
2 days and a half. He nodded. Is it controlled? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He nodded again. Okay. That's the most important that I had to know. I guess I'll ask you the rest later. I nodded. Your parents are worried about you. How's Nero? My demeanor quickly dimmed. I don't know, I whispered. He nodded understandingly. Aramas E is a vampire. A messenger. He used to communicate with Roderick all the time, but lately he's been receiving and delivering messages from either my parents or from the Moon Goddess. I know that he's aware that his god, his father, was involved in Dead War. I'm not sure if he knows that he's gone. As if reading my thoughts, he spoke up. Carstyle. Is my father? You know. He finally asked. My eyes were watering as I nodded slowly. You are under Aurora's wing for now. He nodded, blankly. I'll talk to you later. It was good to see you, Carstyle. We need to catch up. And he started walking away. You too, I whispered weakly. Adjusting the books in my arms, I lowered my head and mumbled. Excuse me, and ran to the bathroom, where I passed 3 minutes trying to recompose myself. That was until I heard a knock. 15. Jason, I'm mad. In fact, I'm furious. And it all falls down again towards the same usual person at Aramas E Camkin. That disgusting bloodsucker. It's our natural instinct as werewolves to hate vampires, but the Silvers and Camkins are a whole new level. They are the reason why I almost lost my mom and sister. And after seeing him so close to my mate, something triggered inside me. Around pure anger. I'm also irritated because Carstyle got mad at me. What she said wasn't even that hurtful, but how she said it hurt my wolf but angered my alpha pride. From what I got from their conversation, something arrived in Carstyle had to travel, and the thing that supposedly arrived was controlled. Then they started having a peril about Aramas Edie's family. Something happened to his father, and he is under what I presumed to be a relative of his. God, how Castiel knew it first than him, however, is what makes me curious. Maybe that's the connection with her father. He's maybe a judge or a lawyer. It makes sense. But on the good side, if Castiel and Romazidi had been friends since kids, then she probably knows that he's a supernatural creature, which will make things much way easier for when I tell her what and who I am. School finished sooner than I expected. After the whole incident this morning, Castiel seemed to have vanished. And it's probably my fault. Sighing, I entered the pack house and went to the living room that was surprisingly empty. Or so I thought. As soon as I relaxed in the couch, a small body jumped on top of me, followed by a row of giggles. I smiled down at Tom and grabbed him by his right leg and right arm, spinning him around and throw him in the air a few times before catching him and put him down on the couch. Tommy is Axel's younger brother, and he and my sister are friends, despite their 2 years age gap. I caught you, he said, excited. I huffed and threw him a funny look, only because I was distracted, I said while narrowing my eyes at him. Distracted thinking about girls? He asked with his big eyes staring back at me. I looked down at him and ruffled his dark hair. Yes, actually I found my mate, I told him. He suddenly jumped and started shaking my arm. Really? We are getting a queen. What's her name? How is she? I smiled at his enthusiasm. Her name is Castiel and S. He interrupted me midway while jumping up and down on the couch. Castiel. Brown hair, green eyes and really, really pretty. I looked at him weirdly. How do you know? I asked, curious, furrowing my brows at him. We are friends. She helped me when I was in the woods the other day. He stopped himself in the middle of the phrase like he was about to say something but he shouldn't. Odd, really. How come I didn't know about this? He blushed but stayed quiet. Can she hang out with us today? She promised me that she'd visit me. I smiled at him, ignoring my wolf's jealousy. I'm not sure, Tom, we need to warn everyone else to not mention about being werewolves. And I'm not sure if you can come today. And even if she could, I don't think she would. He nodded but stopped. Why wouldn't she come? I looked at him and took a deep breath. Castiel and I had a small disagreement. It's okay, just grown-up things. He nodded again. I'm sure she isn't mad at you. Castiel is different. She's special. I nodded, not really understanding what he meant, but I had to agree my mate was definitely special. She's my Lunar Queen and I'm her Alpha King, even if she doesn't know it. Yet, I smiled at the thought. Thank you, Tom. He's a really good kid. My wolf started purring at the thought of kids. Our mate bare feet pregnant in our arms. God was alive, I'm not even 18 yet. Retrieving my phone from my pocket, I quickly dialed Castiel's number and waited for her sweet voice. After 2 rings, she finally picked up. Hello. Her sweet voice sounded to the line. Hey, Castiel. I said, grinning like a fool. Hi, Jason. She replied shyly. So I came to know that you are friends with Tom, I said while looking at the kid that was currently sitting still while looking at me, trying to listen to the phone conversation. You know Tommy? She asked, surprised. Yeah, he's actually standing right here. In fact, I'm going to pass him the phone, I said, noticing how Tom's head snapped towards me when he heard his name. Hey, Castiel, he said, playing with his shoelaces. After a few seconds that seemed like minutes, he hung up. Why did you hang up? I wanted to ask her something. I asked Tom, who had a little kid smirk on his face. He actually looks like Axel right now. It's slightly disturbing. Whatever you have to ask her, you can ask it personally. She's coming over in 20 minutes. And with that, he walked away. That kid. I shook my head and sent a mind, linked to the whole pack that lived in the pack house, warning them to not talk about werewolves if they came across Castiel while she was here, quickly blocking their curious replies. I looked at the time. 6:23 p.m. Time to get everything ready for mate. I nodded back at Basil. I've been hiding a secret, one I can't even reveal to my beloved mate. On this mysterious night, as my love is about to be crowned king of the werewolves, a dangerous enemy appears, hinting at a greater threat to come. I stand on the edge of loyalty and betrayal, not only guarding my secret but also protecting the one I love. 16. Cast IL. I'm intrigued honestly. I haven't seen Tommy since his incident. Not because I didn't want to. Really, that kid is adorable. I've just been busy, I guess. It's a coincidence, however. The fact that Tom and Jason know each other. The city isn't that big, but still they know each other and seem close. What worries me is the fact that Tommy is a werewolf, which means that Jason is either a shifter to a family friend. Wolves by nature live in tight and strong communities of members that they call a pack, and even thought that they are friendly. They don't get really close to other species unless if a couple of stuff happen. I don't know as much as I'd like to know about werewolves. I know that they have an alpha, a beta and sometimes a gamma, and that they live in packs. Note to self, ask Jason, how do they know each other? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I regret yelling at him so much. I was having a bad day and just threw my anger at him. He was trying to look out for me and I just snapped. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maria, I'm going out. I don't know when I'll be back, I said while peeking my head through the kitchen door. She's baking cookies with chocolate chips. Another emergency, she said, concerned, glancing at me and carefully removing the cookies from the oven. Nope. I'm just going to a friend's house. Tony will be there. Remember him? I asked while eyeing the mouth-watering pieces of heaven that were now resting on a plate. Of course I do. The wind element, right? I nodded while inhaling the cookie's scent. Okay, time to test my sharp and abilities. In a fraction of a second, I ran to the other side of the kitchen and grabbed a cookie and came back to my initial spot. Hey. I felt the wind pass me, Maria said while glaring at me. I smiled sheepishly at her. Be careful to not burn yourself. It might be still too hot, she said with care. She truly is a fairy godmother by heart. My eyes, however, glowed, showing my inner hell spirit. But fire can't get burned. My voice sounded terrifyingly different. It was sickly sweet and held venom, if that was even possible. It's smooth like a succubus, but intended and disturbing like a demon. I shook my head and pressed a hand to my forehead. Maria, I miss, so sorry. I croaked out, looking at a shocked Maria. Her face was pale and her eyes held fear. I didn't like seeing her like this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked softly and ashamed. Hearing my tone must have clicked something in her. It's okay, Miss Morningstar. You are still adapting to the new energy. You will snap at little things. It's normal, she said cautiously, trying to not piss me off. Morningstar. No, that's Dad's last name. Jonathan Carstyle Jones. Jones. Not Morningstar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm Miss Jones. And since when do you not call me by my first name? It's me, Carstyle, I said desperately. I'm sorry, Carstyle. I don't know, it felt like I was talking to the devil himself, she said, shaking her head while whispering. I grimaced. Bad choice of words. I nodded and made my way towards the exit, still throwing a worried glance back at the small woman in the kitchen. I left the house and grabbed my car, remembering the address that Tommy told me through our phone call. I did all the turns and curves until I reached the woods, slowing down a bit to avoid killing any animal that could be passing by. I came face to face to a huge house. Okay, not huge. Bigger. Much bigger than a huge house. It looked like it could fit 5 people in it. A churning feeling came upon my stomach. This looks like a house where a pack would live in a pack house. I didn't have time to knock on the door because it swung open as soon as I reached it. There stood an anxious-looking Tommy. I crouched down and gave him a playful grin. Carstyle, he squealed while throwing himself at me. I giggled and hugged him. You look even more pretty than the last time I saw you, he whispered in my ear. I chuckled and kissed him on the cheek while blushing at his compliment. Thank you, Tommy, I whispered back. What about me? I want a hug too. I heard a deep voice coming from the huge living room. I pulled away from Tommy and blushed while staring at a really good-looking Jason. I heard the door close behind me and then saw Tommy running and jumping on the couch. I laughed and followed him. I didn't make it too far, since a pair of arms wrapped themselves around my waist and pulled me towards a rock-hard chest. "I told you I wanted a hug," I heard him said in the top of my head. If I was red before then, I might be even purple now. I softly wrapped my arms around his big figure. It was pure bliss. His warm body just molded perfectly with my small figure. After a minute or so we pulled away. He looked down at me and smiled softly. I smiled back and saw something flashing through his eyes. In that moment I knew that we had already forgiven each other, and that everything was going to be okay. "Let's play our style," I heard an excited Tommy yelling from the couch. I laughed and joined the happy child, Jason walking right behind me. After hours of Legos being thrown, PlayStation games being yelled at, and play, though getting stuck on the ceiling, we decided to just sit down and eat a snack while watching SpongeBob SquarePants on the television. Then my self-notes came down onto me. "So how do you guys know each other?" I asked while popping a pretzel in my mouth. "Tom is Axel's little brother." Jason replied, his eyes still glued to the screen. I stopped chewing my pretzel. "Axel is a werewolf." "Oh my god, is the rest of the group also a group of shifters?" "Isabella." "William." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I said, still processing the information. I sat straighter and Jason must have sensed my sudden change of mood because his head snapped towards me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Do you live in here?" I asked. "No." A sense of relief filled me in. "Not permanently. Only until I finish high school." "Why?" he asked, looking curious. Nothing, is just that this house looks terribly huge for only one person," I said, trying to not sound suspicious. However, he must have caught on that something was wrong because he visibly stiffed. "I don't live in here alone. 966 of the teenagers that frequent our school live in here too. It's kindy of a community," he said proudly. "That school. Like a pack. This is a pack house," I said boldly. What?" he asked shockingly. "It's an analogy. You could say that I like wolves," I said, testing the waters. His eyes bright at my words. "Oh my." I looked to my left where an attentive Tom stood watching our interaction. He understood what I was trying to know from the look in his face. Our eyes locked and I gave him a desperate look. He looked at Jason, then at his hands while ever so softly nodding his head. My heart stopped. They were all werewolves. How did I not notice this earlier? "Is this why you hate Aramis E?" I whispered, looking at Jason dead in the eye, daring him to lie in my face. He looked utterly shocked for saying, "At least do werewolves and vampires relate to each other that much?" I asked, mumbling. "How the fuck do you know this?" He said, gripping at the ends of the couch. "I'm not stupid and I've known Aramis Ed my whole life. He told me about the supernatural world." I quickly lied. He gritted his teeth and growled. I took a glance at Tom, who was looking scared. I smiled softly at him and nodded at him to go. Without waiting a second, he took off and went upstairs, where I presume that it's the bedroom's location. "Why have you been avoiding the mate bond then?" Jason asked lowly. "Mate bond?" I asked, intrigued. "The bond between mates. Do you know what a mate is?" He asked softly. Of course I know what a soulmate is, but instead of replying him that, I simply shook my head. "No. Mates are a short term for soulmates. Two persons made for each other. They complete one another. It's a work made by the moon goddess herself. A blessing even. A mate is person that you cherish and love with your whole heart, mind and soul. It's beautiful. Not once removing his from my face. Then it clicked. Wait, we are mate. As you and me. I looked at him, eyes wide open. He nodded and smiled while pulling me in his lap. I looked up at him, at his eyes, trying to find any trace of lie. I found none. 17 Jason. Having your mate in your arms can be defined by pure bliss. My angel knew about the supernatural world. It was relief in a way, but to say that I was shocked was an understatement. I had hoped that she already knew, but a part of me felt like it should have been us to tell her. Not him. Castiel was looking at me in the eyes. For what reason I don't know. But I'm not gonna lie and say that I didn't like it. In fact, I loved it. She may not realize this, but while she is looking at my orbs, I'm also looking into hers. And let me tell you, she has the most gorgeous pair of I've ever seen. They look so pure and have that special glint in them. Especially when she smiles. I love her smile. And her laugh. And her cute giggles. And I also love it when she crunches her nose when she cringes at something. It's cute and funny. She's perfect. Various minutes have passed and we still haven't changed our positions. Suddenly a grin broke in my face. She's not scared nor mad. She's still here. She unconsciously smiled softly back until she snapped from her trance. We are mates. She asked softly again. I replied with a nod while taking her hand in mine and smiling down at her. She gasped. She mumbled cutely. I let out a chuckle while my wolf was jumping inside me. Happy that our mate acknowledged the mate bond. She smiled. Well, now that you know everything, I want to ask you a favor, I said with a serious face. She frowned and started wiggling out of my lap, to which I didn't allow her to. I pulled her back to me and tightened my hold on her. This may sound extreme, but my parents happen to be the queen and the king of the werewolf world. I was supposed to be crowned king when I turned 18, but because of recent events I'm being crowned at the end of the week. And I know that this is a lot to take in, but I would love if you were able to be there. She froze at my request. Silence filled the room. At the castle. Who will be there? What event? Yes, a castle. I can pick you up if you want. All the packs of all around the world will be there, alongside with some messengers of the moon goddess and leaders of other supernatural creatures. About your last question, we are not quite sure yet. Let's just say that my father was possessed by a demon. But don't worry, he's completely normal now. Apparently two guys came and unsaved everyone. We think that they were sent from the moon goddess as a message that it was time to pass the legacy. I answered her. I didn't expect, however, to see the mortified expression that rested on her face. She even looked pale. Castiel, are you okay? I asked, concerned now. I brushed some hairs away from her face. She shook her head and replied, I'm sorry, but I can't go. Why, is it because of the demon thing? It's all solved, don't worry. Or is it because of the amount of people? I'll be there with you, I said, trying to convince her. I want my parents unpacked to officially meet her. It's just a stuff to do, she replied, looking away. Okay, there was obviously a lie. I cupped her face with my hands gently. Castiel, look at me please, I pleaded softly. She complied and looked me in the eye. If she wasn't my mate and human, it would have been taken as a challenge. Please do it. I begged her. She just kept staring at me. I'll think about it, she answered lowly. I nodded. She will at least consider it. I should go back home now. Maria is probably worried it's getting late. She said suddenly. No. It's way too soon, I wanted to say, but instead I replied with a small okay. I'll see you tomorrow at school, she said, getting up. I got up as well and started following her like a lost puppy. She went upstairs to say goodbye to Tommy, who, may I add, was as sad that she was leaving as me. I guided her to the door and hugged her. I hugged her as if the world was about to end, to which she giggled. A final touch, I kissed her on the forehead once, twice. She blushed as a response. I watched her car drive away from the pack house perimeter, my heart aching. Stop being a wuss, I mumbled to myself. I closed the door and went to my room. Turning the light on, I started packing my school bag for tomorrow. That was until I noticed a note laying on my bed. 29 days to go. A growl ripped out of my chest and I let Basil take over. We shifted and started trashing the room. Lamps being thrown at the wall as well my secretary table. But that one brought attention of outsiders. Axel entered in the room. Jason, calm down. I growl at him. Alpha, think of Castael, would she like to see you like this? He said mock out outly. Basil whimpered at the mention of our mate. I decided then to shift back and throw on some clothes. Get Melinda in the dungeons. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylin Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Calm down and tell me what happened. He's trying to be rational. This is why I'm pointing him out as my future beta. That bitch left this note in my room. In my bed. I yelled while shoving the piece of paper into his chest. He read and looked at me with a confused expression. 2 days ago she threatened me, saying that she asked the elders to summon the moon goddess to punish Castael because of the lack of respect that she showed to Tiffany when my mate humiliated and threatened her in front of the whole school. She said that she can call it off if I stopped interacting with Castael, and that is not an option. Obviously, the punishment will occur in 29 days. I explained. He started understanding my rage and even growled deeply at the threat that bitch made. His wolf already started seeing Castael as his Lunand queen. He's getting protective, and that made me proud. Castael knows that we are werewolves. I dropped the bomb right after. Axel looked at me with eyes wide open. How did she react? Did you tell her? He asked with an almost unabateable smile. She already knew about the supernatural world. And she also had her suspects about us being werewolves. I only confirmed it and told her that we were mates, which she also reacted positively. I said with a soft smile, forgetting about Melinda the bitch for a second. Congrats, bro, he said, patting my back. I nodded at him as a thank you. Then I looked at the piece of paper that was in his hand and rage filled me in again. Now, get Melinda in the dungeons and meet me there. At 18. Cast IL. Mating process when a male werewolf finds a potential mate. His body releases a powering mechanism from his voice that has the power to encourage or seduce the mate in question to want to be closer to the male. The mate in question has to be close to the male, emotionally and physically, for it to work. However, a female werewolf's body prepares itself at a certain age to attract a male wolf's. Her hair grows longer. She gets taller. And her bust gets bigger. This is what's known as the mating age. When werewolves mate fully, they start mating more often. Belief system. Werewolves have the belief of a soul mate, a perfect other half, a counterpart to their soul, created by the moon goddess herself. They take this very seriously, as it is hard to find your soul mate, and it's very lucky if you do. The elders and adults expect younger wolves to obey and follow every rule, to control the younger generation, as well as to make sure bloodlines stay completely pure. This is expressed through arranged marriages. If they don't follow through with the commitments parents have set up, they look down upon, for a werewolf must never put someone else before their own kind. So Aura is behind this. I guess I'll have a conversation with her later. Then the doorbell sounded. Closing the internet page, I stood up and walked towards the entrance. The door was already open, and one of the maids was talking with the person who still was outside. Thank you, Claire. You can let him in, I said, smiling towards the red-headed woman. She bowed, smiling back, and then proceeded to go back to where she came from. Probably the kitchen. I know that Devil was Prado and all, but I never expected to see his daughter living in a huge mansion full of maids. Arama's eased. Don't you have a funny personality for a half-dead person? I teased back. Touch, he smirked while making his way inside the house. I closed the door behind us and led him towards the office. We walked side by side in silence. Not a weird kind of silence. It was silence. At least for me. We walked through the big black doors and settled down. I sat down in my father's chair that was slightly taller than the chair that Arama's ED was sitting on right in front of me. So let's cut the chat, I said with a knowing smile. He nodded and started the questions. Everyone in both heaven and hell are anxious to know about your well-being after the Vertity and Ignis. He stated I lowered my head and got it right back up slowly as a sign for him to keep on in respect. And they have questions. Aramis Ed continued while retrieving a black small book with the holy gold stamp on it. I kept watching him passing by the yellow pages until he stopped. Modifications report. Higher senses. Telekinesis. Healing in fraction of seconds and higher appearance appeal. That's all that I discovered for now. I said, remembering the bathroom incident. He simply nodded. It's estimated for you to gain at least 7 new or updated modifications and powers. My eyes widened. 7 is a lot, even for mythological creatures. And how are you really feeling? He asked with a glint of concern swelling in his orbs. I feel tired. Honestly, I confessed with a sigh. He smiled softly. It'll get better, Castiel. He comforted me by patting my head. I surely do hope so, I replied with a frown. So you and Jason, huh? What about me and Jason? I asked, trying to pretend that I was confused. Oh, don't give me that look. We both know why he got all possessive over you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, hearts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yeah, he told me yesterday about us being mates. Right after I confronted him about him being a werewolf. I told him. He cringed though. That must have been weird. I chuckled while muttering a yeah. I shook my head. He wants me to be present at his coronation at the castle. With thousands of people, including his parents. People that already know the true me. Aramis Ed got straighter after hearing those words. Castiel, you are required to go there. I frowned at him in confusion. You are mate, and this big event will most likely unlock some of your new adaptations. It's important for you to go. Besides, the coronation only happens once in his lifetime. Look, I may not be a big fan of the guy, but these kind of stuff are really serious for werewolves and it would mean a lot to him. Aramis Ed shared while giving me a serious and sincere look. And right there I decided my answer to Jason's request. He then proceeded to ask all of the questions as I kept answering to all of them. The bell rang and I gathered my maths books and stood up ready to walk out of the classroom. After walking for a few minutes I finally arrived to my locker. I took a moment to look at the rusty red color. It still had the dent that I gave it days ago. But then again I didn't expect it to be gone. I also noticed that the locker made a squeaky sound when you opened slowly. It was an awful sound. It even hurt my sensitive ears. Why am I examining my locker again? Oh yeah, I don't have anything else to do. Right. I was inwardly laughing at my weirdness when I felt a pair of arms wrap themselves around my waist. And from the sparks that surged from the touch I immediately knew who it was. I turned around and smiled at Jason, who, once having noticed my smile, grinned adorably at me. I shook my head with a blush endearing my cheeks. He pulled me into a hug and kissed the top of my head. Good morning, mate. He mumbled in my brown hair, emphasizing the word mate. I laughed at him. Good morning for you too, mate. I imitated him, putting the emphasizing tone in the word mate as well. Something flashed in his beautiful blue orbs that made him smile even more. If that was possible. Oh my god. They look so cute. Bella yelled from the end of the hallway while pointing at me and Jason, making everyone in there to look at her and then at us. A cloud of murmurs and whispers settled upon the entire school. Soon the rest of the group was in front of my locker and greeted us and congratulated us. I told them that I knew about them being werewolves, to which they all froze and apologized for hiding such secret, especially Isabella. Axa, however, looked like he already knew everything, offering me a small smile. We had our laughs and chats until Elijah asked the question, So Castiel, are you coming to the coronation? It's tomorrow night. 19. Jason. Everyone was waiting for her answer. It was really important, crucial even, for her to come, not only as my mate, but also as the future queen. She smiled her breathtaking smile and replied, Sure, while nodding. I could feel a grin adorning my face. Basil was excited and couldn't stop howling in my mind. I grabbed her by the waist, pulling her close and placed a gentle kiss in her forehead, muttering a small thank you, making her blush. Have you shopped at Rest yet? Isabella asked excitedly. No, but I have a few dresses that I have yet to put on for the first time in my closet. Castiel replied, shrugging. Isabella pouted but suddenly grinned like a matter woman. Good, that means that you can come with me and help me to pick a dress for myself. She planned. Castiel laughed and shook her head. Sure, why not? She smiled at Isabella, and then the bell rang and everyone parted their ways. I decided to escort Castiel to her class. When we were alone by the classroom door, I looked at her with gentleness. Thank you for accepting my invitation. It means a lot to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I told her softly. No problem. I was eaten sure, but Arama's convinced me to go. He told me how important this kindy of events are for you werewolves. She stated happily. I, on the other hand, didn't feel so happy anymore. Arama's Edie. You met him yesterday after leaving my house. I asked, trying to control my anger. Oh yeah, we had some stuff to talk about. He needed some updates on a thing that my father is working on. She replied nonchalantly. He works for your dad? I asked, curious. Yes yet no. It's complicated, she said, avoiding my gaze. I nodded, pretending to understand what she meant. I kissed her in the top of her head and wished a good class. It was a warm afternoon. Not excessively heated air, but the breeze was a little hot. It was a nice afternoon. In fact, today has been a nice day. Castiel and I are great. Tomorrow is my coronation and she'll be there. School wasn't as annoying as it usually is in Naomi, and the boys are hanging out at the pack house. Ethan, shoot the damn guy. Axel yelled at Ethan. Unfucking trying, Axel. He yelled back. Run back to the base. Don't get killed. Elijah yelled at both of them. Oh shit. Axel, I need backup. Ethan said, slapping Axel's arm. Shut up, I have 3 guys on my back. Elijah retorted. I could be more faster and help you both if Ethan didn't let escape the dude that I told him to kill. Axel screeched. Yes, screeched. You see, video games can change a guy's personality in a completely different way. That's exactly what's happening right now. I'm sitting on the couch sorting some business emails and specific invitations for the future event, while the guys are playing what I think that is Call of Duty. We'll wait with Isabella and Castiel dress shopping, and he's keeping me updated of everything. I'm starving. Ethan suddenly said. Yeah, I'm hungry too. Elijah agreed. Axel just nodded. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, I could eat something now too. I gave in while standing up. Let's go to Daisy's cafe. Everyone cheered and got up as well. Grabbing my car keys, I walked outside, bringing my phone with me as well, and waited for the guys inside my car's driver's seat. For a bunch of dudes, they sure take a while to get ready to go out like a bunch of girls. No offense to the ladies. 7 minutes later, everyone was inside the car. Seat belts buckled. Ready and set to go. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who sat next to me turned on the radio in which to bury us or the hatchet by Reliant K. He of course turned up the volume, making me wince, so I reduced it to tolerable. You are no fun, Jason. Ethan pouted from the back seat. I rolled my eyes as a reply. I bet if it was Castiel choosing the song, he would put it so loud that the speakers would explode just to make her notice him. Elijah muttered and everyone went in a round of laughs. I growled at Eli and turned off the radio. A wave of Ohan boost resonated through the car. We are here idiots, I said, shaking my head, and chuckled when they rose their eyebrows. Like a flash, everyone exited the car and entered the cafe. There was bell on the door that rang through the whole place. I looked around and smiled. This was the very first cafe I visited outside the castle. There were booths and tables scattered around the vintage room. We sat down on a table next to the window and picked up the menu that was laying lonely on the wooden surface. A waitress came with a notepad and a pen in her hand. "Good afternoon, handsome, what can I get you today?" she asked with a warm smile. I smiled back at her welcoming tone and looked at name tag where Adelina was written in a cursive calligraphy. "I'll have a coffee and a toast, please." I ordered and looked at the guys who quickly stated their orders. She finished writing everything down and smiled at us. "My co-worker will be back with your orders in a few." With that she left. She has black hair with a few strands of white hair already forming. She has a few wrinkles from her agent's small dark circles, but always kept the welcoming, family-like smile. We started chatting about the upcoming test next week, when my phone started beeping indicating that I had just received a message. I shrugged it, not bothering checking it out just yet. The new waitress came with our orders and the phone kept beeping. "This one for you. This is yours. Another, and finally this one." She delivered them, mine being the last. She then bent down towards me and gave me a flirty smile. "What's your name, handsome?" She batted her eyelashes. I replied coldly. She shrugged and my phone beeped again. "If I were you, I would check my phone. Who knows for how much longer you are taken." She winked and rushed out of the table. I quickly grabbed my phone and froze in my seat. There flashed a message with a few attachments. 28 days to go. I quickly opened the attachments and my blood started boiling. There were 28 photos of Castiel in the mall shopping with Isabella. 3 of the photos had a gun in front of the screen, meaning that the person that was following them was armed. I kept scrolling the photos and there was one picture that made me stand up. Will and Isabella were both passed out in front of the camera and Castiel was on the background looking lost while the gun was now pointing at her. "Jason, what's wrong?" Axel rushed, worried. "Castiel." Isabella and William followed. "Isabella and William are passed out, we need to go to the mall now." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My beast was urging me to come out and destroy everything, but I kept it for when we captured the fucker that is trying to hurt my mate. We entered the car and sped up to the mall. 20 Castiel. I could feel someone's gaze burning our backs. Their footsteps had the exact same pace as ours. If we walked a bit slower they would too. The same if we picked up the pace. The same turns and stops were made by them. They were definitely following us. I could feel Isabella's uneasiness and William's clenched jaw was visible. I decided to take matters from my own hands and got myself alone to take care of our loving followers. "Hey, you guys can go to the car. I need to go to the bathroom quickly," I said, smiling at them. "We will come with you," Isabella said immediately. "There's no need. You guys go put the bags in the car, I won't take too much time, I swear," I said, slowly distancing myself from them. "Castiel, I didn't want to tell you needs so that you wouldn't freak out, but..." He lowered his voice and whispered, "We are being followed." I smiled and replied in the same tone. "I know. If we separate they will be confused and we will have more chance of getting away on time." I explained. "I don't think that's a good idea. They can follow us and you at the same time. And we can't afford getting you hurt," William said. Isabella nodded, agreeing with him. "William, please. I'm your alpha's mate. Don't I have some kind of power over you?" I pleaded. "Of course, but Castiel, this is dangerous. Jason would key. I command you both to escape and go to the car." I cut him off with a serious expression. They both lowered their heads in submission and walked towards the parking lot without looking back. I could hear Isabella whispering softly, "Be careful." Taking a sharp turn and hiding behind a tree, I caught our followers from behind and grabbed both of them, dragging them behind a shoe shop. "Who are you?" I asked harshly, each of them in both my hands, their heads against the cold concrete wall. They kept silent. Something inside me burned at being ignored. I used my super strength and pushed them against a wall once again, causing their heads to bleed slightly with new cuts. "I'm me Rickand and H, he's Rob," but Tarek finally replied, stuttering. Pleased with the answer, I kept going. "Why were you following us?" I asked, narrowing my eyes at them, daring them to lie in my face. "She ordered us. We didn't have a choice," Robert said, gasping for air as I tightened the grip of my hand around the throat sheet. "Who is she?" "We don't know," Robert answered. My fingers started stinging and something whispered in my eye. Clenching my hands once more, I repeated, I want the truth. Who is she? I said deadly, my eyes turning an orange color. They both let out a gasp at my eyes. Why you? Why you are Reynard H. human. Robert stuttered. His face was stricken horror. Who is she? I asked one last time, pressing my fingers in their weak spots of their necks. She will kill us, please don't. I have a kid. Eric pleaded, tears falling off his eyes. At the mention of a child, I let them go. I shook my head and looked at my hands. Why am I losing control like this? I whispered, looking at their purple marks around their necks. I took a step forward to cure their bruises, but they quickly walked backwards, hitting their backs on the wall. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They were afraid, and I felt guilty. I won't hurt you. I can make that go away. Let me help. I asked them softly, letting my angelic aura out. They slowly came towards me, and I gently grabbed their necks. Taking out my pocket knife, I made small cuts in my fingers. They looked at me horrified. No, stop. Dawn. As soon as my bloody fingers touched their bruised necks, the blood turned gold, and I slowly massaged their marks, making them disappear, and relief filled their faces. After a few tries of them, moving their heads and touching their no longer existent injuries, they thanked me. You can't tell anyone that it was us who told you this. But there are more. There were assigned 3 people. The other guy is Jared. He's waiting near your car. My eyes widened, and I sprinted towards the parking lot, running fast, ignoring the looks that people were giving me, feeling the fresh and harsh breeze against my face. When I arrived, I started looking around. Lost. Where were they? Suddenly I heard the sound of a camera going off a few feet away from me, and decided to follow it. Slowly and as soundlessly as possible, I tried to sneak in and see who it was. As I started approaching the local where the sound came out, I realized that whoever Jared was, he was hiding behind Will's car. I saw the guy that I assumed that is Jared got up ready to leave, so I decided to stop him. Hey you, stop right there. I shouted and started running after him. Then he pulled out what looked like a stone and disappeared right in front of me. Magic. He used magic to get away. I ran back towards Isabella and William, who were still laying down on the cold ground. I got my hands on their foreheads, trying to look for big injuries not visible to the eye or poisoning. I let out a breath of relief when I sensed that they were just asleep. Taking out my pocket knife again, I made small cuts on my fingers and healed some scratches and bruises that covered their bodies, including William's busted lip. They looked a little better, and I started to try to put them up and inside of the car when I was suddenly pulled in a warm embrace. But from the tingling sensation, I recognized him immediately. I snuggled a bit further in his chest, and I could feel him inhaling my scent as he muttered a few sweet words. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They shall calm down, princess. The boys are already putting them in the car. I nodded. God, you are never getting out of my sight ever again. Jason mumbled in the top of my head. I kept silent when I felt my feet leaving the ground, and I let out a small squeal. He chuckled and kissed my nose with me in his arms. You are adorable. I smiled shyly at him and softly kissed his cheek, seeing a small blush fall over his face. You too. I smiled at him. You're so soft. 21. Jason. My cheek tingled where Castiel kissed me. It felt like heaven. With her still in my arms, I opened the car door and got in, closing the door after getting settled and with my mate in my lap. My wolf was as satisfied as I was and continued to check our mate for any injuries. Jason, you were the one who drove us here. Ethan said in a tone. And you will be the one driving us home. I answered in the same tone. Everyone in the car turned to look at me with eyes wide open. Oh yeah, Axa, you will be driving us home. I decided, realizing how much of a mistake would it be if we let Ethan drive the car. Ethan pouted and handed Axel the keys in defeat, making everyone in the car laugh. After a few minutes of small talk and silence, we arrived at the pack house, and my little mate had fallen asleep on me. I smiled at how precious she was. Right now she looked like an angel. While I carried her in my arms, I looked behind to see William stirring up from his sleep, He looked around confused for a second, and then realization finally fell upon him, and he looked around panicked for Isabella, but he quickly calmed down when he saw her sleeping in the car seat. Without thinking twice, he picked her and took her to the pack house. I checked that everything was in order before entering in the house myself. Castiel still in my arms. She must be exhausted. Kissing her forehead, I closed the door behind me and made way upstairs. We will talk about this tomorrow. Everyone go to rest. It has been a tiring day for all of us, I stated using my alpha tone. Everyone nodded and did as I said. Sighing, I opened my bedroom's door and put my angel in my bed. I laid down beside her and turned off the light. When darkness engulfed us, I pulled her closer and took in her relaxing scent. Light hits my eyes and I easily open them, and when I do, I come face to face with the most beautiful view ever. My gorgeous mate was looking at me softly and smiling that beautiful smile of hers, her head resting on my chest. Her eyes were still a little bit closed, so I could tell that she woke up just a few seconds before me. "Good morning," I greeted her, nuzzling her hair with my nose. She giggled adorably at my action and greeted back. "Good morning," she said cutely. My cheeks hurt from smiling so much, but I couldn't help myself around this girl. I kissed her nose as she smiled before snuggling closer to under my chin. "To my agent extraordinaire, my Nobel. Hearts out, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is heaven." And with that thought, I let myself fall asleep again. When I opened my eyes for the second time this morning, I felt cold and quickly got up. I looked around searching for Castiel and started panicking when I found no trace of her. I sprinted downstairs where everyone was having breakfast. "Where's Castiel?" I asked, almost yelling. "She went home. She had some stuff to do before starting to get ready for tonight," Isabella replied while munching on her eggs. A sense of relief washed over me. But a few seconds later I broke into a cold sweat, remembering that tonight I'll step on the throne and be declared king. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't nervous. Becoming a king comes with a lot of responsibility. And to be honest, I'm afraid. I'm scared that I won't be a good alpha king. Millions of lives from tonight on will be in my hands, and I don't know if I will be able to handle it. But I have faith, because I have my mate with me, and she will for sure help me in every step of this new lifestyle. "Sit down and eat, Jason. You look like you are about to faint or something," Elijah said while pulling a chair out for me to sit. I mumbled a thanks and started to eat. I looked around while pouring some orange juice on my glass, and I locked eyes with William. Memories from last afternoon came flying to my mind. "So I think we should talk about what happened yesterday." Silence. Everyone went silent. The only noise that was heard was my chewing while I ate my toast. I looked pointedly at Isabella and she sighed. "So we were shopping. Nothing weird in that. But then two guys came out of the nowhere and started to follow us everywhere. Every turn. Every store. They would be there, right behind us." She started. "When we were about to leave, Cal said that she needed to go to the bathroom. We both insisted to go with her, but she refused. I decided to tell her that we were being followed and that would not be a good idea to split. To my surprise, she told us that she already knew that we were being followed and used her lunatone to order us to go to the car and leave her behind." William continued, guilt filling his eyes. "We swear we tried to stop her, Jason, but we can't retaliate with her lunatone. She told us that she would take care of it and ordered us to go to the car for safety." Isabella added, "She did take care of it though. When we were exiting the mall, no one was following us anymore," William said. "But then a guy came out of the nowhere and jumped on us. Will fought him. I remember him getting a busted lip and bruises, and I remember screaming for help when I was injected with the sleeping dart. That's the weird part. We woke up with no bruises and no pain. Even with werewolf healing, it would take a while to regenerate because of the venom injected on us." Isabella finished. "I remember feeling tingles on my injuries. I thought that it was the blood drying, but realized that they were the injuries healing." Will mumbled. Taking all the information in, I nodded. "I want you to describe the men that were following you and answer some questions tomorrow. Today it's going to be a tiring day as well, and I don't want any of you getting stressed over it. It's 8:00 p.m. now, and I am already at the castle. The coronation starts at 9:30 p.m. since it's where the moon will be on point for the ceremony to start. Even though it's early, people are already coming in. At least 11 packs are already here, including mine. I'm impatiently waiting for Castiel to come, because I can't stop pacing back and forth and making sure that everything is fine. Only she is able to calm me down. Son, don't stress over it. Everything will go just fine. My father reassured while patting my back. My sister, Madison, was sitting beside my mom and they both looked beautiful. My mom was dressed in a dark blue Queen's official attire, with her high crown shining and standing proud. Madison was in an official attire as well, with a yellow gown, and she looked like the little princess that she is. I smiled at them and my mom grinned at me, and my sister gave me a forced smile, knowing that we were in public and that she needed to act polite and strict. Mom took her medication to contain her disease for a few hours, so she acted like the mom that I always knew and grew up with. The problem with those drugs were that after the effects were out, she blacks out completely for days and more. So we always avoid giving her that. Suddenly the whole place went silent and gasps were heard. Everyone turned their heads to the main doors and I made my way towards them to check what was happening. People cleared out of my way with every step that I took, and when I finally saw the reason behind all this euphoria, I couldn't help but let myself gasp as well. There stood my beautiful angel with a blood-red dress that made her look like an actual goddess. It hugged every perfect curve of hers and made her look dreamy. Her hair was pulled up in a hairstyle that I couldn't describe nor identify, but it sure looked beautiful and showed off her beautiful bare collarbone near the place where she would have my mark. On her neck there was a golden necklace with a golden rose. That was the symbol that was stamped on the bag that Maria retrieved from Castiel's father's office. When she met my gaze, she smiled and walked towards me, and whispers started to fill the room. Every pair of eyes was set on us. I took her hand in mine and kissed it softly. You look absolutely stunning and beautiful, like a goddess, I told her softly. She froze for a little bit, but then her cheeks warmed as she blushed. Thank you. You look really stunning and handsome, like a god, she replied softly. I chuckled at her little joke and kissed her on the forehead, making people stare at us with eyes wide open. But right now I don't care. I only cared for the beautiful girl that was right in front of me. Come with me. I want you to meet my parents, I said while grabbing her hand. 22, Castiel. Maria helped me getting ready. That's all I have to say. She styled me like she used to style my mom to get ready to the most important events with other high members of the supernatural world. However, getting ready like this took a lot of more time than I had expected, so I was running a little bit late. I thanked myself for declining Jason's offer picking me up, because if I had accepted it he would be running late too, and that would be unforgiving. Cole stopped the car by the main entrance of the castle and opened the door for me. I really tried to stop him from doing that, but he swats my hands away like a ninja and glares at me. Yeah, Teddy Bear Carl knows how to glare. Enjoy yourself, miss. Then he bowed slightly. I nodded and smiled. Thank you, I whispered back. He nodded back and waited for me to enter the castle before leaving. One thing that I immediately noticed was the amount of people that were reunited inside of the ballroom. That didn't even look completely full. As I took more steps forward, people started turning their heads and stopped talking. They just stared at me. The room was silent by now, but only lasted a few moments because a few meters ahead me there stood the future king. And he looked so good and so attractive that I could feel myself melting on my spot. I quickly looked away with a blush on my cheeks. He kept walking towards me until I finally met his eyes and he let out a gasp. You look absolutely stunning and beautiful. Like a goddess, Jason said softly. I froze at the mention of the word goddess, and me in the same sentence, but I quickly brushed it off and my cheeks warmed once again, understanding his compliment. Thank you. You look really stunning and handsome, like a god. I played along, even though that deep in my mind I was actually going crazy at how much of a high heavenly figure he looked like. He chuckled and kissed me on the forehead, causing those butterflies to move in my tummy like crazy and the warm tingling feeling that he left in my forehead. Come with me. I want you to meet my parents, he said while taking my hand delicately. I started panicking. His parents know me. Not as Castiel Jones, but as a creature that stopped a demon. I knew that this was going to happen sooner or later, so I tried to calm myself down and not make the situation any worse while trying to find a reasonable solution. I looked around everyone, and noticed that they were all looking at us, adding even more pressure and nerves on the already complicated situation. Step by step we walked through the crowd that opened space for us to walk to the royal seats. Gossip followed us everywhere and different speculations about who was the girl with the soon-to-be king. I shrugged it off and kept walking hand in hand with Jason. We finally arrived to the other side of the ballroom, and there stood the queen, the king, and a little girl. The little girl. Mother, sister, I officially introduce you my mate, Castiel, he said, gesturing to me with one hand but holding mine with the other. Then he turned towards me and gestured to his family. Castiel, I present you my family. My father, my mother, and my little sister. It's nice to finally meet you, Castiel, Jason's father said while holding a hand out to me to shake. I gracefully took his hand and shook it. It's nice to meet you too, sir, I replied with a smile. He didn't remember me. A feeling of relief filled me in. Please call me Tobias. This is my mate and wife Sophia, and that's my daughter Madison, he said, gesturing to each of them with a gentle, kind look. I smiled in return, muttering a small okay. It's great to meet you, darling, Sophia said, while opening her arms for a hug. I happily wrapped my arms around her, but when we made contact, she stiffened. It was barely even 2 seconds of contact and she felt something. When we broke apart, I looked at her face and stiffened. Wolf eyes. Her yellow wolf eyes were on show, staring at me, studying me, watching my every move. Jason wrapped a protective arm around my waist and pulled me to his chest. Sophia quickly shook her face and looked around, noticing everyone's alert mode. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. My wolf came out because she recognized a bond with you. Everyone relaxed and pretended that nothing happened. Everyone except me, because I know exactly what bond she's talking about. The night that I saved them, she hugged me, and the caring hug created a bond. A bond that can expose me. It's not like I don't trust Jason to know about me, but I don't want to take any risks. Besides, no one can know who I am. That's the main rule. It's a bit hypocrite of me to know his secret without him knowing mine. Yes, absolutely. The feeling of guilt eats me alive every day, but I can't tell him. Not yet, at least. Madison, the little girl, was with her wolf eyes as well and jumped on me. That sudden move made everyone to start to try to take her off me in a protective way. But the thing is, she wasn't harming me. She was hugging me and sniffing me. I laughed and placed a small kiss on her forehead. I knelt down to her height and pulled her into another hug while whispering in her ear. It's good to see you too. No one heard me, but they all stopped to watch the scene. I simply winked at her while putting my pointing finger on my lips as secret sign when no one was watching. She smiled and winked back while going back to stand beside her mum. Have we met before? Because both our wolves seem to know you, Sophia said suspiciously. Maybe, I answered vaguely with a secretive smile while Madison giggled. Jason, who was watching everything with a frown, finally snapped out of his gaze and wrapped his arm around my waist again. We will meet with the elders now. If you excuse us, he said while turning us to another direction. We walked for a while until we were out of hearing reach, and Jason spoke up again. What was that all about? He asked while looking at me in the eye. I smiled mischievously at him and shrugged innocently. I don't know, what are you talking about? I said with an eloquent smile. He was about to speak but got interrupted. What a big surprise to see you here, Miss Morningstar. I looked to the source of the voice and froze. 23, Jason. Me and Castiel turned around to see who the source of the voice was, but the stiff posture of my mate told me that she had a clue of who it was. I came face to face with Elder Clarence. He is a highly and powerful werewolf with demon abilities. Some people say that it was Satan himself who gave him such privileges with a deal. A dangerous deal. Who is idiotic enough to make a deal with the devil. Apparently Clarence was, however, nothing bad has happened to him. Not yet, at least. I was so caught up in thinking about his life choices that I didn't notice the staring contest that him and Castiel were holding. I was confused and was about to open my mouth to intervene until his words settled in my brain. Miss Morningstar, he had said. Morningstar? I asked, interrupting their interaction. It's my dad's last name. She replied. Then how come your last name is Jones? I asked, shocked at this new information. Security matters. I was born with Morningstar as my last name, but since I moved out to here I changed it. She confessed. I looked at her even more shocked. What else is she hiding? She gave me a meaningful look, imploring with her eyes to not ask more stuff. I nodded at her discreetly. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Clarence stated. But his eyes said otherwise. I narrowed my eyes at him. Tell your father that I'll visit him soon, he said to my mate with a dark smirk. He's probably already aware intentions to visit him, don't worry. She replied with a smirk of her own, making his smug expression fall. Congratulations on your title, my king, he said while turning to me, trying to shrug off what Castiel had said to him. Thank you, Elder Clarence. I see that you already know my mate, your future queen, I replied to him while protectively putting my arm around Castiel's waist. My beast trembled, satisfied. He forced a smile. I won't bother you any further, so I'll be on my way, he said before bowing respectfully. I nodded at him before turning around and keep walking, questions about the encounter running in my head. That was until I felt a warm hand full of tingles on my arm. Are you okay? Castiel asked, concerned. I sighed before nodding. Yeah. I just feel like, I don't know, like you are hiding something from me, I confessed. Her eyes widened before clouding over with sadness and guilt. Trust me, if I could, I would tell you everything. You will have to trust me, she said softly while looking at me directly in the eyes. I smiled lightly at her. Come on, don't think about this anymore. Tonight is your night and I don't want to ruin it with these kind of things, she said with a smile. I smiled back at her. Yeah, you were right. She slowly and hesitantly leaned up and gave me a soft kiss on my cheek. I stood there paralyzed with tingles and happiness from my mate's intimate touch. My smile turned into a full shit-eating grin while looking down at her flushed cheeks and bright eyes. I softly touched her cheek before caressing it lovingly, slowly leaning down to kiss her, until a voice interrupted us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mom and Dad said it was time, Madison said while smiling mischievously as, perfect timing, Madison. I stepped away from Castiel with a groan before I grabbed her hand and followed Madison towards the stage. People coming and leaving with small talks, greetings and look. I was getting a little bit agitated, and my wolf wouldn't stop pacing around inside my mind as we came closer to the place where I'd receive my crown, my power and my title. My mate must have felt something was wrong because she suddenly stopped walking, making me stop as well. She turned her face to me and smiled softly and getting a strand of hair out of my face and pushed it behind my left ear, letting her hand resting against my cheek. I'll be right here for you, she whispered. I'd never had imagined that such simple little words would have such a big impact on me, her eyes looking straight into mine assuring me that her words were truthful, her touch calming down my breathing and erratic heart, and her sweet voice telling me how much she cared for me, her mate, her other half. And it was in that moment that I knew that I'd never let her go. In that moment I knew I would do anything to protect her, to make her happy. It's actually scary the things that I would for her without thinking twice. My heart swelled and I decided to remove her hand that was on my cheek and hold it in front of my lips, lovingly kissing each of her fingers before I grabbed her chin, never once breaking the eye contact. Leaning closer until our lips were almost touching, I watched how she fluttered her eyes close. Copying her movements, I closed my eyes to before ever so gently brushing my lips against hers. 24. Castiel. As soon as his lips met mine, an explosion of emotions erupted inside me. I'd never been kissed before. I didn't know what to do, so I simply followed my instincts and moved my lips back, tasting him, his soft lips, the right wetness of his mouth as his teeth ever so softly touched my lower lip. After a few seconds we pulled apart and I looked at him in the eyes with a blush endearing my cheeks. Hi, I said, looking at him shyly from my lashes. Hi, he grinned with his eyes full of care. Then Madison interrupted us again and hurried Jason to move faster, to which he didn't reply. He just kept gazing at me with his deep blue orbs. We should probably go, I replied, looking at the ground, suddenly feeling guilty for taking his attention away from his duty. We should, but we will definitely talk about this later though, he said with a small grin, to which I muttered a small okay before starting walking towards the stage. After a few minutes of walking through the ballroom filled with people from different corners of the world, we finally arrived to the big stage that was fully set up and waiting for Jason to jump on. I've got to go now. Will you be okay? I reserved a place for you on the first row, next to the elders. He rushed, worried. Go. I'll be fine. I'm here for you. Go, your kingdom awaits you, remember. I reassured him and teased him at the same time. He took a deep breath and pecked my lips softly before caressing my right cheek, letting his finger trail to the side of my neck, every touch of his leaving a trail of goosebumps behind. Be safe, Jason whispered, before leaving towards the long deep red curtain that hid a staircase that led to the stage. Watching him go before turning on my heels and walking towards the seats that had a small golden tack resting on top of the velvet cushioned chairs. As Jason had mentioned, my seat was on the first row, right in the middle, allowing me to see clearly what was going on the podium in front of me. As soon as I seated, a dark figure appeared new to me. That was quite the show. His deep and powerful voice said, "You could have looked away. Not my fault that you are an old pervert." I replied back, irritated. Don't take it the wrong way. I was just surprised to see the big and powerful angel on fire get so defenseless around a boy. It was almost as if you had melted. Pardon my irony. He chuckled bitterly. What do you want, Clarence? I thought that your issues were to be solved with my father, not with me. I sighed, tired of his fake chat. Little old me. Nothing really, he said mischievously. I can't, however, say the same thing about young Melinda. Did you know that she's in the pack dungeons? What an awful treatment, don't you think? He continued, looking at me from the corner of his eyes. His words made instantly freeze. Melinda was arrested. And most importantly, why? It's a shame, really. Everything she did was with the best interest at heart. Genuinely. He kept on going. Attention, everyone. It's with a great honor that I greet all of you in this wonderful night. First of all, I'd like to welcome you into my kingdom and thank you all for being present on such important event as this one. Tobias, Jason, father, started his speech, but I soon tuned him out when a certain pest beside me whispered, "Would you like to know what she did in this morning, Star?" I nodded, not taking my eyes off the stage. Let's just say that she messed with someone important to the young wolf. You should ask him, honestly. I don't even know how I dared to tell you all of this. His whisper was dripping with sarcasm and distaste. And now I present you the new king of the werewolf world and alpha of the royal pack, my only son, Jason Silver. The voice of the old king boomed through the ball before a thunder of applause as erupted in the huge and sophisticated space. My eyes followed Jason's figure through every movement he made. The way his eyes shined. His smile was nervous but reassuring at the same time. His smile seemed to grow when the heavy-looking golden crown was placed on top of his head. I don't know for how long I was staring at him, but it seemed like he felt my gaze on him, and his eyes started to search in the crowd until we finally locked eyes. I mouthed him a small congratulations, to which he smiled harder before mouthing a thank you while walking towards the microphone. Good evening, everyone. I hope you are all enjoying yourselves on this special night. I'll cut short this speech because I know most of you are tired and want to head to your respective dining halls. The crowd laughed at his small joke before urging him to go on. I just want to take a moment to really appreciate and thank your presence on one of the most important days of my life. I'm your king now, and I'm aware that with that title, many other responsibilities come along with it. But here's my promise to thee. I will do my best to not let you down. I promise to protect your lives and the ones that you care the most. And above all, I want you to be able to trust me as your king. We are a great species by ourselves, however we are even greater when together. Therefore more powerful when we trust one another. I know I'm young and I know that I'll make mistakes, but I will always make sure that I'm following my promises. And I know that because not only do I have an incredible family to support me, but a beautiful and strong mate by my side. Once again, I'm grateful for you to hear me. I hope you enjoy the rest of the night. Thank you. Everyone was applauding and cheering at the new king. There wasn't a single dull face in the ballroom. Except of course for the annoying elder that's next to me. That was beautiful. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylin Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I might have shed a tear or two, Clarence said sarcastically. I simply rolled my eyes to him and started to get up to look for Jason. I got up, patted the skirt of my dress gracefully and started walking towards the curtain. From where, seconds later, Jason emerged with his dad and a few other men that I didn't recognize. I met his eyes and smiled at him before speeding my footsteps towards him. Everything was going great until an old rugged hand turned me around and whispered in my ear, 27 days. I looked at Clarence confused before noticing his focus on the person behind me. I peeked over my shoulder and noticed Jason, now alone, staring at us. I looked back at Clarence, but he was gone, leaving me and Jason by ourselves in the middle of the gigantic room. What did he want? Jason asked curiously and concerned. I was about to tell him when Clarence's words rang inside my head, you should ask him honestly. So I decided against my initial thought and replied calmly, nothing. Nothing at all. At the ball, I danced with my beloved Castiel in my arms, her smile and steps making me forget the heavy responsibility I bear under 18. But suddenly, a scream pierced through the music. A possessed giant grabbed a little girl, and all eyes focused on that terrifying scene. I am the leader of the pack, and I must protect them. 25 Jason. After Castiel's weird encounter with Elder Clarence, to which she refused to talk about, the night was going rather smoothly. People scattered around the ballroom, mingling among themselves, drinking, eating and laughing. In short, everything was perfect. I took a moment to observe everyone around me. These are now my people, my responsibility. All of their lives rested in my hands. The elders, the women and men, all of them, and that was scary. I would never admit it out loud, but I'm scared. I'm not even 18 yet and thousands of lives were depending on me. How can one not be nervous at least? As if feeling my uneasiness, Castiel grabbed my hand and smiled up at me. Wanna dance? She asked, smiling brightly at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I teased her, to which she responded with a deep blush. While she was pulling me into the crowd of people that were dancing to the slow and comforting melody of a piano that rested on left side of the dancing area, I took a minute to look at her. She truly is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my entire life. Her skin was smooth and perfect, with this angelic glow on her. Her lips were full, plump and incredibly soft. A deep rich red color was painted on them and accentuated the green of her bright eyes. The same eyes that held many secrets. The more I think about her and her encounter with reasonably powerful people such as Elder Clarence and Aronazidi, and the fact that her real last name is Morningstar. I'm sure I've heard that name before, and for some reason the thought of saying it out loud makes me shiver. The more I think that she's hiding something. Who are you, Castiel? Then she pulled me out of my trance and put her arms around my neck, and I snaked my arms around her waist as we slowly started swinging softly side before starting to take a few steps. You are so tense. Is everything okay? Concern shining through her green orbs. She cared about me. One could never fake such genuine concern in their eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They never lie, and somehow that made me relax. So what if she's hiding something? She's my soulmate, the only person that I'm meant to be for the rest of my life, and I need to learn to trust her. I smiled softly in response and kissed her forehead before whispering in her ear, I am now. To which she smiled back before starting to high power dance a little bit more by making some silly movements that made chuckle. And before I even noticed, we were both dancing like nobody was watching. It was just the of us spinning and leaning against one another. Just two souls connecting in a room full of strangers. After an hour, that felt like a minute. Of dancing, we decided that it was time to rest a little bit and get something to drink. While I was pouring cups of sparkling water to the both of us, I felt something jumping on my back. I was about to shake them to the ground when I heard Castiel laughing. Bella. She smiled to Awa that was currently hanging by my back, almost falling. Babe, get down before you hurt yourself, Will said while laughing at the sight. I was just congratulating Jason. Look, he even looks taller. Are you taller? Did you grow up a few inches? Can I grow up too? I'm sick of the boys calling me a smurf. She ended with a pout while jumping back to the ground. Oh man, she's really drunk. She started ranting, Elijah said while shaking his head with a smile. The whole group was here. My friends were all here to support me. My chosen family was here for me, and the thought made me smile. I would never admit to them, but they do make my days a lot brighter. After my mom's incident that led her to have the collateral damage that she has now. The incident that was my fault. The incident that made my sister hate me, and the incident that completely broke me. These people were the only ones that managed to put a smile on my face. And looking at them now interacting and laughing with my mate made everything just better. I felt pure joy. And I'm forever grateful to these guys. So Jason, how do you feel? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My future beta and best friend asked me I was suddenly interrupted by a scream. Everyone turned their heads to the source of the sound and our eyes widening in the process. There stood an 8-feet-tall man, holding a small girl in the air by her fragile neck. His teeth were showing, glistening under the lights of the chandeliers of the stand above our heads. His mouth opened so wide that could fill the whole girl in it. But what terrified everyone the most were his eyes. They weren't white. No, his eyes were completely black and dull, a subtle red light coming out of them. He's possessed. Castiel finished what Axel was about to say, making him look at her cautiously sideways. And hell broke loose. People were screaming and crying. The witches started chanting alongside with the elders while the leaders tried to calm their own species down. I quickly linked the pack warriors to get ready to kill on sight if needed and many other orders. Everyone calm down. Walk outside following the pack warriors, they will protect you and lead you to a safe place. Children and pregnant women first. Warriors, follow me. I shouted in my newfound alphacom and voice that seemed to boom to every corner of the room. And slowly but surely the room started to clear out. I looked back at the small girl that was being handled by the monster. That tears rolled down her small chubby cheeks while her eyes were red from crying. Her terrified gaze locked eyes with me, and I felt something burning inside me. Ethan, take the girls with you to the safe room. Elijah and we'll go help the warriors. Axel, stay with me. All of them followed my orders. I took one last look at my mate, only to find her already looking at me, her eyes glowing a deep orange color, almost red. But I didn't have time to think about it. I looked back at the monster in the middle of the room and quickly shifted into my wolf, letting Basil take full control. I only remember biting into the man's arm that was holding the girl hostage in the air, making him let her go, and got ready to see the girl pound against the ground, jumping in the air to deliver my final blow to kill him, when suddenly a bright white teared out of the nowhere. 26, Castiel, so let me get this straight. You stopped time. Arama's ED looked at me with his eyes wide as saucers while holding a black leather agenda with the holy gold stamp on it. Yes, I said quietly while looking out from the window. Holy shit, he whispered while taking a deep breath. We were currently sitting in my bedroom back at my house. I was sitting on my chair, one leg on top of the other, only one foot touching the ground. I rested my chin against my hand, using my arm to support my head, facing the garden of the house. Did anyone see you? He asked, facing his papers once again, his golden pen securely held in between his fingers. The pain spread through my chest when he asked me that. Did anyone see you? I was right, I should have stayed at home. I whispered while looking at the dark roses that sit peacefully in the garden soil. They were beautiful, tinted a deep and dark red. It almost looked like they were painted with blood. Castiel, are you okay? Arama's ED asked, putting down his agenda and pen, the black ink leaving a small smudge in the yellowed page. It was all my fault. I replied quietly with tears stinging my eyes. Oh, Cass, he whispered while getting up heading my direction. Cass. Nero used to call me Cass, but after seeing him last night, I don't even know if he's able to look me in the eye anymore. Why do you say that? He asked while putting his cold arms around me in a comforting way. That's the thing with me and Romas Ed. We have known each other since I was 5. Him being the messenger for vampires required that he visited the other side often. When I met him, he was just a little over 2 years old, which in human aging would be equivalent to 16. We were all about business. However, after being through thick and thin with the dead war, we grew closer. He was one of the very few people that I trusted at the moment. Clarence Ways was there and he's dead set on making my life a lot harder than it already is. I replied bitterly. What do you mean? He asked with a frown. You know Melinda, right? The girl that threatened me for challenging Tiffany Potter. From Aura's bloodline. I paused and looked at him, his response being a nod, recalling one of our many conversations. Well, Clarence told me that she's being held on the Royal Pack dungeons. What? Why would he be bothered by that to the point of coming to talk with you? That's what I'm trying to figure out. It makes no sense. The thing is, he wasn't really complaining. He was taunting me. I know that Melinda has some sort of past with Jason that I'm not completely aware of. I thought that it was something random like an ex-girlfriend, but apparently is deeper than that. If he knows that you and Jason are mates, then he probably did that to push your buttons. The mate bond is strong and easy to mess with, especially when it comes to third parties that could trigger jealousy, insecurities. He continued, oh, he knows that me and Jason are mates, trust me. I answered with a bitter tone. Then he probably did that to get a reaction out of you. He somehow found a way to know that Melinda was arrested and that Jason didn't tell you, and he used that excuse to create trust issues between you two. He pondered. That makes sense. But I just don't understand why. Why bother me? Aromas Ed, I have a terrible feeling about this. I think that he is responsible for the possessions that are happening, I said while finally meeting his eyes. He took a step back. Castiel, you are aware that what you are suggesting is incredibly dangerous, right? He said while looking at me with a serious expression. I'm aware. Just hear me out. You know that my father granted him powers in exchange for his soul, right? And one of his abilities is demonic invocation. He cut me off while staring at the ceiling. I nodded and he exhaled a deep breath through his nose after pinching the bridge of his nose. This is bad. This is so bad. He let out frustrated. It's the 3rd possession in the short time of 2 weeks. We need to report to the council. I need to tell my father, I said while getting up. Are you sure that he's involved in this? An image of last night crossed my mind. After the demon was controlled and everyone was safe, I ran outside the castle through the back doors that led to a dark forest, trying to run off before anyone saw me. As soon as I opened the door, I quickly shut it behind me. I leaned against it while taking deep breaths with my eyes closed, trying to shift back without anyone noticing. I was back to normal and ready to sprint back and call Carl to come pick me up without raising any suspicions when I looked to my left side and almost jumped in fright. There he stood, leaned against the wall with a cigarette between his fingers, a dark cloud coming out of his mouth, his eyes red, staring back at me. I stared back at him until he smirked, putting out his cancer stick. It's been a while since I saw your wings. I almost forgot how majestic they were. Truly, Clarence said while leaving the wall and standing straight, indicating that he was about to leave. I quickly pushed him again against the wall, holding him by throat, anger pulsating in my veins. Nero, could you please remove your sister? I'm having a hard time trying to breathe. His voice raspy and gasping due to my hand constricting his airway. I froze when I felt cool hands on my waist pulling me backwards, making my hand retract from Clarence's neck. I turned around and came face with my brother. My twin brother, Nero. I gasped. He looked back at me, his face cold and stoic, not a trace of warmth. Not a trace of my brother Nero. Why, his demeanor didn't change. I pushed against his chest, tears pouring down my cheeks for his betrayal. Answer me, Nero. I pushed him again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Hearts out, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was about to push him again when he held both my wrists and forced me to stay put. I could overpower him, but I didn't. He is my brother, my best friend, my everything. I looked him in the eyes and said 3 words that still haunt my mind. I hate you. His eyes softened as he whispered I am so sorry, and then he let me go, and before I could even process anything he left with Clarence. Yes, I'm sure Rama's Eid exhaled once again. I'll report this back to Lucifer first. I simply nodded. It's not your fault, Castiel. He's responsible for this and he will pay, he said while patting the top of my head. I nodded again in response while heading towards the door to show him his way out. When we arrived to the main entrance, I was about to open the door when he interrupted me. You know, you still haven't answered my question though, he said after a moment of silence. I kept looking ahead, not replying. Did anyone see you? After Jason ordering Ethan to escort me and Isabella to the safe room, we locked gazes, and I'm sure that by now my eyes were glowing, but somehow I couldn't look away. He eventually looked back at the matter in hand and I followed Ethan to the safe room. Once we were settled, I noticed that we were the only ones here, keeping my gaze on the floor so that they couldn't see my eyes. I asked what was going in my mind. Why are we the only ones here? This one of the royal's personal safe rooms. Each member of the royal family has one. This one is Jason's, only we know where it is. Ethan replied, his back facing me as he laid down an unconscious Bella, the alcoholic drinks finally catching up on her. I took this moment as an advantage and did the unthinkable. I knocked Ethan unconscious with a hit in the head. I'm so sorry, I whispered while laying him down next to Isabella. I immediately ran back towards the ballroom, making sure to lock the door behind me so that Ethan and Bella stayed safe. Trying to remember the way back, I quickly arrived to the huge celebrating room. The first thing I noticed was the huge beast fighting an enormous black wolf whose eyes were blue like the depths of the ocean. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, Jason's wolf. Then I sprang into action. I felt my wings ripping through my back, a burning sensation spreading through my body. My dress was replaced by my vest and fire spread hot through my veins. Like a lightning bolt, I knocked the warriors down, making sure that none of them saw me. Most of the room was cleared except for Axel, and somehow I had a feeling that he would be harder to take down without him noticing me. I quickly and silently creeped up behind him, fire resting on both my hands. I was about to put out the fire in his head. It wouldn't hurt him. In fact, he would pass out even before the fire touched him due to the sleep-inducing smoke. When he suddenly turned around and looked at me in the eyes and I watched them widen, he whispered the devil, his eyes full of terror and shock, his face paling and sweat dripping down his face. I tried to touch him and he stepped back, flinching in fear. He was scared of me. The horror on his face made me think that he was about to pass out. But even in the terrified phase, he stayed loyal to his alpha and ran towards Jason and the demon. I could almost hear him shouting Jason's name, something that couldn't happen. Jason can't know who I am. No one can. Desperation filled me in. I was full on panicking in the fraction of seconds before he opened his mouth. I closed my eyes and something snapped in me, and in a flash of bright light stormed through the castle. Everyone froze. Everyone except me. The silence was disturbing. No one was moving. I looked at Axel and he was frozen mid-step, his mouth opened. I looked around and saw Jason mid-air, blood oozing out of one of his wounds, while the little girl was a second away from hitting the ground, and the beast was laying on the ground with a defeated look on his face. Jason was about to jump on him and deliver the final blow. I ran to the beast and put my hands on his chest and applied pressure. Demon IUM per me. Per vestradio, I said, letting my powers take over me, the sickening scary voice coming back once again. Demon, obey me. Obey your god. A dark figure like smoke quickly came out of the man's mouth. I opened the portal to the underworld and made sure to remember to talk with the council about this. The figure stood in front of me on its knees, head bowed down in submission. I shouted, angry, go. The demon quickly entered and I closed the portal. The letter to my father will be read face to face. This can't go on any longer. After closing the door, I returned back to work. Damage assessment. I turned to my mate and sliced my leg, pouring my blood on his wounds, healing him. I looked around, and one by one I treated the wounded, picked the little girl and put her in a safe place, and laid everyone down, their backs against the cold floor. When I was finished, I shivered. It was a morbid picture on display. Several men and women laid on the floor, bloodstains everywhere, each person with a different expression on their faces, eyes opened. It looked like a scene from a horror movie. End was silent. The silence was so loud that it was deafening. What have I done? I started shaking and closed my eyes, my knees hitting the ground with a thud, my wings shielding my body, embracing me, while tears started stinging my eyes. I looked once again at Axel. He saw me. I need to get rid of him. I got up and started walking towards him, a trail of fire following me. I lifted my hand at dagger in my fist and stared one last time at his eyes. His terrified eyes. What have I done? I couldn't do it. I dropped the dagger and wiped my tears. I'll take care of him later. No one saw me. I opened the door and Aramazidi left. 27. Jason. 1 week has passed now and my mother is still unconscious. It was predicted that she would black out due to her medication, but the doctors said that the stress of the whole attack made her biological defense mechanisms switch and go on a full lockdown, inducing her into a comatose-like state. It's been a really draining week for everyone, with the previous queen falling ill, and the fear of the unknown events that went down at the end of the coronation still lingered the air. I've tried texting Cast IL to know if she was safe and well, to know about her in general, to which she only replied, "I'm safe at home, don't worry about me," which at the time seemed to relieve me and my negative thoughts. However, as days went by and sending messages without any sort of response made me feel uneasy, I tried to justify her actions by telling myself that she was probably still shaken up about everything. Another thing that is bothering is the fact that every time I brought that up in conversation with the group, Axel would always freeze and act weird. Now that I think about it, he's been acting sketchy ever since the tragic events a week ago, always avoiding eye contact with me, making up excuses to leave the conversations earlier, always on his room. I'm not the only one noticing it. Killer Agent Extraordinaire, Nylin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ethan and Isabella have noticed it as well, but none of them has been successful at having a deep conversation with him. Every time one of them tried, he would say that he was tired and didn't want to talk about it. As my beta, he should be able to talk with me about everything, and the fact that he isn't doing it is bothering me to no extent. I decided then to go to his room and maybe receive some answers. However, when I knocked and no one answered, I opened the door only to find his room empty. No Axel in sight. I was about to go down and try to find him when one of the many servants of the palace came rushing in my direction. "Your Highness, Queen Sophia has woken up. King Tobias asked you to meet them as soon as possible." I quickly absoved her words before following her into my parents' quarters, where everyone was reunited. As soon as I opened the door, everyone turned to look at me before going back to my mother-in-law. I whispered. She glanced at me, her eyes empty and face expressionless. She looked really pale, as well, almost like a ghost. She didn't speak. In fact, no one did. My father sat beside her, holding her hand, peppering it with soft kisses, while Madison sat on the other side, glaring at me. "This is all your fault," Madison said, her hateful gaze unwavering, tiny fists clenched by her side. "Enough, Madison. Your mother doesn't need this negativity around her right now," my father said in a low voice. Suddenly my mother started crying and sobbing, her eyes never leaving mine. Her sobs soon turned into whimpers, and whimpers turned into screaming, all while still looking at me. "Perhaps it's better if you leave for now, son. Whatever is happening, you are triggering it. Don't worry, everything will be all right," my father said, while idling his wife in his arms, soothing her by massaging her hair. With a heavy heart I left them and started walking through the halls of the castle. No matter what I do, I always manage to screw up. My own mother can't bear to see me. How pathetic is that? I'm a king now, However, I didn't feel like one. In fact, I felt like the worthless being on earth. For a second my mind went to the alcohol stack at the castle's kitchen, but then I remembered the last time that I got drunk. The night that I cheated on Castiel. Castiel. I need to see her. With my mind made up, I headed to my car and punched in the directions to my mate's house. Seeing her would ease my mind and restless heart for sure. Speeding through the empty roads while softly hitting my thumb against the steering wheel, I reached a house in less than 30 minutes. I parked my car, turned off the engine and stood still for a while rethinking my actions. What was I going to say to her? I rubbed my hands in my face in frustration. I took a deep breath, and my hand got a hold of the handle of the door. My action, however, was interrupted by a large group of suited men and women leaving my mate's house. Curiosity sparked inside me as I watched the intimidating group move towards a group of black jeeps. How didn't I notice the cars before? What spiked my interest the most was the golden stamp that all of their suitcases carried. Gold against black. Their presence didn't settle well with me. They radiated a powerful aura. They were definitely not human. I tried to catch their scents, but my attempts were in vain. A shiver went down my spine as they entered their cars. What the hell is going on? My wolf was restless and howling danger inside me in every direction. Then my conversation with Castiel surged in my head. Security matters. I was born with Morningstar as my last name, but since I moved out here I changed it. Could those security matters be related with them? A rush of adrenaline took over me, the urge to see Castiel magnified by 1,000. I need to see her. I need to know if she is okay. I knocked on the door. Stop until I heard movements from the other side. The door opened and my eyes took in the sight in front of me. She looked exhausted and frightened. Maria, are you okay? I asked, concerned. Your Highness, you shouldn't be here right now. She replied in a quiet voice. What? Why is everything okay? Where's Castiel? I rushed, more worried now than ever. Don't fret, my king. Miss Jones is fine. Just really busy right now, she said, wavering a little while, saying, Jones. She kept looking behind her through the whole conversation, which made my stomach churn. I know that her last name is Morningstar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. You don't need to use her fake name with me, I said, trying to reassure her. She, however, didn't take my words lightly as she broke into a deep sweat, her face paling and hands shaking. Don't ever say that name again. Now please, Your Highness, you need to leave. She didn't even let me reply. She simply slammed the door in front of me. I, on the other hand, couldn't stop thinking about the endless possibilities of what could be happening right now. My wolf was pacing around, howling and growling. The word danger kept repeating itself in my head. Without second thoughts, I broke into the house and rushed towards Castiel's room. No. Jason, please. Your Highness, don't go in there. Maria kept shouting while trailing behind me as I sprinted to my mate's room. Seeing the dark door in front of me, I broke it down and came face to face with my Castiel. My angel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm, she said, confused in her sweet voice. Her eyes were red and swollen. It seemed like she has been crying. I quickly pulled her into a hug. What are you doing here? You can't be here now, she mumbled against my chest. I needed to see you. I was going crazy without knowing if you were okay, I whispered against the top of her head. She pulled away, caressing my face with her right hand. I'm fine, Jason, but you need to leave now, she said in a strong voice. What? Why, please just leave, she begged me with her eyes. I was going to shake my head, no, when suddenly the temperature of the room dropped drastically. The air felt heavy and it was hard to breathe. Shivers and goosebumps spread through my whole body, freezing me to my bones. An unexplained and uncontrollable feeling of fear creeped inside me. Castiel, I heard Maria's shouting, is everything okay? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Deep, powerful voice boomed from the end of the hallway. I could hear heavy footsteps coming closer, each step making the room grow impossibly colder. I'm fine, father, do not fret. I'll join you and mother in a minute, I just need to breathe a little. 28, cast IL. My father stood still for a while before slowly going back downstairs, and I took a deep breath of relief. Jason, you need to leave now. Go into the kitchen. Aroma's Edie is there. He will help you to get out unnoticed. I rushed in panic. Jason meeting my parents and finding out who I am is the last thing that I want to deal with right now. No, cast IL, what the hell is going on? Who are those people leaving your house? If you are in danger, you need to tell me, he said while grabbing my face with both his hands while looking me in the eyes trying to read me. I can't, Jason. Not now, please, just leave before you get into trouble. I could feel the tears stinging my eyes once again, and I think that my glossy eyes plus the desperation in my voice made him realize that this was serious. Please, I whispered one more time. He sighed and rested his forehead against mine with his eyes closed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know that there's something shady going on with you and your family. I've known it for a while, but I chose not to ask you, because I trust you. You're my mate, my life, and I hope that someday you'll learn to trust me too. My heart broke as he said those words. The urge to tell him, tell anyone, what was going on grew by each passing second. But I can't. Not now. Miro is in trouble. He gave up his powers and became human. Became immortal. Fragile and easy to extinguish. He lied to me. He lied in my face on the very first day that I started school here. Made up a whole explanation to justify his physical presence and tried to feed it to me. And I believed him. I believed my brother. My twin. My other half. I believed that he had been able to do some sort of temporary spell with the help of Allegra, the leader of the Witches' Coven, and that he grew tired. Little did I know that he had in fact performed a spell, but only to turn him human, to give up his life, his responsibilities, and throw them at me. He didn't come to visit me because he missed me, nor because he had a secret to tell me. He came to say goodbye, and I was left alone with no one to confide to. I can't tell my friends. I can't tell my parents, and Aramazidi is already busy enough. I will, I promise. I'm not leaving you. I whispered back against his lips, a tear shedding from my left eye which Jason quickly wiped with the pad of his thumb. We didn't kiss because I pulled away to urge him to go to Arama's E. He placed one last kiss on my forehead and sneaked his way out. I, on the other hand, made my way back to my father's office where both my parents were waiting for me. I knocked on the door and pushed it open after I heard him saying, "Come in." As soon as I stepped in the office, my mother pulled me into her arms. "Oh, baby. I'm so sorry, princess. You don't deserve any of this." I hugged her back, missing her warmth and comfort. Ever since I've left home, my encounters with my parents have been short and always about business. No family moments or whatsoever, which also meant no hugs from my mom. The last time that we had a family meeting was when he bled before disappearing. Thinking of my brother, I looked over mother's shoulder straight into my father's eyes. His glowing red eyes. I pulled away from my mom and sat on one of the chairs. After a moment of silence, father spoke. "I don't know where I went wrong." I looked back him. My mother was by his side looking with sadness at him. "You didn't," I replied back firmly. "Are you sure, Castiel? When was the last time you lied to me?" To which I kept quiet. He knew. Of course he knew. It was decided to put out an arrest warrant to both Clarence and the Light Ghost. Use of force is needed as long as they are both but alive. He changed the subject before he got interrupted by Mom. "But he's still our little boy, Lucifer. We raised and cherished him our whole lives. I know my son, he's not doing this by his own choice, I'm sure of it." I kept quiet, waiting for my dad's response. "He's not Nero anymore, Charmine. He's old enough to make his own choices. And I like to believe that my own blood wouldn't be stupid enough to give up their whole lives under a threat and not tell anyone about it," father replied while pushing my mother's hair behind her ears. His eyes now equally sad and angry. But what if there's a really good motive? What if he wasn't the one being threatened? I interrupted them both, making their eyes snap back to me. "What are you implying, Castiel?" Mother asked. I turned towards my dad. "Tell me, father, what do you know about soulmates?" He clenched his jaw while looking at the corner of his eye towards Mum. Your mother, as the angel of harmony, is responsible for them. Except for werewolves. And I guess vampires now too. That is all Aurora's work. Why? I looked back at Mum, who was pale as the wall as she let out a gasp. Oh no. She whispered. What is going on? Father said while raising to his full height. And then I remembered. Back to the end of chapter 14 until I heard a knock. I turned around and came face to face with Brother. Nero, what are you doing here? What the hell is going on? Why did you do it? I thought you had left. Father couldn't even look me in the eye. To which he closed the door behind him and made sure that we were alone in there. I need to leave Castiel, but there's something that I need to tell you. Curiosity sparked inside me as I urged him to go on while putting my other questions aside. He took both my hands in his before taking a deep breath. I found my soulmate. I stood there frozen looking at him before pulling him into a hug. I'm so happy for you, Nero. That's such a blessing. Did Mother tell you anything? I kept squeezing him a little bit more. I'm not the only who has been blessed, you are just blind, sister. He whispered so quietly that I'm sure that if it wasn't for my newfound abilities I wouldn't have been able to hear him. His name is Sam and he's wonderful, Cass. I couldn't help the grin that seemed to be imprinted in my face. Even if he decided to become a human, he still might win Brother, who I love and care about. Castiel, whatever happens, promise me that you will protect him. His tone heavy and serious, to which I nodded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. What's going on? What's wrong? I asked, worried. I had to do it, he whispered, refusing to look me in the eye. Do what? Nero, what did you do? I raised my tone, getting scared. They are coming. He kept on going. Who's coming, Nero? I said, grabbing his arms. I had no choice. I can't tell you. I forced him to look at me. Castiel, next time you see me, I need you to hate me, and you can't tell absolutely no one about this conversation. Not even Mom and Dad. I shook my head. No, Castiel, whatever happens, I need you to protect him, he repeated. I trust you. You are smart. Think the sudden changes everywhere. The possessions. I know that you can figure it out. Yes, I lied to Jason when I told him that I didn't know what mates were. But I didn't lie about not knowing that he was mine, as I was his. Everything I did it for him, to protect him, by not letting him know who I was. It was the only way. However, I can't say the same thing about my brother. He knew that me and Jason were mates. That's why he had acted weird when he told me about his. I broke out of my thoughts just as my mom finished telling my dad about Nero's mate. So you think that this might have something to do with his mate? To which I nodded. I'm sure of it, I replied, keeping my tone professional. Castiel, your priority right now is finding Sam. You won't go to school, you won't talk to anyone outside this room, and yes, it is to get information about your brother's soulmate. I need you to go solo under the radar. You are going to disappear. Zilch. From now on you are a ghost. No one knows about you. I hung my head low, trying to control my anger and frustration. And absolutely no one, and I mean no one, is allowed to know about this. Not even your mate. I know that this is incredibly hard, but you need to keep him as far away as possible. Break up with him or something like that. I leave it up to you. I quickly got up. Father, please. Everything but that. I begged him with my eyes glossy. My father's eyes softened and he took me in his cold embrace. My little princess. You are a grown woman now, and I'm so proud of everything you do, Castiel. I am. This is the final effort to put an end to all of this, my darling angel. As soon as this is over, you will be able to tell him. You will be able to roam free. You won't be a secret anymore. I won't keep you from your true identity anymore, love. But for now, this is the best option, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. He kept soothing my hair as he held me against him. And remember that you are stronger than you think, my darling, for which you are the fruit of a forbidden love. Daughter of the devil and the angel of harmony. You have the world in your little finger, for which you are the angel on fire. Fly high, love, with those flaming wings of yours. A reminder that we will always be with you, my mother said whilst pulling all of us into a family hug. I'm scared, I whispered. I'm so scared. To which they replied by hugging me tighter. Minutes later I exited the office and made my way towards the back door of the house. The emergency exit where I knew that Edie had led Jason out. My suspicions were confirmed when I heard yelling. "It's your fault that my mother's almost brain dead. It's always your fault." To which Edie replied, "Are you sure about that, little king? I heard that you were too busy fucking a whore while your mother begged for your help and your dad trying to contact you to save your mom. Admit it, Jason, you are a spoiled brat. You always had everything handed to you on a silver plate. You were always too arrogant and selfish. You were selfish to the point of letting your little sister and your mother fighting for their lives while you were too occupied caving into your personal urges. You are pathetic." Edie sneered and a loud growl was heard. Jason was about to shift. "Both of you." Jason immediately stood still and rushed towards me to grab me, only to be stopped by Edie. "Don't you dare to touch her," he whispered menacingly. "My mate. Let go of me right now. Angel, tell him to back down," Jason said while looking at me. "I know what I have to do." "I know." However, I kept quiet, looking at the ground. "Stay ill," he said brokenly. "Not even your mate can look at you." Edie scared while shaking his head. "Stay ill," he repeated. My reply, however, wasn't repeated. "Jason, I think it's better if we stop seeing each other," I said, standing my ground, looking at him now in the eyes. "But you promised." 29, Jason. My chest hurts. So much. I've never felt this weak and betrayed before. My life felt like it was falling apart into crumbles. First my family, then my best friend, and now my own mate, with my worst enemy. How did I let this come this far? She promised me not even an hour ago that she'd never leave me, and now she wants us to stop seeing each other. We were sharing a moment of emotional intimacy in her room. She seemed so truthful. She seemed like she actually cared for me. What sort of sick joke is this? Was all of this just a game to her? After confronting her with her promise, she remained silent while staring ahead, avoiding my eyes where she was. Seconds ago, looking directly at. Was all of this a joke to you? Anger and sadness coursing through my veins. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, she said with a broken expression before hardening. "Leave." I took a step towards her, but before I could get closer, he grabbed my arm again. "This disgusting half-dead leech. Leave now before I get you escorted out. Don't make this any harder." She kept going, her voice now cold and harsh, while turning her back towards me. "You are not wanted here." My heart broke all over again. She didn't deny it. I was never anything to her, was I? Everything. The tingles. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The hugs, the words, the promises, they were all fake, all empty. I was a fool for thinking that she was hiding something deep and personal about her. She was hiding something, yes. She was hiding a sick game of torture and push and pulls. She made me want to trust her and give her everything without expecting anything back. Everything was too perfect. She was too perfect. I should have noticed this before. The secret, the suspicious slip-ups and her sudden disappearing should have been signals for me to be careful. But I was a lovesick puppy following her everywhere and craving for her attention while she was throwing knives at my back. Was she even my mate? Basil growled at me for thinking about that. She was clearly our mate. She just didn't see us as hers. I was angry and hurt, and nothing could stop the words that came out of my mouth seconds later. You know what? Maybe Tiffany and Melinda are right. Maybe we were a mistake. You could never become a queen. You are a cold-hearted, sick person, Castiel Jones. Mates or not, I don't want to see you again either. Maybe Tiffany will become my new partner. She is after all a pure descendant of the moon goddess. More useful than a twisted human like you. I spitted out furiously. I didn't mean any of those words. I could never do that to her, no matter what she did to me. You are a fool, Jason Silver. Edie whispered in my ear before shaking his head in disappointment. Basil was not happy with my words either and started clawing at my insides, forming aches all of my body. He wanted to go back to his mate, to beg for forgiveness and cherish her, with love. However, I couldn't let that happen. Not anymore. Dragging myself out of the damned mansion, I reached my car. And to my surprise, I saw a flashy red paint peeking out behind the bushes. Coming closer, my heart skipped a beat. What the hell is Axel's car doing here? My mind, still hot from that argument, started making up the worst-case scenarios possible. Could it be that Axel is seeing Castiel? Is that why he has been acting weird lately? He was always a little reluctant about our relationship, but I always thought that he was just looking out for me, like a good beta would do. But now I'm starting to think that he was trying to pull us apart because he wanted her for himself. My chest pang again, and I decided to go back and see what the hell was going on. Following his scent, I came face to face to the main entrance again. Hearing voices, I quickly hid behind a Greek-themed column and watched from the side as my best friend knocked at the door and was greeted by Maria, who told him to wait a minute before she disappeared inside the house. So he was welcomed instead of being yelled at to go away, huh? Seconds later, Castiel emerged from the door and looked at Axel. Then he did something that I wasn't expecting at all. He bowed down, his neck out in total submission, eyes on the ground and his body stiff as a rock. I've never seen Axel like this before, and I've known him since diapers and have been through thick and thin with him. I kept watching the both to see what would happen next, but I wasn't ready what I saw. Castiel pulled him up and came closer to him, smiling, looking him in the eye. She came impossibly closer. I closed my eyes, not wanting to see what would come next. However, the masochist part of me forced me to open my eyes again to see the both of them hugging. A sense of relief filled my body for a brief second before the now familiar ache came back. Why is she smiling and hugging him? Why couldn't she do the same thing for me? Having enough of this show, I turned my back towards them and headed towards my car, before slamming my door close and leaving for good. I arrived back at the castle with fire still burning inside me. Decided, I went downstairs and kept on descending, step by step, until I reached the dungeons. The space was disgusting. A putrid smell spread through the air while the walls were all dirty and full of caked-up dye blood. I kept walking, looking through each and every cell until I finally caught sight of a certain red feisty hair. Melinda was laying down on the dirt in the small closed space where she could barely move. Her eyes were sunken and dark and she looked paler. "Get up," I ordered while smashing an iron stick against the grid that separated us to make sure that she woke up with a loud noise. She quickly turned her defense mechanism up, and even in her weakened state, she managed to look ready to pounce and pull apart anyone that threatened her. She truly was a remarkable warrior. When she noticed that it was me who was in front of her, she relaxed and got back to a normal stance. However, you could still see that she was tensed, waiting for any unexpected move. "Oh, it's you," she said while shrugging her shoulders slightly. "Came to torture some answers out of me? Because if that's the case, I'm more than willingly to help. I'm getting tired of the soup that they serve here," she continued with a glint in her eyes. "That depends. What do you have to confess?" I pushed at her while staring down at her. "Apart from that attack on your little human while she was shopping with your friends." "Not much," she said without a care in the world, leaning against the once white wall. I, on the other, was outraged. "What? You were the one behind her?" I yelled at her. She jumped and looked at me confused. "Yeah, isn't that why you are here?" She cocked her head to the side. "No." "How did you even do it? You were locked up way before any of that happened." To which she shrugged again before replying, "I never said that I did it by myself." "Then who was helping her?" "Who helped you?" I asked, narrowing my eyes slightly at her. Now, Jason, don't you know that snitches get stitches?" "I'm not telling you shit," she replied, looking at me smugly, which infuriated me a lot, and I was ready to push her to get answers when I looked at her eyes. She looked so tired and empty of putting up a tough front. "What happened to us, Melinda? We used to be friends," I said, disappointed while shaking my head at her. "Mates was what happened, Jason. I was rejected by my mate," she said painfully. I looked at her again with pity before sitting on the ground in front of her. That still didn't justify any of her actions, either recent or past ones, but somehow The person that was once my friend that I grew to despise was the only one who could understand what I was going through. And so we talked, like we used to do before, as if nothing had happened, putting the past aside. And I liked that. 30, Cal style. Letting Jason believe that I've been playing with his heart the whole time was one of the most difficult and heartbreaking things that I've ever done in my entire life. Adding the fact that I knew that he was still there hiding behind the column while I hugged his best friend, his most trusted friend. Minutes after I ordered him to go didn't make anything easier. But it had to be done. I spared Axel on the night of the coronation and asked him to come visit me so that I could explain him what went down. For I wasn't my role in the whole situation. In exchange, he had to promise me to keep quiet and avoid raising suspicions of our meetings throughout the week. At first his reaction was what I had expected of him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. But as the conversation developed, he soon found himself overcoming that fear and looking at me with the utmost respect. So much respect that he obligated himself to bow to me every time we met. Despite my efforts and begging for him to stop, he didn't seem to want to listen. He wanted to bow. He wanted to be helpful in my journey. We also talked about Tom, his younger sibling. That was the new wind element. And how Axel could support his younger brother through the terrifying changes that were yet to come. It was safe to say that we are now allies. Friends. So in order to push Jason away, I had to hurt him more. To the point where he couldn't look at me. At least until I could tell him everything and pour my sorrowful heart out to him. For a fraction of a second I thought, like kissing Axel knowing that it would for sure make his heart ache. However, I couldn't go through it. It made my insides feel void for even sharing a kiss with anyone that wasn't my mate. Besides, friends don't kiss. It would make my progress with Axel take 10 steps backwards. After being sure that Jason was gone, with no intention of coming back anytime soon, I pulled away from Axel and took a deep breath before letting my tears finally fall freely from my eyes, down through my cheeks and neck. I'm a complete mess. My new friend quickly pulled me into a hug again before rubbing my back, trying to bring me some comfort. He knew that Jason had been watching but didn't question my actions, putting his trust in me. A few minutes and a pair of wet shirts later, I seemed to regain my strength back and was left hiccuping from crying so much. Are you ready to talk yet? Axel asked after pulling the both of us inside the house and leaving me on the couch. I nodded and started explaining everything. I need to keep Jason away from me for a while. I'll be leaving on a mission for a few weeks and need to be under the radar. No one can know about me. That's why I called you, I said, looking at him in the eyes at the end. I need you to be my eyes, Axel. While I'm away, I want you to update me on everything that happens here. I can't leave my mate and friends behind knowing that there's a threat out there without any protection. I continued while taking both his hands in mine, staring into his eyes, so that he knew how serious I was about this. I'm not supposed to be in contact with anyone. Those are direct orders from my father. I'm willing to bend them as long as all of you are safe. I finished softly, looking over his shoulder. Won't you get in trouble for that? Castiel, your dad is the devil himself. He's bound to know sooner or later, Axel said while taking his hands from mine, making me snap my gaze back at him. Then you better pray for the later, I whispered with a small smile, knowing fully well that even if I get in trouble it won't be serious. My father might be cold, but he loves his family. But most importantly, he knows me. He knows that I would never obey to each and every of his orders like an obedient puppy. So are you in or not? I finally asked him, looking at him while he pondered his answer. Of course I'm in, he answered, confident. I smiled at him before asking him to wait on the couch for a few minutes while I left to go to my father's office to retrieve a certain bag with a golden stamp, a holy gold stamp on it. Not wanting to leave Axel waiting for too long alone on the living room, I quickly rushed to the office. I heard movements coming from the inside, which meant that my parents were still in there. I knocked and opened the door without bothering to wait for permission to come in. And oh boy, do I regret it. Right in front of me stood my rather busy father, sitting on his chair while gripping my mother's bottom as she rested on his lap. Legs on each side of him. They looked like horny teenagers. I let out a squeal which made them immediately pull apart from each other. My mother was a blushing mess while my father stood with a smirk on his face looking at his wife. Mother opened her mouth to try to explain, but I quickly cut her off. I knocked. She quickly snapped her mouth shut and got up and left the room under the pretense that she had a lot of things to discuss with Maria. I simply stood still as she passed by me, trying to erase the recent memories that I couldn't unsee. My father let out a thunder of laugh before sobering up and looked at me with a subtle smile. Remembering why I was here, I got back to my mission and opened a drawer where the bag should be, only to find it empty. "What are you looking for?" Father asked, curious, turning his face the slightest towards his right side. "I'm searching for a book that was inside the official documents bag," I replied, knowing fully well that there was no point to him. "Oh, I asked Maria to remove from here a few weeks ago. The bag is back in Deadlands, the underworld, my home. Why did you need it?" he asked while leaning on the wall looking down at me. "I needed some ancient spells from there, for the mission." It wasn't a lie. I simply left out the part where I intended to give the book with the spells to Axel. Unlike every other spell or enchantment, the ones that were written down on that book don't need the performer to be a witch or a wizard. Any creature can practice them and use them, which is why they are guarded by the devil itself and changing locations every few days. Not only were they volatile to all creatures, but they were also extremely powerful. They were perfect for Axel to have in case something went wrong while I was gone. "You won't be needing those anymore," my father said while shrugging bored. "What if something unexpected happens?" I replied, pretending to wondering, lightly touching my chin while facing the ceiling. "I'm sure you are more than capable of solving any upcoming problem. Besides, I assigned your cousins to watch over you." Now that sparked my interest. "My cousins," I repeated, looking at him from the corner of my eyes. "Michael, Uriel, Raphael and Gabriel will be taking turns and assist you at all of your needs," Father replied, smiling, probably remembering his darling nephews. "The main archangels. Honestly, they were only annoying, but I loved all of them regardless. However, there was one of them missing." "What about Metratone?" I said, frowning. Metratone was the most powerful of the archangels. He is of immense spiritual fire, wisdom and divine light. He's not mentioned in every human culture, but he's for sure very well known in the divine world. He's been elevated to a higher rank. He's responsible for another full city in heaven and is rather busy. Like a king, I would say, he answered before leaving the office in a rather dramatic way. I was left alone with my thoughts on the big empty office. I guess I have to make a short visit to my hometown before going fully in on this mission to get the book back. I wonder if Axel wants to come along to see what awaits him after he dies. 31. Jason. I woke up with a jolt and stopped. My heartbeat was the only thing that I could hear in the dark, empty room. My body incredibly tangled with the black sheets that were now sticking to my skin due to my incessant sweating. I placed both my hands on my face while closing my eyes and taking a deep breath, feeling an headache already forming. I simply laid there, not sure for how long, looking at the ceiling while replaying my nightmare over and over again. Her words, their actions. My eyes burned, but I refused to cry. I should have known. Everything was so easy with her. It couldn't possibly be real. I don't deserve to shed a single tear for my ignorance. But at the end of the day, she was still my mate as I was hers, having enough of staying still, whirling in a mess of emotions. I got up and went to my bathroom to splash some water on my face in an attempt of easing my headache. Deciding then to take shower since I was covered in sweat, I quickly stripped out of my shorts and hopped in the water, the cold water hitting my face before I turned around so that it would touch my back, resulting in a whole body shiver reaction. However, my mind felt numb and so did my heart. I rested my forehead against the wall before simply rasping out her name. Kelstail. I couldn't even recognize my own voice. It was scratchy, raw and deep. I sounded old. The water kept falling for how long I'm not sure. All I knew was that as soon as I stepped out of the square-shaped glass, I would be a new man, wiser and stronger. My mind was made up. I was going to make things right, not only for me, but also for my kingdom. While I got dressed, I took a quick glance at the clock, and it read 666, and I dismissed it first. In a fraction of a second later, I froze, thinking that my mind was playing tricks at me before glancing back at the clock that in reality read 313 the devil's hour and the most famous bad omen number. How sickening is that? I quickly woke buzz alert in my mind in case something went wrong. A bad feeling filling me and wild shivers raked all over my body. I don't usually believe in any of that shit. I know that the devil exists because Clarence supposedly made a deal with him. And demons have been possessing many of my people lately. But I guess I never thought that it could actually happen to me. I'm not superstitious. Numbers and signs never really bothered me, however in this precise moment, I couldn't shake off those visual details. It's commonly known that between 3 and 4 actual activity is much higher. Humans even have a name for those 60 minutes witching hour, they would say. Or as most people know it, the devil's hour. Humans believe that our powers are enhanced since it's the most silent moment of the day. It's rather foolish, but the fact that I had seen the number 666 flashing in my alarm clock for a brick of a sec and didn't ease my paranoia. I looked through my slightly blurred window, quickly wiping off some of the fog with my bare right hand before peeking a glance at the trees, only to see a pair of glowing orange eyes staring back at me. My heart stopped beating for a second, and then I passed out. An annoying constant pounding sound woke me up from my deep slumber. I stretched my stiff muscles and then opened my eyes, taking a look at my surroundings. I fell asleep on the floor by the window, memories of last night quickly making their way into my mind. The clock, the bad feeling, and the eyes. I was still on the floor when suddenly the persistent knocking stopped and someone barged in my room. "What the fuck are you doing on the ground?" Axel asked while taking in my blank face and stiff position. I was about to shrug it off before realizing that I was talking with Axel, my supposed best friend that went to meet my mate and seemed rather cozy with her behind my back. Rage quickly filled me and I replied while looking at him in the eye. "I don't know, why don't you tell me what the fuck have you been doing for the past 2 days? My voice full of venom. Yes, it had been 2 days since I last saw him with Castiel, and ever since their meeting, Axel hadn't been home until now. He seemed to understand what I meant by watching his confused expression turn into something else. "Whatever, just get up. We have school in an hour," he said while turning his back towards me, closing the door behind him on his way out. Ignoring his blatant disrespect towards me, I quickly got ready and went downstairs where everyone was most likely waiting for me to eat breakfast. As I had predicted, Elijah and Isabella were in the kitchen while munching on their food, a rich aroma hovering the air around me. I sat down at the head of the table while noticing the empty spot on my right side. "Where's Axel?" I asked, looking around the table as Ethan slurped at his cereal, making me cringe a little on the inside. "He already ate. He's waiting for us in his car," Elijah answered me while shrugging his shoulders. "Yeah, he has been kinda distant, I guess," William murmured while taking a bite of his green apple. "Ew. Ethan, stop slurping your milk, it's disgusting." Isabella screeched while pointing at Ethan with her fork. "I find it rather impressive. Do you see how fast it disappears from the bowl? Watch closer." And he quickly rushed closer so that Isabella could see the sloppy milk with his mushy cereals floating on top of it. "At least he's not licking his bacon anymore," Elijah said while watching the duo fight over Ethan's manners. "That sounded incredibly wrong," Will said while choking on his apple with a chuckle. "Leave my bacon out of this, you plants eater. Think about the baby carrots, Elijah. How ruthless can you be?" Ethan yelled back at Eli, momentarily forgetting about his feud with Isabella that was left shaking her head. "You're truly an idiot," she muttered while pinching the in between space in her eyebrows. "Think about the little piglets that died for the bacon that you were slobbing with your saliva, Ethan. Remember Peppa Pig. This is her now," Elijah argued while pointing at the plate beside Ethan that was filled with a few stripes of bacon. Ethan looked at his plate with an horrified expression. "Cool, Peppa. Where is George?" To which Eli replied with a subtle smirk, "You ate him last week, Ethan. Don't you remember? Even said that it tasted funny." Ethan quickly let out a gasp while falling back in his chair with a rather dramatic pose. "I'm a murderer." Yes, you are, Ethan," Elijah kept teasing him. William had finished his apple and was now trying to control his laughter by burying his face on Isabella's shoulder, who was looking in disbelief at the idiot in front of her. I shook my head in amusement, a small smile gracing my face for the first time in a few hours. Leaving them to be, I quickly finished my meal and went back upstairs to brush my teeth. Once I was done, I headed to the garage to wait for the rest of them and maybe be able to confront Axel about what happened without causing unnecessary drama with the rest of the group. The last few days had been hard for everyone and I didn't want to add more fuel to the fire. This was between me and Axel. I needed answers and only he and Castiel could give them. And since Castiel refused to see me, Axel was my last and only chance. The thought of my mate deliberately rejecting me and my affections made my heart ache a little more, and my mind quickly flushed with images of both of them hugging tightly and Castiel ordering me to leave. A wave of anger suddenly rushed me. I was ready to get him to talk. I wasn't ready, however, for the sight in front of me when I reached his car. Behind his vehicle, Axel was sat on the ground, hidden from everyone's sight. An old-looking book rested on his right leg as he sat crisscrossed. His eyes closed as he kept chanting words in a foreign language, which I assumed to be Latin, and small objects floating around him. You are a girl with angelic heritage, and your lover is a werewolf king. But when a dark force threatens your family, you have to make a tough decision. The Tito, Castiel, I'm an idiot. There's no other way to describe myself and my actions. Why did I visit him? I'm a masochist. I must be. There's no other explanation. My legs simply moved and my wings flew me back to where my friends were staying and there he was, standing by the window when he should be sleeping. I only meant to check up on everyone one last time before I left for good. I know that they would be okay since Axel has the spells book now, but a perpetual ache was stinging my chest, pulling me towards Jason's room. One thing led to another and we exchanged glances. We looked at each other in the eyes and a void feeling scratched my insides. Guilt. Before I reminded myself what I was supposed to be doing. And left. That was 3 days ago. Right now I'm at a small town named Jerryfell, staying at a local hotel with the perfect view for the police department. After 2 days in the wild searching for information, I came to know that Nero's mate is Samuel Anderson, an Afro-American police officer with a perfect record and loved citizen. So while I'm sitting on a chair in front of my window waiting for Sam to clock out of his job, I'm rethinking my life decisions, more specifically my love life. My currently failing love life. Sometimes I wish things were easier. If I was just a simple, humble human with a normal family and friends and living an honest life. No secrets. No responsibility. No problems. Just live my life with my loved ones without having to watch my back 24/7. What's with the frown, baby angel? I heard a deep voice behind me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jason used to call me Angel. I had been a little apprehensive at the beginning but then grew to love the name. Not so much of a baby anymore though. The voice said again. I turned around and faced Uriel, who was standing in the middle of the room. A water bottle in his right hand while its cap rested on the left. His dark skin seemed to glow in the dimly lit room, his pearly white showing in a small contagious smile. Your eel is really nice and easy to get along with. Michael, who was just here a few seconds ago. Not so much. Michael is more serious and focused and can sometimes come off as cold and rude for being so straightforward. But he was an incredible archangel. Very responsible. Trustworthy and loyal. Despite his cold demeanor, he still was worried about me because of the whole situation when he greeted me on the first night of the mission. He and Nero were close. More than Michael and I, so I know for a fact that he is hurting on the inside too. So when I opened my arms inviting him into a hug, he didn't reject me, and from his tone, I have a feeling that my experience with Uriel won't be much different. Where's Michael? I asked after watching him chug down the whole water bottle down in one go. That's how you greet your cousin? Damn, I feel a little rejected. He avoided my question with a teasing expression. I rolled my eyes at him before getting up and hugging his enormous figure. I barely reached his chest. The thing about archangels is that they are stupidly tall. Like 6'9" or 7 feet tall. He could literally squish me out in a second with his thumb. "Shut up, dummy, and answer my question." I muffled into his white shirt. He chuckled in response before pulling away. His shift ended. Mine just started. Raphael is next and then Gabriel. He finally killed my curiosity. I nodded back before returning to my chair that was still facing the window. After a few moments of silence, he finally moved from his spot towards the window, resting a hand in my left shoulder. "How are you feeling, Castiel?" he asked gently. I kept my eyes on the building in front of me, trying to ignore the stinging behind my orbs. "I've had better days," I said with a small voice while shrugging helplessly. "I just feel like everything is falling apart. First random attacks started happening. Then Nero betrays us and joins Clarence, forcing me to deal and accept Vertitia Magnus all by myself. I was unconscious for days, Uriel. Now my father sends me down on this crazy mission and forces me to break up with my mate. A mate that doesn't even know who I truly am. What's next? A freaking war." Uriel looks at me with sadness. "I'm so sorry, little angel. You don't deserve any of this pain." I shrugged again. "I've been doing that a lot recently. It's not your fault," I replied quietly. "Well, I don't want to be a pessimist or anything, but you might be right about a war occurring. And you know why?" he said back with a grimace. I laughed bitterly while shaking my head. "No, not on my watch." I spitted out venomous lie. I could feel his gaze burning the left side of my face, but before he could mutter a single word, I stood up and grabbed my coat. "Sam, just open the main exit door. Come on. Nero's mate is here. We need to talk with him." I rushed Uriel, and then we were both out the door. Since the police building was just next to the hotel, we found him rather quickly, and just in time before he opened the door of his car. I shouted a loud "Hey," gaining his attention. I have to give it to my brother. Samuel is a fine man. He's rather tall and, most likely due to his job, very well sculpted. His black curly hair sat proudly on top of his head, and his hazel eyes were very enticing. Breaking from my thoughts, I rushed closer to him. "Hey, are you Samuel Anderson?" I asked as if I wasn't one sure that he was in fact the person that I was looking for. "Yeah. What can I help you, miss?" His deep voice replied back while trying to get a hang of my name. "Castiel. I'm Castiel. You must know my brother, Nero," I asked while taking a step closer towards him. He, however, didn't like my answer very much. His eyes widened before he took several steps back. "Listen, lady, I've got to go," he said in a rush while trying to find his car keys, his footsteps still moving backwards. "What do you know about Nero?" I questioned him again. I noticed that he was fumbling with his pockets, hands still searching for the thick metal and plastic piece that would open his vehicle. Getting tired of this little game, I quickly showed him his car keys dingling from my right hand in front of his face. "Looking for this?" I replied, teasing. He turned around and broke into a sprint while I watched him from afar, very amused. It was just a matter of seconds until Uriel got him. I was walking slowly, step by step, watching as he ran away until he suddenly crashed into an invisible wall, who then revealed to be my cousin Archangel. Sam was laying on the ground, face up, both his arms supporting him up as he stared at Uriel in astonishment. As I arrived at the scene, his head snapped in my direction, following each and every of my movements until I was standing next to Uriel, who looked equally amused. "So where were we?" I asked while crouching in front of him so we were face to face. And then he passed out. I looked back at him in shock. "Well, I wasn't expecting that." "You're barking," a loud laugh. "Look at this. Lately everyone has been passing out on me. It's not even funny anymore." I grumbled and amused. "With a powerful aura as yours was just a second ago, I'm not really surprised." Uriel replied, shaking his head with a small smile, clearly finding the situation entertaining. I, on the other hand, was confused by his words. "What do you mean by that?" And then his face fell. He thought that I was aware of what was happening. His tone became serious as he answered my question. "Castiel, you were exuding an incredible dark aura. Not even Lucifer has an aura as strong as yours was just now. 33. Jason, what the fuck are you doing? I asked in shock, my eyes still wide as I took the scene in front of me. Axel jumped at the sound of my voice, making the objects drop to the floor with a loud thud, cackling and spreading for the vast quake concrete. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He turned around before closing the book. You have 3 seconds to start explaining or I'm calling the guards. I threatened him calmly, once again not wanting to gather attention from others. Basil was howling inside me with conflicted emotions. He still hasn't forgotten that the werewolf in front of us was hiding something with our mate. But he also recognized Axel and his wolf as his best friend. His most trusted wolf. I swear I can explain all of this. But you have to promise me to not tell anyone. He replied with a sober and dark expression which made immediately straighten up my posture to show that my wolf was still the alpha, whose members could still trust. In response I nodded back at him with an equally somber complexion. Charm is the new wind element. My little brother is still too young and vulnerable to carry such an heavy duty and responsibility. The attack on the night of your coronation made me realize that. One of the most guarded and safe events was easily attacked by a demon, which made me wonder how of an easy target Tommy is. I talked with Castiel about this since she knows my brother, and she has been helping me dealing with all this craziness. She even lent me a spells book to make me feel safe and also through meditation. That's what you just saw. He finished explaining with a long sigh. I didn't want you to think that I was being paranoid and weak and therefore unfit for my title as your beta. His last words made my heart ache a bit. He was my best friend. He should never feel unworthy of our friendship, no matter how low he was feeling. And I would have comforted him, if it wasn't for the incredibly strong gut feeling that kept telling me that he was lying to me. My alpha instincts were strong enough to know when something wasn't right. And now, as an alpha king, even though my new powers were still fresh, I knew when my people lied to me, and that's exactly what he's spilling. Lies. His emotions feel sincere, and his story made sense. It would explain why he was meeting Castiel behind my back and why they seemed so close. However, there were loopholes. First of all, Axel was always the most reluctant to trust Castiel. He would never run to her with such a sensitive matter. And how did Castiel have such a rare book? He was hiding something to me, something related to my soulmate. I faked a smile at him before pushing against the nearest wall, eyes swirling with anger and frustration. So much secrecy, so many lies and so much danger. I've had enough of this. I have a kingdom now. Millions of lives are depending on me and I don't have time for liars and traitors. No matter how close we were. That was cute. Not gonna lie. You almost got me. But now I want to hear the truth. My teeth were clenching as I put my face closer to his, looking at him in the eyes, daring him to try to pull my leg like that again. The truth now, Axel. He showed his neck in submission, eyes facing the ground as his body obeyed my alpha command. I kept waiting for him to answer me, but all I got in return was pure and utter silence. How is it possible for him to not accept my order? How? I whispered, shocked, looking at him, expecting any sort of reply. Alpha, all I am allowed to say is that you are meant to stay away from this morning star. He finally said, still facing the ground. My heart dropped once again hearing his words. Castiel did this to you? I asked in a hushed tone, not knowing how to react. He kept quiet until I dropped him back to the ground, letting go of him. He fell on his knees and hands, his breathing uneven as he tried to get his airflows back to normal. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Castiel is involved in something beyond us. Something that you could never imagine. What she's doing it for us. Don't lose your faith in her. I can't tell you anything, not because I don't want to, but because I literally can't, Jason. Please trust me. Hearing the desperation in his voice made me crouch down to his level and look him in the eye. I believe you, brother, I said firmly before pulling towards him in a comforting way. I believe you. I whispered in his ear. I could hear his heart beating wildly as he tried to contain his frustration. Our moment. however, was cut short as the rest of the group arrived and eyed us curiously. Axel said while staring back at them, with an expression that said, "Don't ask." "Sure," we replied, dragging the word for a few seconds whilst still staring at us weirdly, feeling determined in getting some answers for the many questions that rushed in my head. That Axel couldn't get me. I quickly stood up, making my way towards the exit. "All of you go to school. Don't be late. I have some matters to attend. I'll meet all of you later," I stated in a voice that left no space for objections. I waited for them to get inside their cars before turning around, still feeling Axel's warning gaze burning my back. "Wake up." I stared at the redhead that laid still in the small jail as she stirred from her rather uncomfortable-looking slumber. "Damn good morning for you two," Melinda groaned while sitting up, holding her head as if suffering from a headache. Seeing my unimpressed expression, she groaned again, now resting against the wall behind bars. "I felt that we were friends again now," she said, raising an eyebrow at me. "Friends don't lie. Are you willing to be my friend or not?" I replied, crossing my arms in front of me, staring her down. "It depends on what you have to ask me," Melinda answered while mindlessly playing and twirling around a strand of her dark orange hair. "I want the truth." Now she looked back at me, confused and intimidated by my authoritative tone. She stood up straighter, leaving the dirty wall behind her. "Why are you so bent over to get Castiel? The petty excuse you keep giving me means nothing. You despise Tiffany. What happens to her doesn't affect you the slightest." "That's not true," she blurted out angrily. Too angry, in fact. "Something isn't adding up. Tell me the truth and I'll free you," I promised her, taking a step closer to the bars. She was quiet for a while, seeming to be weighing down her options. She was still too unsure of something. "I promise that no harm will come to you." "Silence. Please." I was desperate for some clarification. She contemplated once again, and my words had apparently affected her as she nodded and looking back at me with certainty. "Almost a month ago a man approached me. He was old, on the shorter side, a dark aura around him. He had a really bad vibe attached to him. Elder Clarence." I nodded at her, encouraging her to continue. "He started talking about these crazy things. A thing called Diti and Ignis. He never really told me what it was. All I know is that he was hell-bent on getting that thing at any costs. However, he couldn't do it alone. He needed more power. He needed a divine power. So that's why you invoked the moon goddess." She nodded while avoiding looking at me. I was surprised to see him when I talked with the elders to request them to start the preparations. He was in the inner circle. He could do it without me. He just needed a motive from a non-suspicious outsider. Me. She took a ragged deep breath as her eyes filled with guilt and turned glossy. "I said no at first, you know." A tear rolled down her pale cheek. "I refused, but he threatened me. He knows things that no one is supposed to know, Jason. Please believe me when I say that I couldn't say no to him. I tried and..." She cut herself up with a sigh, brushing her tears away with the back of her hand. "He knows about your mate," I stated, almost certain. The only time I've seen Melinda this vulnerable was the time she mentioned how things went down her mate. I truly felt sorry for her. Things between me and Castiel aren't exactly ideal at the moment, but at least we haven't rejected each other officially. There was still hope for us. The more I know about the things that she's hiding, the clearer I see our future together. "How is it going with your mate?" she asked out of the blue after a moment of silence and introspection from both parties. "The same, unfortunately. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Hearts that thanks her unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Melinda nodded, not really knowing what to say. "Do you love her? Do I love Castiel?" If someone had asked me that question a few weeks ago, I wouldn't hesitate to answer that I was for sure falling for her deeply. But things have changed. I'm a king now. I have responsibilities. I have lives in my hands. Castiel as my mate was meant to help me to deal with this, not push me away and complicate things more. It also didn't help that she was involved with magic without my knowledge. I don't know intentions. I don't know anything. I can't put my people in risk for someone who's been lying to me since day one. No, I don't. Not yet, at least. I've come to realize that being mates with someone isn't enough to keep a relationship going. I was so excited at the thought of her. Everything about her fascinated me, even the smallest things. Still do. But to fall in love with someone you need to actually know your significant other. I don't know anything about Castiel, and what I thought I knew turned up to be lies. Then at the moment I needed her the most, she pushed me away. She hurt me, and you don't hurt the people you love. It doesn't mean that I'm giving up on her. I'm not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. At the end of the day, she's still the person that I'm destined to be with. But I know that things between us will never be the same. Noticing the lack of reply from Melinda, I looked back at her only to see her staring at me with an emotion that I couldn't decipher. You've changed, she finally said while looking at me with all seriousness. Her eyes were the only gentle thing that stared back at me with care. I guess I have. I shrugged while removing the keys from my pocket and unlocking her cell. The rusty door making a squealing sound as it moved, and she stepped out. Melinda came closer to me, face to face. I could feel her breath on my face. I'm hurting Jason, she whispered. My heart aches every time I see you. When I look at you, all I see is my own mate. How messed up is that? And before I could react, she pushed her lips against mine. But as soon as they met, she backed out again, flinching. I wanted to know what my mate felt when she kissed your lips, Jason. All I felt was repulse. I was more confused now than ever. I was frozen, not knowing what to do. My mate had sex with you multiple times, feeling repulse only to hurt me. How sad and cruel is that? Why me? She was full on crying now as she rested her head against my right shoulder. Why does Tiffany hate me, Jason? She sobbed. Why? I didn't have an answer to give her. I could only comfort her as I could while trying to process what the fuck I just found out. Help me, please. Third I threw Castiel. Several hours later, Samuel finally opened his dark hazel eyes. He looked confused at first. His vision most likely still blurry due to being out like a light for so long. When he finally saw me and the giant beside me, he seemed to go back to his senses as his eyes widened and his face became slightly paler. Please don't hurt, Timmy, he stuttered while moving backwards against the wall of the hotel room. While he was, well, gone, Uriel carried him to my hotel room where we stayed while waiting for Sam to wake up. Uriel and I cashed up a little bit. He told me about his life in heaven and I told him a little bit more about Jason. Midway through our conversation, an incredible spark of pain spread through me. I hunched over my lap, but as soon as I felt it, it was gone. What the hell was that? I had no idea. Uriel helped me getting back at my own 2 feet and made sure that I was okay, and then we heard Sam shuffling around, meaning that he was about to wake up. We are here to protect you, Sam. Nero told me about you too, I said, gently trying to soothe his worries away so that he could help us faster. I'm Castiel, Nero's sister, as I told you before. Now, Sam, we really need your help. I kept going while crouching in front of him, waiting for him to say something. Is Nero okay? He finally replied after a few moments of silence. I took a deep breath. Is Nero okay? Should I tell him the truth or smooth him out? I looked at Uriel, asking for advice with my eyes, to which he replied with a sigh of his own before nodding his head slightly. Sam, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how Nero is doing. All I know is that my brother is working with the enemy and begged me beforehand to protect you. He knew something big was coming, and I'm hoping that you could give us some answers. He looked suspiciously back at Uriel. I don't judge him. If I passed out and woke up with 2 strangers interrogating me about my lover, I would be suspicious of everyone as well, especially if one of those strangers was almost 7 feet tall. And who might you be? Sam asked, staring Uriel down. My name is Uriel. I'm the cousin, Uriel said, rather awkwardly flickering his gaze between me and Samuel. Sam looked relieved. Why was he being so weird and hostile with Uriel? Suddenly realization came down on him. The Archangel. He blurted, yes, that would be me. Uriel replied, still wary of Sam. Sam, has Nero talked with you recently? I asked him, breaking him out of his amazement. And his expression fell. His eyes turned sad, a frown taking over his face. He shook his head sideways, signaling, "No. Last time we spoke, he told me that he would be gone for a few days and that I should stay as far away from him as possible. Like brother, like sister, I see." At least Nero had the balls to tell him gently instead of completely Sam's heart with a rushed breakup. Not that I had much of a choice. That was weeks ago. He looked completely heartbroken and betrayed. "Did he tell you why he was going away?" I asked, giving him a small comforting smile. "Not much. He said that he had to take care of some business regarding Clarence." "Clarence? What do you know about Clarence?" I widened my eyes and looked at him expectantly. Sam, on the other hand, looked terrorized and furious at the same time. His fists were clenched hard as his eyebrows met and he closed his eyes. "Clarence Reyes is a monster. A really thirsty and ambitious one. He was always pestering Nero about his vertity and Ignis, always asking questions and making experiences under the pretense of pure research. Nero eventually got tired of his bullshit and told him to stay away. The very next day, when I was working on a new case at the station, I started feeling an enormous and painful headache. I ran straight to the bathroom and noticed that my eyes were turning pitch black. In panic, I cried out for Nero's help. We later found out that Clarence was trying to have a demon to possess me. He paused and took another deep breath before continuing. "A few days later, I was in my car about to make my way home when suddenly someone jumped from my backseat and forced a rag on my face with chloroform, making me black out only to wake up chained and bruised. Clarence tortured me for hours before Nero found us and agreed to help him with whatever he wanted regarding to Vertiti and Ignis. In exchange, I would be safe. No one was allowed to hurt me or my family. He was cut midway by a loud banging noise. I jumped at the sound before looking to my right, towards the source of it, and much to my surprise, there was a hole in the wall. I looked at Uriel as he regained his breath, his fist still closed from the punch that he had just delivered. He was furious. "Are you okay?" I asked, concerned at my cousin. He only nodded back, his breathing still incredibly fast. I looked back at Sam, urging him to continue, but his eyes were still glued to Uriel's form. "Sam." "Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Thoughts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He snapped back to me. "I'm okay after that." Clarence kept experimenting on Nero, each time worse than the other. He was trying to remove Vertiti and Ignis from Nero, almost killing him in the process many times. However, this time he went too far. Nero wasn't even able to walk, sleep, or eat. He went completely blank, as if each and every nerve ending of his went void. His power still resided inside him, but it wasn't the same. Vertiti and Ignis wasn't inside him anymore. He could barely talk. The only word he kept whispering was Allegra, the leader of the Witches' Coven. I stated with a nod, my heart aching for everything that my brother went through. I found her and asked her for help. As soon as she saw Nero, she went full on panic mode. Every single witch of her coven was rushed to the chanting chamber. It was massive. More than 500 witches from all ages were reunited and kept chanting and merging powers. All I remember was seeing a giant bright light and everything turned white. When Nero woke up a week later, he was fully human and his part of the Vertiti in Ignis was transferred to later. Allegra said that it was the only way to save Nero. She said that he might regain some of his old powers as time went by, but that for now he was too weak and fragile. He truly was fully human. I'm not sure if he has any of his abilities back yet. I was in shock. I didn't know how to react. All I could feel at that moment was the wetness of the tears that kept falling of my eyes and my heart beating wildly. A warm, comforting hand came to rest on my shoulder. Uriel started to stroke my head as he kept muttering, "I'm so sorry, little angel. Or Nero is strong, he's okay." But how? How do I know that my brother is not in some sort of pain as we speak? Clarence might be torturing him and we can't do anything about it. We need to tell my parents. We need to go back home now, I said while standing up after recomposing myself. "Sam, we will come with you to pack your stuff. We need to leave as soon as possible," I continued while wiping my slightly red nose one more time. He didn't resist my request and agreed silently. We hurried everything from the hotel, paid for my stay, and followed Samuel's instructions to his house. You followed Sam inside his home while I stayed outside in the car, to make sure no one else came. While they were packing Sam's stuff, I decided to check my phone and perhaps call Axel to tell him that I will be coming home sooner than expected. As soon as I unlocked my phone, I was bombarded with notifications, 12 unread messages and 7 missed calls from Axel. I furrowed my eyebrows and glanced at the preview of the text Jason knows. Cast IL, it's urgent, please. Call me ASAP, he saw me. I didn't dare to open or read the preview of the rest of them. I quickly dialed Axel's number and the ring only sounded once. Cast IL. Are you there? He shouted from the other side in panic. Yeah. I'm here. Jason saw what? What's happening? I asked, feeling my anxiety levels rising as my heart kept beating faster and faster. Forget about that. It's not important. You need to come back now, he said in a rushed and desperate tone. What? Why, what the hell is happening, Axel? Jason is claiming Melinda as his Luna tomorrow. My world stopped. I dropped my phone to the ground as my heart clenched and twisted in pain. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't speak. My mouth felt like sand and dry as it was open, still processing what was going on. So this is what rejection feels like. I felt numb, as if something was ripped out of me. My pride. My love. Cast IL, are you still there? Axel's muffled voice sounded from the cracked phone that laid in the middle of the pathwalk. But I couldn't answer. I couldn't feel. I felt empty. The only thought running my head as pain consumed me from the inside was karma is a bitch. 35 Jason, are you out of your mind or have you lost your head? Axel yelled at me, his face red with anger and his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe what was happening. I vote both, Ethan said, raising his hand, a spoonful of ice cream hanging from his mouth. It's the most sensible thing to do. I have a kingdom to take care of. I replied curtly. Yeah. And you also have a mate that cares for you. How can you do this to Cast IL? Isabella screamed while hitting her hand on the kitchen aisle, a loud noise resonating through the kitchen. William quickly pulled her in his arms, trying to calm her down, his actions making my blood boil with jealousy. Why can't I hold my mate in my arms? And everything came back in flashes in my head, a now familiar aching in my chest returning. She does not care for me. I don't want to hear any of you mentioning her name again. But yeah, it's an order. I raised my voice, silencing all of them. A moment of silence followed, their heads hanging low while staring at the ground. That was until Elijah interrupted it. But why Melinda? Didn't she rape you? He asked, almost afraid of saying the words. We talked about it. She didn't do it. She just made me believe so. Yes, she drugged me, and yes, she fooled me, but she explained her reasons. Which are, may I add, none of your business. Give her a try, she's actually a really nice girl. A great warrior as well. She fits perfectly the role as my Luna. I clarified with a soft, forced smile. Are you even listening to yourself right now? She played you like a toy and even used drugs on you. Drugs? How the hell is a girl like that fit to be queen? Isabella kept going while Will held her back. It's all in the past. You can't hold grudges forever. Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, I know her motives. I insisted. I'm sorry, bro, but this isn't you talking. Are you on something? Did she give you any magical white powder or... I'm perfectly fine, William. Thank you for your concern, you are a great friend. Now excuse me, but I have to meet up with my soon-to-be Luna, I said while patting Will's shoulder while passing by them to get to the door that exited the kitchen. What do your parents think about all of this? They like Cast IL a lot. Hell, even Madison loves her. Everyone does. Isabella asked. One last snapped. I picked a chair from under the table and smashed it right next to where they were sitting. I ordered you to not talk about her. Basil had taken over me, my eyes changing their color to a darker shade. A loud growl following my voice. I was shaking with anger and it took me a while to get hold of myself. All of them stood up and took a defensive stance, expecting my next move. Their faces blank, but their eyes showed sadness, disappointment and rage. I scoffed at them before forcing a smirk and leaving the kitchen, but not missing what Axel whispered when I put my handle off the door. "You are making a huge mistake," which I shrugged off while making my way upstairs to my private office. After my coronation, a lot of responsibilities came, and so did paperwork. My father had already a room ready for me to take over as my own office, and at the time I didn't give it much importance. Now I thank him more and more for granting me with this space that organizes my life in more ways than I could count. Twisting the golden handle I until I opened the door and looked at Melinda, who was sitting on the couch while nibbling on her fingernails, her red hair all over the place. As soon as she heard me coming in, she stood up and walked towards me. "Did they buy it?" she asked anxiously, her eyes flickering between my face and the door behind me. I quickly closed it and nodded back at her while taking a deep breath. "They most likely hate me right now." I went a little overboard with the asshole act, I said, trying to form a small smile. But I was too worn out to do it. Who knew that lying to your friends could be this hard? "I'm so sorry for putting you through this. This is a terrible idea. You don't deserve to deal with my shit. Fuck, we just made amends and I'm already high. Hey, calm down, okay? It's not your fault. It was my idea and you don't deserve the shit that Tiffany is putting you through either," I said, trying to calm her down, holding her face in between my hands, looking at her in her eyes. "Come here," I said while pulling her in my arms into a hug. "I've missed you. You know," she mumbled against my chest, while I felt her tears soaking my shirt. "I've missed you, Mel," I said, patting her head gently. She quickly pulled away, wiping her tears and straightening herself up again, shifting to business mode. "The goddess is bound to come in 12 days, which means we have 12 days to come up with a solid plan to have Tiffany, to stop her from hurting Carsty and to stop Elder Clarence from doing whatever the hell he's up to," she said. I nodded back. "We will announce you as my Luna today at school, right in front of Tiffany. Hurt her from the inside. She will for sure come to you, and then we strike." I continued. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Krishut's enthusiasm. What if Kirsty L comes meanwhile? You'll be hurting her as well," Mel said, concerned. "It's a small price to pay for her protection. No harms are to come to my mate," I replied in a sober tone. Mel sighed and rubbed her eyes tiredly before turning to me with a serious expression. "Jason, you are hurt. I know that. You know that. She knows that. But this isn't how you are supposed to take care of things. Not hurting her back like this. You are better than this. Come on." I avoided her eyes before replying. "You are reading too much into this. The school is the perfect place. Lots of young pack members who won't dare to speak up about it. And it'll catch Tiffany off guard. She thinks that she's the queen of that whole place, so being exposed to us like this will enrage her even more." I clarified, trying to make it sound as logical as possible. She shook her head. "You're making a huge mistake," she mumbled while sitting down on the couch once again. Her legs spread out as she leaned back, looking at the ceiling. I sat down next to her, mimicking her pose before replying. "So I've been told. 36, Castiel, Sam, Uriel and I left immediately. None of them asked anything. Just kept quiet and followed my orders, which made the trip back home rather silent and awkward. The tension was palpable inside the car. Both of them had questions but knew that it was for the best if they didn't ask them, and I was thankful for it. During the car ride I had a wave of emotions and decisions parading in my head before making me think what my next move should be. Should I go to his house? And what? Cry and hope for him to take me back? I decided then to text Roma's Edie to help me. We agreed that it was best if I went home first. Took a shower and accommodated Samuel in his new temporary house. Having Sam as my responsibility has actually become a great distraction. Enthusiasm, and doesn't deserve to be involved in any more problems or drama, and that had me motivated to not make any rash decisions, no matter how much I wanted to burn both Melinda and Jason alive. Pulling into my driveway, I turned down the radio that was currently playing Death in My Pocket by Machine Gun Kelly. A song that I'm sure that fate was playing to provoke me even more with the relatable lyrics in my situation. I mean, I've never heard it playing on the radio before, so why now? I snapped out of my thoughts and got out alongside with my bag. Hearing two loud thuds in response, I knew that both Uriel and Sam had exited as well. Inserting the key and opening the door, I let them enter before me, closing the door behind me softly. "This is it. Welcome to my house," I said softly, smiling at them weakly. "Come on, follow me. I'll get someone to help you with your stuff." I continued before walking further into the mansion. After showing each of them their rooms, I excused myself to take a shower and texted Aram Azidi to come over. I undressed and stood in front of mirror in the bathroom, simply staring and letting my mind fly to wherever it wanted so that I could wash the thoughts away with the warm water. I looked the same as the last time that I looked at myself, except for the obvious red eyes from crying. Taking a deep breath, I furrowed my eyebrows and reminded myself who I was. I'm Castiel Morningstar, daughter of Lucifer and Charmine Morningstar, daughter of the devil and God's sister, holder of Verta T.M. Ignis. I'm the angel on fire. My eyes starting burning with a glowing orange color as a goosent spread all over my body. I refused to shed any more tears over a boy. I'm more worthy than this. We will talk as adults and come to an agreement, no matter how painful the outcome can be. I stepped into the shower and washed my exhaustion away. Once I was dried and dressed, I decided to head downstairs to address the commotion that was unraveling there. Maria stood in all of her short height with a wooden spoon while scolding Uriel, who stood tall as ever, rubbing his hand in pain, while Sam was laughing away and Aram Azidi just stood there as confused. "Castiel, my sweet angel, you're back, and brought this brute that you call a cousin with you," she said, rushing to give me a hug while glaring at Uriel, who was trying to control his amusement towards the tiny woman. Their height difference was comical. Maria was terribly short and Uriel terrifyingly huge, hence why she only managed to hit his hand with the spoon, I presumed. "What's going in here?" I asked with a genuine smile. "I missed this. I was greeting all of our guests as a good head maid that I am, when this tall brick with wings decided to pick me up, and as if I was a child. You brute, I held you when you were a child." She started spitting out with incredulity and embarrassment lacing her voice. Uriel took a step back, holding both his hands in the air. "I was trying to hug you. You're just so small, Auntie. I dare you to finish that sentence, boy. I dare you." Maria cut him off while raising her wooden spoon towards Uriel, whose eyes wide and comically, never removing his gaze from the spoon in her hand, his face draining of color. The whole situation kept going with a round of laughs in between, until Aram Azidi motioned me to go upstairs so that we could talk in private, leaving the rest with their bickering behind. Once settled in my room, he looked at me with pity. "You heard the news, huh?" To which he nodded. "Yeah. When Axel couldn't enter in contact with you, he freaked out and called me," he explained. "So what am I supposed to do now? What if he announces during school?" I asked him while massaging my temples. "Now, you go to school and hang out with your friends. The worst part of your mission is done, and you should celebrate that first. When they announce the situation, if they announce the situation, which I'm finding incredibly sketchy to be true, you stand tall and proud. Remember who the fuck you are, Castiel. You don't need some arrogant little boy making assumptions and playing with your feelings like this," he said, getting agitated by each passing moment. "But it was my fault. I pushed him away. I started this. Not him, me. I made him believe that everything we had was nothing more than a game, that I had played with his feelings the whole time." I replied, getting hot all over. "And it wasn't. You are trying to tell me that this whole mate charade wasn't a game. You needed a distraction, and so did he. Never once did both of you sat down and talked and got to know each other. Do you even know his middle name? You went from exchanging glances at each other to meeting family with no steps in between nor whatsoever. You were both going too fast. You didn't like him. You liked the idea of him because he was your mate. And so did he with you. All because of a fucking bond that for some unknown reason or formed. And don't try to justify his actions, Castiel. No matter how hurt you are, you should never cheat on your mate to betray them like he's doing." I stood in silence, absorbing his words and concluding that he was absolutely right. We were going too fast. But it's not too late, you know. You can still get to know him and learn about his mistakes. Trust me, there are many of them. And have your happy ending with your mate. However, Don't you ever put yourself down because of him or any other person, got that? He pulled me into a hug and patted my head softly. What do you mean? He has committed many mistakes. I murmured into his dark shirt. Not my story to tell. He needs to own up to his mistakes and be true with himself while telling you personally. Now get your bag because we are going to school in 5. I called your parents. They are on their way here to talk with Samuel. I'm coming with you to school. Lucifer's orders. You will stay here until Ebriel or yours parents arrive. He explained while getting up. I grabbed my school bag, took a deep breath and headed downstairs once again. The drive to school almost felt nostalgic, a bit dramatic. It's only been like what? A week? To perhaps. Aramas E quickly snapped me out of my thoughts by slamming his car door shut, waiting for me to follow him. We entered in the building standing next to each other. Heads raised high, faces not giving anything away while passing by many groups of people that stood in front of their lockers and wouldn't stop whispering or looking at us. Most girls checking Aramas ED out. I don't blame them. Aramas ED is incredibly beautiful and exudes a powerful aura. His dark features making him look mysterious and dangerous. Brown hair with dark eyes with a light hint of red. It was so subtle that you would only notice if you got really close to his face. Hedged cheekbones and a 5 o'clock shadow. He looked more mature than the rest of the male students here, adding another motive for him to be the center of attention. We finally arrived to my locker and my heart ached noticing that there wasn't anyone from our group there waiting for me as they would usually do. That made me appreciate Aramas E's presence a lot more. I retrieved my books as usual and headed to class. I missed the first 3 classes, so I would be attending this one, and then it was lunch break. I wonder if they have announced it yet. I was suddenly pulled into a hug, breaking me out of my sad thoughts. Castiel, I have missed you so much, Isabella exclaimed while squeezing the living lights out of me. I smiled at her, hugging her back. I missed you too. All of you, I said with a soft smile, looking at the boys that were standing in front of me. Group hug. Ethan yelled and pulled all of us into his bone-crushing embrace. You idiot, I can't breathe. Elijah squealed. Good, Ethan replied sadistically. William eventually broke them up and we all took a deep breath, appreciating the air in our lungs. Aramas E just stood there bored. I wasn't the only one to notice this, seeing that everyone suddenly tensed at his presence. Well, everyone except for Ethan, of course. You look grumpy. Do you want a hug too? Ethan asked, opening his arms and started walking towards Aramas E, but Bella quickly smacked him in the back of the head and stopped him. I didn't know you were bringing Aramas E along. Axel said father's orders. I replied and watched Axel's eyes shine with understanding. Right. Come on, we will be late to class, he said, motioning ahead, ignoring the burning glares of confusion that Bella, Will, Elijah and eventually Ethan sent him. None of them actually daring to ask anything. Axel was, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Their soon-to-be beta class went by rather quickly. I didn't pay much attention to what the teacher was saying. My mind was elsewhere, wondering and cogitating about what was yet to come. My gut was telling me that this lunch break wouldn't be ordinary. Eventually the bell rang and my stomach was churning with anticipation. I moved closer to Axel and whispered to him, "Is it now?" To which he replied with a pitiful "I'm not sure." We kept walking through the large corridors as a group, heading straight to the cafeteria. My eyes wandering everywhere looking for any signs of Jason or Melinda. Isabella and William were chatting away as usual and opened the cafeteria's doors and held them waiting for us to enter and then proceeded to close the doors again. I slowed down my steps, not sure to which table they were heading. I didn't even know if Jason and them were on speaking terms. Eventually I realized that we were heading towards their usual table, making me take a relieved breath. Maybe things aren't as bad as I imagined. You see, our table had 7 chairs in total. It would usually be Isabella, William, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jason and I. And as we sat down, the most uncomfortable feeling grew in the pit of my stomach. I looked at the seat beside me, where Jason would usually sit, and noticed Ed sitting down in that spot as a replacement. Jason would never approve of this. He was always wary when it came to Ed. Hell, every time was because of Ed. So having him sit in Jason's seat replacing him felt like a betrayal. Perhaps I'm being too paranoid about the whole situation, but my body wouldn't stop sending me signals that something wasn't right. All of a sudden, everyone except for me, Ed and very few students clasped their heads and held them almost as if in pain. I stood confused and nervous, feeling my eyes swirling and switching when suddenly the cafeteria's door opened with a loud slam against the wall, and everything started making sense to me. The mind, link in the pack. There they stood together holding hands and looking around tall and proud with smiles in their faces. Axel then started gripping his hair, almost in pain, and the rest of the group followed. Of course they weren't going to announce it out loud. The human students in the school would start asking questions about what a Luna is and would find it more suspicious than everyone clasping their heads due to the loud bang from the door. They wouldn't even notice or remember that they clasped their heads a second earlier than the door had slammed. Mind, linking isn't supposed to be painful. Why are all of them acting like this? Ed said, looking back forth to the people around us and towards the door. I was as confused as he was and turned my attention back to Jason and Melinda. However, I wasn't ready for the sight in front of me. They both stood in each other's arms. He was caressing the side of her face, brushing a few stray hairs away, and leaning in closer and closer, their lips almost touching. I couldn't watch. I refused. I turned back to my friends, worried by their pained expressions, when suddenly my chest started to feel heavy. My pulse slowing down and a burning hot pain started consuming me from the insides. I gasped in pain and crashed against Ed, feeling weak and dizzy, my body shaking and trembling while breaking into a sweat. Stay ill. Ed suddenly yelled while trying to hold me up straight. But I couldn't. My body felt like it was being drained, a constant pounding in my head and a heart-clenching feeling. Axel managed to get through his pain and look back towards us and mutter some words. He's blocking us. Alpha command. He ended with a soft whimper. I could feel Ed's body shaking with anger, his movements making me even more dizzy, triggering my body to start bleeding through my nose. My eyes glowing with a bright orange color and my back arching, a burning sensation forming in my forehead as if I was being branded with a symbol. The vertity emignis Ed whispered, his face paling in panic and fear. For the first in my whole life I saw Ed scared, his horror-stricken gaze never leaving me. My forehead, my body kept twisting and curling in pain. I could feel my consciousness slowly slipping away. I turned to the cafeteria door once again and noticed that only Melinda stood there. Her gaze was painted with horror, pity and guilt. So much guilt. I'm sorry, she had mouthed. And then I closed my eyes. 37. Jason, I hate Ed Kamkin. I really do. My motives are many, but at the end of the day it all comes down to two things. The day that my mom fell ill and the power that he holds. I've seen him pulling up a few cards and tricks out of his sleeve. But in this precise moment, I couldn't help but agree with him for once. You are a fool, Jason Silver. And fucking hell, he couldn't have been more right. Once again, I put my loved ones in danger due to my selfish and juvenile attitudes. Werewolves and vampires have always had a certain despise for each other. Even though we didn't really show it. It was there. I had just turned 16 at the time. My sister Madison was 4. The Kamkins barged in the castle, throwing insults and threats while making accusations regarding our involvement on the disappearance of Roderick. I didn't know who Roderick was at the time, but I now know that the missing entity was none other than the god responsible for vampires. The outbreak was quickly controlled through a deep and peaceful conversation between both parties, so we simply shrugged it off and moved on with our lives. We had hoped that logic would have made its way through those thick, half-dead skulls. How could we werewolves, earthly beings, have enough strength to overpower a god? However, that wasn't the case. Not even 7 months later the Kamkin striked again, this time taking my mom and Madison as hostages. It had been a total of 8 hours that the vampires had them in their domain. 8 hours of pure agony. They didn't harm Madison, but I can't say the same thing about my mother. She had been bitten and had 3 hours to get the cure that would expel the toxins out of her body. More than 5 hours of tracking and following leads to try to find both females. And 3 hours of my father, King Tobias, trying to contact me through mind, link, cell phone and every other possible mean of communication, only to come back always empty-handed. Because I was way too busy doing this girl from a different pack that was visiting the capital. I had turned off my mind, Link not wanting to be disturbed during my hormonal rampage. My family needed me, and I turned my back to them because of my own needs. If my mind had been open, I could have gone faster to meet my father and act as the much-needed backup team at the time, and my mom would have gotten the cure in time instead of being driven to this almost craze now. A bloody fight went down that day. Many were injured, but everyone knows that if I had been there on time, things would have turned out completely different. And now, years later, Madison still hasn't been able to forgive me for my negligence. I try to redeem myself every day for my actions. I've accepted my mistakes and unacceptable behavior and grovel for a piece of mercy from my sister, who is 6 years old now. Not even old enough to know how to read fluently, but mature enough to learn how to control her demons and overwhelming experiences due to the mental scars that marked her that day and still haunt her as we speak. She isn't easy to deal with, and she has the deepest trust issues that I've ever seen. And all because of me. She doesn't make friendships easily, and certain actions and words can trigger her to start crying, making all of us very protective of her. Me being the most due to the guilt that eats me inside every single day. And now this story repeats itself. The plot is just different. Melinda was right. I was hurt and I wanted something. Someone to feel my pain to. Hurt people, and that's exactly what I did. However, this short feeling of revenge didn't last long, as it completely backfired as soon as I looked at my mate bleeding and convulsing in my enemy's arms, surrounded my friend, who I had pushed away so that I could go through this stupid plan. I didn't think. I just ran. I ran towards Carsdale, ignoring my pack members that were still in pain due to my first alpha command, and ripped her off her armor's arms. I picked her up all too easily, taking a short glimpse at the vampire's face to see his reaction towards me as I took my mate, his friend, who I've hurt before and was hurting now, out of his embrace. I was shocked, to say at least. Arama's Edie was pale and sweating profusely as he stared in horror at the passed-out girl in my arms. I had never seen a Kamkin looking like this. At any other time I would have made fun of him and feed my ego with his expression. However, the shivering sensation that rushed through me as my skin warmed cast ILs had me staring back at my mate, covered in blood from non-existent visible wounds. The blood just kept flowing and staining the floor. But that wasn't what freaked me out the most. The symbols forming on her forehead were moon phases. White moon-shaped marks started glowing in the middle of her forehead as the temperature in the room grew hotter by the minute, and blood-curdling screams started resonating through the whole building as the floor started taking, the walls cracking with dust flying all over. I didn't blink. I didn't think. This was a sign of the gods above. This was the moon goddess's doing. A warning due to my attitudes towards the blessed and precious gift that she had given me. My mate. I just ran outside with Carsdale in my arms and slid down against a locker wall, still holding on to her. I pushed her hair to the side and sank my teeth deep into the side of her neck, where her shoulder and neck met. Tears blurred my vision as I retracted my fangs from her flesh. I had dreamed of marking her many times, but never like this. Not out of need and desperation or in the brink of death. I could taste her blood in my mouth as I stroked her cheek lovingly. I whispered, holding her head with my hands as I pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. "I'm so sorry." I kept whispering over and over, with her still unresponsive and unconscious body pressed against mine. I pressed my nose against the top of her head, tears rolling down without a pang of shame as I placed more kisses on her head, getting lost in her fading scent and silky hair, now caked with blood. Open your eyes, Castiel, please. I didn't care that half of the school was falling to pieces. The screaming and the chaos that surrounded us had become background music, a terrifying and unsettling symphony, but not my priority nonetheless. All that it mattered in that moment was the corpse of my mate that was growing weaker and weaker by each passing second as I felt her sinking deeper against me. I held onto her tighter and heard her heart beating slower and slower. Please don't leave me. Castiel, please, you promised. Baby, please don't. Her bleeding suddenly stopped. Golden crusts took the place of the red metallic fluid in which I was covered into by now. I didn't care nor question the why had her blood turned to gold. All I saw was an opening, a silver lining. She would wake up. She had to wake up. The moon shapes disappeared, making me inch my breath as relief and anxiety both filled me in. My stomach churned with anticipation to see what her body would do next. Her mark was already healed and I didn't know how to feel about it. It's supposed to take days to heal. She did it in a matter of seconds. But I didn't storm over it long. I just kept watching her, mesmerized by every little detail that I never had the opportunity to see this close. I knew that whatever the hell she was hiding wouldn't matter. I just wanted her. All of her. I want to cherish her scars, her secrets, her heart, her body, just her. My heart halted in realization. I'm falling deeply in love with Castiel. My heart stopped, but also did hers. Sometimes you don't know what you love until it's gone. I woke up with a start, disoriented and in agony, only to find myself in a plush bedroom that hid a gruesome secret. The room that was once a sanctuary became a prison as the candles went out, and I was left with the chilling realization that I was no longer in control of my own body. 38, Castiel, everything hurts. My body ached all over, and from the very tip of my little pinky toe to the top of my head. My eyes were glued shut from being unconscious for so long that I had to squint and blink them a few times before completely opening my hazel eyes. I decided to start making small movements such as clenching my fingers and shaking my head side to side, only to feel a textured yet soft material wrapped around my head, applying a slight pressure to my forehead. Little by little, as I started regaining consciousness and awaking my dormant body, the pain began to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, I finally recollected enough strength to sit up. The sudden move made me slightly dizzy, but not significantly so. Resting once again in a new position, I took a moment to look around me and situate myself. What happened? I was sitting on a bed, creamed silk sheets surrounding me, a cup of water resting on top of the night bedside table. I greedily took it and pleasured myself with the cool water. Once satisfied, I set the empty cup on the bedside once again, before setting a foot on the carpeted floor. As soon as my foot met the ground, the room got significantly dark, as the fire of the circle of red candles that surrounded the bed extinguished one by one. Regaining my balance, I quickly yanked open the window on the right side of the room. A wave of dust flew into air as I did so. I turned around to see the room more clearly. However, I wasn't ready for the view in front of me. Blood. So much blood. In a trail of golden crust that had caked up the whole floor and some spots of the bed, some of it even smearing on 3 candles. That blood was obviously mine. But what had caused me to bleed this much? Why didn't I just heal? And then flashes of memory surged in my mind. Melinda. To my agent extraordinaire, Marianne Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Aramas E.D. Everyone. I had passed out. But what happened after that? And more importantly, why? I was quick to notice a door opposite to the window, and without hesitating, I twisted open the handle and turned on the lights. It was as I had expected. A bathroom. I removed the bandage around my head and splashed some water to my face to wake myself up a little more, and kicked out as much as dry blood as I could from my hair. But as I was brushing towards the hair that sat on my shoulder, I noticed something on my neck. 2 punctured shapes were standing proudly on the spot where my neck met my shoulder, and I froze. A mark. Who dared to mark me without my consent? As I brushed my hair to the side and examined the scars a little more closely, sparks rushed through my body. I automatically found out who was the culprit behind this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How dared he, claiming another woman as his Luna, and then marking me without my consent? A wave of anger crashed into my soul, making me clench my fists and explode with the sink in front of me, the water squirting all around me, leaving a wet trail towards the bed. My furious actions didn't pass unnoticed as I heard loud and quick stumps hitting what I assumed to be stairs that led to the room that I was in. My theory was proven correct as Aramas Eid and Jason both knocked and teared down the door. Castiel, what are you doing? Go back to bed. I chose to ignore Jason, who was rushing towards me as I answered Aramas Eid. Hell no. I need to stretch and eat. Jason pulled me into a hug, crushing me against his strong torso, tightening his hold on me even more by each passing sec, while lightly kissing the top of my head as he exhaled words of concern. Had it been any other time, I wouldn't hesitate to jump into his arms and hug him with as much force back. But right now, I was terribly mad and hurt because of his actions, so I stayed still until I felt like it was too much and started pushing him away. Let me go. He seemed stunned by my words as he took a step back and looked at me worriedly. I simply stared coldly back at him. How dare you? I spat at him, my eyes flashing orange with hot, pulsating anger. Castiel, calm down. He don't try to excuse his behavior, Aramas Eid. Now please get out. There are some things that I have to deal with. I raised my voice while glancing at Jason near the end. Aramas Eid, feeling my authoritative tone, complied to my words and left through the no more existing door and waited outside. Just don't do something that you might regret later, he said before turning around and walked down the stairs, his footsteps being the only thing heard throughout the whole house as the pin-drop silence bared the air. Tension between me and the king thickening by each second as we stared each other in the eye. I have a lot to explain, Jason started. You do. I glared at him, my voice low as my eyes reflected sadness and hurt. He sighed before running a hand through his messy dark hair. I took a moment to assess him. He looked tired, completely worn out. There were visible bags under his eyes. His cheeks were more hollow, as well indicating that he had lost some weight, and there were stress marks on some spots of his face. My stomach churned with worry for him. You are in great danger, Castiel. There's someone out there trying to get you. Elder Clarence. You know him, right? He asked while eyeing me to check on my memory. I numbly nodded back in response, not liking having him knowing so much about how Clarence and I were involved. What did he know? He blackmailed and manipulated Melinda into summoning the moon goddess to hurt you. And as you can guess, no one can stop a god from doing what they want. He proceeded to explain. He knows something about Melinda, something personal, and the only way to turn things around was for us to pretend to be together. That doesn't make any sense. I cut him off. He looked frustrated as he replied, It's not exactly my secret to tell. I can't really go into detail about it. You have to trust me. Trust you. Are you actually being serious? Look at me, Jason. I have a bite mark on my neck, something that was meant to be special and consensual. I was unconscious and you took advantage of it. I raised and lowered my voice as it began to crack and fail due to my emotional state. I didn't even care to wipe off the few tears of hurt and betrayal that rolled down my face in that moment. He quickly came forward and reached out to touch me, but I took a step back. He insisted one more time and successfully grasped me in his arms. No, Angel, don't cry. Castiel, you got it all wrong, he whispered while brushing a few strands of hair out my face as he lovingly stroked his thumb over my cheek. I didn't do it because I wanted to. I did it to save you, love. He pressed a small kiss on my forehead. Angel, you were completely blacked out and bleeding non-stop. And you also had marks on your forehead. Moon phases. It was a sign from the moon goddess. I'm not sure if the summoning had anything to do with it, but the gods have it out for our bond. They wanted it complete. They know no boundaries. He cut himself off as his voice cracked with tears. They even killed you for a few seconds. I looked at him shocked. Your heart stopped beating, Castiel. He pulled me back into his arms and tight, and his hold once again. It almost seemed as if he was reviving that moment of pain as he continued to pull me impossibly closer to him. I almost lost you, Angel. Believe me, the last thing that I wanted was to give you another reason for you to hate me. I wanted to mark you, yes. But not like that. Not like this. I wanted to be able to look at you in the eyes and stare at that beautiful smile of yours as I claimed you as mine. Not the sight that I had as I pierced your already bloodied skin as it was. Not with you dying in my arms. He finished as he cradled my face in his hands. It was the scariest and most painful moment of my life, Castiel. I can't lose you. He exhaled once again and let his forehead drop against mine. No matter how hurt I was from being pushed away from you, I would never let something or someone else deliberately put you in danger. What I did it for you. Tears rolled down my cheeks once again, as I slowly circled my arms around him. My anger was suddenly forgotten, as my guilty conscience about what I had done came right back to this present moment. I didn't mean it, I said after a minute of silence between the both of us. He looked back at me with confusion. To push you away that day. It wasn't by my choice. I was ordered to make you stay away from me for a while. I smiled weakly at him while removing myself from his embrace. He was about to open his mouth, but I quickly shut him up by clasping both his hands in mine. Jason, there are things about me. Things that you don't know. That are better if you don't know yet. But there's something I need you to remember. I looked at him in the eyes as I said this. I don't need you to save me, I whispered tenderly as I caressed his face softly. You are the one that needs to be saved from me. I finished while standing on the tip of my toes as I pressed my hands against his strong chest. All of my previous rage concealed to burn later. Waiting for the right moment to burn later on. Right now my mind wanted peace, understanding and forgiveness. I looked at him in the eyes one more time before closing mine, and crashing my mouth against his. 39. Jason. Her lips touched mine and suddenly a fire lighted up inside me. Her soft velvety lips brushing and connecting with mine was a feeling that I wish I could hold on forever. Our desire grew more and more, strengthening our kiss, pushing each other's lips harder and harder. Her hands flew to my hair as I grabbed her neck and waist, pulling her closer. Our bodies were touching and a humming feeling could be felt in both of us. The sparks, the tingles. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've never felt something like this before. I could feel our bond getting stronger. We had kissed in the past, but not like this, not this intense. Just as things were escalating to the next level, she pulled away and rested her forehead against mine. I bent down a little bit more so that she could fully support her own 2 feet on the ground. We just stayed there, eyes closed, relishing on the feeling and the moment we just had shared, and I didn't mind the slightest bit. Eventually she opened her eyes and stared back at me. Our eyes were locked and I couldn't help but smile at the angel in front of me. Her cheeks were flustered, her lips swollen and her eyes were sparkling. She looked like heaven. She smiled back at me before running her eyes through my face, leaving a small peck in my throat and resting her hand against my cheek, stroking gently. I hugged her tighter against me and kissed her forehead. I almost lost this. I almost lost her. How would I survive without her? She's my other half. The whole reason for my existence. I almost lost her to my own idiocy. Out of negligence. I was supposed to care for her, protect her, not hurt her. Even when she refused to talk with me. Can we make a promise to each other? I asked her after a moment of blissful silence. She looked at me in the eyes, curiosity swirling in her orbs. Next time we decide to keep the other one away for a matter of security or any other reason that doesn't imply self-choice or will. We must tell each other. She opened her mouth to reply, but I cut her off. I know that things are not easy for you. We had a confusing beginning. Too absorbed with each other to actually try this. To try us. And look at where it ended. I could have lost you. I can't. I won't bear to ever lose you again. Please. We don't need to tell the motives. Just tell me that you don't hate me. That you have to stay away. Please, no more unnecessary pain. I begged her silently while pulling her impossibly closer and resting my head on hers once again, whilst closing my eyes to keep my tears at bay. She disconnected our heads and held my face between her hands and smiled. "Please don't break this one, I'm begging you." "I promise to," I replied while looking at her. Then her smile fell, her hand unconsciously moving toward the mark on her neck. I wanted to ask how it had healed so fast, but I decided that now probably wasn't the best time. "Jason, I need to go," she said while stepping away from our embrace. As if sensing my agitation, she grabbed my hand and explained further. "A lot has happened in the last 24 hours. I need to go back home. I have many questions and need answers. I promise that once everything is settled I will explain everything to you." I nodded back in understanding, even though my heart hurt a little due to her departure. She's going home, damn it. It's not like she's going to a whole new planet. "I understand. Just make sure to message me at the end of every day so that I know that you are okay." I pushed a strand of her hair behind her little ear. "Come on. I'll drop you at home. I don't trust you to drive just yet," I said while whirling her around. "But I'm perfectly fine." She tried to retaliate. "Shush now, come." I tapped her butt twice, motioning for her to walk faster. She looked at me through the corner of her eye to check my face as I touched her bum. All she saw was my smile lightly tinted with a smirk as I quirked a brow at her, challenging her to actually say something. She simply scoffed while rolling her eyes. An amused smile painted on her face. "And where do you both think that you are going?" Aramas Eid interrupted us while leaning against a wall in the hall. "I'm driving Castiel to her house," I said while grabbing her hand. "And is that a good idea?" he asked while looking at Castiel, waiting for her reply. "Yes, it is," she replied with a cheeky smile. Aramas Eid raised his eyebrows, surprised. "Wow, you are in an awfully good mood. I don't even want to know what you both did in those." He stopped to check the watch on his wrist. 20 minutes. "Sorry we kept you waiting for so long," she apologized while blushing. I just shook my head in amusement. "No problem, I have my phone on me to keep me entertained," he said while putting his phone back in his pocket. We left the building and suddenly Castiel let out a gasp of realization. "You brought me to one of your old houses?" she asked, looking back at Aramas Eid in amazement. "Yeah. You see, when I found you lying lifeless in Jason's arms, I didn't have much time for bigger reactions. I knew that you would be safe here. It's quiet and it would help you heal faster," he explained. Castiel nodded, and once we were all settled in my car, Castiel beside me and Aramas Eid with a grim expression in his face. "So, what exactly happened while I was out?" she asked once we were on the road. I looked at Aramas Eid through the mirror only to find him looking back at him. "You started bleeding. Terribly so. You wouldn't heal. Your blood just kept flooding as if it had a mind of its own. Then these symbols, moon shapes, appeared in your forehead, like a burn mark, and they were glowing. In the meanwhile, the whole school was falling apart. There was an earthquake, I believe. There were bricks and dust everywhere. Everyone started screaming and running. Jason picked you up and left. I found you both later on the hall," the vampire said. "I picked you up and, as you can guess, I marked you. Those symbols are a message from my goddess. I don't know what came over me. I just knew that I had to mark you. And then your heart stopped beating." Aramas Eid later found us and rushed us outside. He got in my car and sped over here. The earthquake stopped meanwhile. We rested you on the bed and Aramas Eid started lighting these special candles, and when we checked your heart was beating again and you finally healing. I finished telling her what happened and glanced at her. Her face was crunched up in confusion. Her eyes held many questions. I too had a fair amount of questions myself. The rest of the drive remained in silence. I had placed Castiel's hand in my right one as I used the other to control the wheel. We pulled over at the main entrance of her house. Well, mansion. As if hearing the motor of the car, Maria bolted out of the house with two unknown men towing behind her. Aramas Eid got out of the car and entered inside the house without acknowledging anyone. What else would you expect from a vampire? He's naturally rude. "Who are those two?" I asked Castiel while pointing with my head towards the incredibly tall man and the one that stood beside him. That would be Uriel and Samuel. They're family. She smiled sweetly. I nodded back in response and smiled back at her. I missed you, she said after a while. My heart twisted in a bittersweet feeling, remembering how painful it was the time that we were apart and how mutual it was. How she had missed me too. I missed you too, I replied while gently caressing the side of her face. We both started leaning in, our lips almost touching when all of a sudden an agitated Maria knocked on the black-tainted windows of my car. I groaned before leaning my forehead against hers, to which she replied with a laugh. I smiled softly at the heavenly sound. I pulled away and she opened the door of the car and got assaulted by a small woman that wouldn't stop scolding everyone around her. Just as I looked away, I noticed a tall dark figure looming behind the entrance door. A pair of glowing red eyes stared back at me, making a shiver run down my spine, and I quickly realized who he was. 40 Castile Jason, are you okay? I asked, looking back at him, noticing that he had suddenly tensed as his heartbeat started accelerating like crazy. He was looking towards the door, almost in a trance, never taking his eyes off of it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. This time placing my hand on his shoulder, that seemed to bring him back to reality as he quickly snapped his gaze back towards me. Yeah, I just thought I had seen something, he answered, trying to sound nonchalant about it. I will see you soon, okay? I said, trying to distract him from whatever that it was bothering him, even though I know perfectly well who was trying to get his attention. I gently cradled his face between my hands and placed a quick peck on his lips, watching as his eyes turned a shade darker while staring back at me. I felt brave while doing it so, completely aware of the numerous pairs of eyes watching and spying on our interaction. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Uriel and Samuel pretended to talk among each others, but I could still feel the slight smirk on their faces. As for my father, I could feel his perpetrating glare on my back. Jason placed a last light peck on my forehead before returning to his car and reviving the engine. Don't forget to call me, okay? He asked one last time, worried that something bad might happen while he was away. I won't. I smiled in response and watched him roll up his window and leave the mansion. I turned back towards my audience, who were either smiling like fools or scowling at me. So you two finally made up, huh? Uriel asked while smirking. I simply nodded back at him, trying to hide the smile that threatened to show in my face. Ignoring the rest of their comments, I entered the door and followed the shadow that seemed to try to run from me. Said shadow led me to the living room, where Aramas Edie sat with his notebook as always. And a scowling, freshly seated devil. Are we going to pretend that I didn't see you, or are we actually going to talk about you spying on me and trying to fuck around with my mate? I asked while sitting down with a knowing smirk in front of the infamous Lucifer Morningstar, whose eyes were burning with a raging fire like the pits of hell. Aramas Edie, on the other hand, closed his notebook, looking shocked at my language. I think that it was the first time he has seen me curse. I don't like seeing you playing around with boys, he retorted. Boy, he's my mate. And you know that. You were fine about it a few weeks ago. What changed? I asked, curious at his non-logical rage. Just because I'm fine knowing about it doesn't mean that I'm fine with seeing it. So why didn't look away? I cut him off only for him to ignore me and keep on going. Besides, I had a meeting with Aurora. I wanted to know more about who she mated my children with, and more importantly, why. Let me tell you, the answers are rather shocking, but seem to gain not only my attention but Ramazid's as well. Apparently Aurora wasn't responsible for mating either you or you brother. He dropped the bomb, leaving us rather shocked. If it wasn't her, then who did it? How is it even possible? I asked, baffled. Suddenly Ramazid gasped. No way, he whispered before opening his notebook once again, going back and forth between pages of endless written S and Scrabble S. Father, on the other hand, looked at the young vampire rather amused, as if already knowing what was going through Ramazid's mind. Do you remember why you became who you are today? Father looked at me with an unrecognizable emotion swirling through his eyes. I looked back at him, confused, frowning. My love for your mother wasn't supposed to happen. For the first time ever, The order in the universe was broken. We corrupted our fates. I didn't know what to say, so I just kept listening to him. Your mother was sent down to hell with a mission. It completely backfired. For the both of us. As we fell silently in love with each other. He smiled as if reviving memories in his head. Then his smile fell slowly. Life works in a perfect balance. Evil lives in the underworld and good lives in heaven. So when one of the most prestigious of the good remained good in a place full of evil, completely voluntarily, chaos broke loose. The world was unbalanced. And the dead got revolted. And so did they indeed. The dead people that lived peacefully in heaven wanted to see their loved ones, their indeed loves, that resided in hell, dead but not completely, assigned to be alive enough to feel pain, to pay for their crimes, their sins. The rest of the gods were divided between accepting this bond or having us to end it. Most of them tried to accept us due to fear, to what I would do to their people as revenge, knowing fully well that they couldn't save everyone from the devil. It was all set in the battlefield. The Dead War, I said, while shivering, remembering seeing many souls disappear and cease to exist, burn down to ashes. The blood that flooded down my face and the many stabbing wounds on my brother's skin as we fought our way through the war. He nodded back. Many souls were lost that day. The pent-up anger that had been reserved 15 years was all released in less than 24 hours. Finding out that your mother was pregnant added a lot of fuel to the fire. What kind of creatures would you be? Many were scared as many others were curious. Your mother and I worried about it. You were twins. A boy and a girl. That was balanced enough. He made a dramatic pause and sighed. Fate, however, had other ideas. If you were born with the strongest male seed of evil and the strongest female seed of good, then you must have both as well. Some sort of a good demon. The light ghost and a bad angel. The angel on fire. I still wonder who and why they gave you those stupid mouthful names. Arama's Eid intervened with amusement. Lucifer glared at him, making the vampire drop his smile and straighten up in his seat. But what matters that you were both perfectly balanced as you should be. You were perfect in every sense of the word, Castiel. Perfect to hold the most important of all powers. The balance of the world. The Verity and Ignis. He finished. So fate did this. I asked, still confused. I believe so. He nodded solemnly. But why? It doesn't make any sense. Why Jason? Why Samuel? I asked again, trying to wrap my head around all of this new information. By the look on Father's face, I knew that I wasn't the only one missing answers. Jason was obligated to mark me. He said that he felt something that told him that the only way to save me was to bite me. I don't even know why the Vertitium Ignis was triggered because of this. I said, giving more information to try to solve this problem. And you trust his words? Lucifer inquired then, and dripping in his tone. Why shouldn't I? I fired back. I've done my research. The boy isn't as reliable as he seems to be. Do you know why his mother is the way she is now? Let's change the subject. Arama's Eid intervened once again, not liking where the conversation was headed. As far as I'm aware, his family was also involved on the fall of the previous queen. Father leaned back against the couch while a flame started to rise where Arama's Eid was seated, biting his legs. A sign for him to not order the devil around. The vampire hissed in pain before apologizing quietly. Castiel, your heart stopped beating, correct? Arama's Eid asked, opening his notebook, once again while holding his most injured leg. My little girl died for the first time. Lucifer said excitedly, his eyes burning brighter than before. He was just like a beast, switching between hot and cold in a matter of seconds. I guess. I replied, still confused as to why he was excited. His daughter was dead for a few minutes. That's idiosyncratic. Tell me, where did your soul go to? Nowhere. I don't remember anything. He frowned upon hearing these words before cruising his fingers and hands together. Dad? I asked, worried at his silent behavior. Tell me what else happened when you died. His voice void of emotion. Just pure cold. There were moon shapes on her forehead, sir. Burning brightly as an earthquake hit us and the building started to fall apart. It all stopped when Jason marked her. Arama's Eid answered for me. He was awake in that moment, after all. Lucifer absorbed his words and stayed silent for a few more minutes. It seems like fate is playing its cards differently this time. If you try to refuse its plans for you, it will impose them onto you without a choice. That still doesn't explain the moon marks. Aroma's Edie said. No, it doesn't. That's why we need to talk with Aurora again. Father said is standing up. What about Clarence? He is trying to summon Aurora. He's also responsible for all of these new possessions. I said when I noticed Lucifer's intentions of leaving. Your mother and cousins are upstairs. I'm sure you still have many questions. Go talk with them. He said, dismissing me. But Dad, he has Nero. Will he cut me off? Clarence is mine. He growled out, his eyes burning like liquid lava as the horns on the shadow of his head started to groan and his nails started edinating. The whole room was set on fire, making Aroma's Edie have a fit of coughing as I tried to use my powers to put the fire down. As much as I tried, the rage of the devil was stronger, faster and smarter, spreading like a plague and burning the furniture down to ashes, only slowing down when a melodic voice resonated from upstairs. Lucifer Morningstar, I had just bought that table. 41. Jason. I think I'm starting to understand why Castiel has so many secrets and opts to keep quiet about them. The figure watching me. I know who it was. I felt that presence before. It's Castiel's father. Lucy. She had called him. Even though I'm almost certain that it was just one of her many lies. I could end this secrecy. I really could. I asked Dean, my private investigator, to obtain information about Castiel before, and then regretted it and asked him to destroy those same evidences, but it would only take a matter of minutes for him to get me that information back, especially since the research was already done. It was a temptation. It really was. Curiosity kept eating my insides slowly but surely. My mind kept swirling through the many possibilities. How easy it would be for me to understand everything, to know who she truly is. But what irked me the most was her father. His energy was frightening. Everything around him seemed to turn to cold stone as his malicious waves rocketed against my bones, creeping upon me, shaking and breaking me to the core, to make me quiver in fear. He could not be human. She could not be human. Her healing capacities, her knowledge, her secrets, everything pointed that she wasn't a human being. But oddly enough, that thought didn't scare me the slightest. It made curious. Every little new thing that I learned about her life had me craving for more. Heavens! Dear goddess, what game are you playing with me? Thinking about the goddess of the moon had my train of thoughts changing their lane. Clarence was still hell-bent on bringing her down onto earth, amongst the living, for the sole purpose of punishing my mate, for the most idiotic and unreasonable motive ever. Problem for later. As of right now, my duty is to check on my people to make sure everyone is okay after the earthquake. I've already got men on the field, especially at school, to rebuild the destroyed buildings and grounds. The damage felt heavier in the moment rather than in reality. It's predicted for the school to be up and running again sometime next week. So far there were no deaths. Just a few injured, but nothing major or worrisome. Pulling up at the pack house, I quickly called everyone for a brief meeting. There were hundreds of teenagers living here, so a gathering wasn't as quick as I had wished. But better late than never, I guess. Nonetheless, everyone managed to fill the meeting room as expected. Thank you everyone for coming. I started off my speech, my eyes searching through the crowd for more familiar faces. As all you know, we've been unfortunately hit by an earthquake. Luckily enough, no one got severely hurt, and the damages are not as bad as they seem to be. School and extracurricular activities will restart next week, so take this time off to relax and express your feelings about the whole situation. There's a team of specialized doctors and psychologists to accompany and assist you if you need any of their services at your disposal. Their contacts will be dropped in your emails in the next few hours. The bills will be paid by PAC funds, so don't fret about prices while seeking for help. A murmur of conversations and opinions surged after I stopped talking. I locked eyes with Axel, who was already watching me with a gleam of hope shining on his brown orbs. Alpha, are you going to address the Alpha command that you submitted us to? regarding your plans for your future mate and queen. Isabella fired back at me, addressing me as Alpha, fury shining bright on her face, showing her distaste and slight disgust towards my previous actions. As soon as she spoke, a louder murmur surged. Everyone had mixed feelings towards the whole situation. Some even looked back in shock to Isabella due to her blunt disrespect towards the crown and her malicious intentions behind her innocent, curious question. Yes, I will. Thank you, Isabella, for your input. The Alpha command was simply a routine exercise. The subject of my mate was somewhat a test. Let's put in simpler words. I needed to know what my pack thought about my true mate, especially because she's not one of us. It was a loyalty test, you could say. By imposing you with another female, I could truly see who was in favor of having my mate, Castiel Jones, as their queen. The results were rather pleasing, seeing as so many of you rejected and tried to retaliate the command that was being dropped upon you. I would also like to clarify and celebrate the marking of the future queen. I apologize for the pain and inconvenience brought to you. I just needed to be sure about your true feelings before officially marking my mate and bounding our lives together, since it's the first time that a non-werewolf creature is being mated with an alpha king. I tried to explain, praying that all of them had bought my mate up lie. I looked around the room once again, noticing Tiffany and Melinda hurrying out without anyone noticing. I'll talk with her later. I snapped my gaze back to my group of friends who were all incredibly shocked and still not completely convinced like the rest of the pack members in the room who were smiling and cheering at the news. Are there any other questions? I asked to the crowd. A few pack members had questions regarding school. Others about how was Castiel doing and if she was injured during the earthquake, which made my beast stumble with appreciation for their concern. All right, if that's all. The meeting is over. Have a great day, and thank you again for coming. Don't hesitate to talk with me regarding any other issue. Everyone bowed down before exiting quietly and in order. Everyone except Axel. Isabella. To my agent extraordinaire, Nylin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. William and Ethan. Soon enough the room was completely cleared except for the six of us. We stayed in silence, simply staring at each other before Isabella finally snapped. You marked Castiel? She asked incredulously. I did. I answered her shortly. Jason stopped with the two-worded answers already and start explaining. Because if you think for a fraction of a second that we bought you little lie, you are badly mistaken. Axel confessed. What did you do to her? Where is she? Isabella kept on pushing. Who the hell do you take me for? A monster. As if I would ever hurt her. I snapped back, getting slightly irritated at her constant accusations and hostility towards me. Not that I didn't deserve it, though. You have hurt her before. Now care to answer my question? Isabella said heartlessly. Bella, calm down. I heard Will whisper softly to her while pulling her towards him, noticing my hurt expression and temporizing. She's back at home with her family in Ramazidi. She needed a little time off to get herself together. She messaged me before the meeting if you want to check it for yourself. I answered while shoving my phone towards her direction, daring her to actually take my phone. We had a short stare-down contest, but, as predicted, she eventually backed down. Ma'am, please just tell us what's going on already. I'm not sure if you noticed, but this is taking a huge toll on us. All of us. Elijah interrupted, desperation lacing his voice as he rested his hand against his forehead as if feeling a headache. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose before looking back at them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But not here. Get in the car and meet me outside. I just need to check on something. They looked at me suspiciously but did as I told them nonetheless. When they finally left, I followed the path that Melinda and Tiffany had taken while slipping out of the meeting in hopes of finding Melinda, getting info about her situation with her mate and how we were going to deal with Clarence. My prayers had apparently been heard as I saw a flash of a red-haired female near the bathrooms. I got closer but quickly took several steps back when I heard a high squeal voice screaming back at Mel. I'll never accept you as my mate. I'm not a fucking lesbian. I'm not. I refuse to accept you. My heart actually ate formal Inda, but when I heard her furious voice replying to Tiffany, I decided to step out of the scene before getting caught and let her handle it on her own, knowing that she would need some time to cool off on her own before meeting up with me. I texted her a small "Are you okay? Meet up with me later," for her to see after her fight with the blonde wolf was done, just to make sure. As promised, I met with the rest of the group outside. They were all peacefully waiting for me inside the 8-seated Land Rover. I quickly hopped on the driver's seat and sped down the road, watching as the sun began to set. The ride wasn't long, but it was extremely uncomfortable as the music playing on the radio was the only sound that could be heard inside the car. Everyone was either staring out from the window or down to their hands. A bifurcation between a gravel road and a continuation of the smooth tar was ahead in a mile distance. Taking the right gravel side, we continued our journey until we reached the outsides of the city and into another zone of dark woods. I pulled over and parked near a tall tree. Getting out of the car, everyone followed my lead into the woods. We sat down on top of a few smoothed down, due to the rain, dark grey-coloured rough rocks. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Isabella said. "Ya spill the beans," Ethan said, trying to look intimidating. The thought alone made me smile. "Oi," Isabella repeated, gaining my full attention once again. I cleared out my throat and started explaining as much as I could without telling them about Melinda's situation, which didn't make things any easier to try to explain it to them. But I told them everything nonetheless. Poor Castiel. She must be so shaken up right now. William said, concern, to which the rest of the group agreed and murmured their empathy for my mate. All of them except Axel, who looked like he was deep in thought. He didn't look worried about Castiel's condition per se. There was something else bothering him. My theory was proven correct when I saw him expertly whisk his phone out of his pocket and send a text to someone. "What's wrong, Axel?" I confronted him. He looked startled before quickly putting his phone inside his pocket once again. "I don't know. I feel like you are hiding something else from us," he said while slightly narrowing his eyes at me. A ding sounded through the rather quiet forest. Axel quickly checked his message before glaring back at me. "And apparently hiding it from your mate as well." He threw the slight shade at me. "You were texting Castiel?" I asked, surprised. I knew that they had gotten closer. But how close? "Answer my question, Jason. What is that you are hiding?" he asked with a serious expression painted on his face. The rest of the group had quickly turned to his side and looked at me expectantly. "It's not my place to tell." "I can't tell you," I said in exasperation. "You can't or you won't," Isabella decided to add. "Just tell us the whole truth already," Elijah said while shaking his head slightly in a disappointing manner. "Yeah, Jason, tell them the truth," a feminine voice said behind me. I turned around, recognizing the voice, and felt my face pale when I saw the girl now in front of me, covered in blood from head to toe. Tell them the truth. And who was I to deny her wish? 42 Castiel. I guess that Elvis Presley was right, Alf, after all. She might walk like an angel, talk like an angel, but Charmaine was the devil in disguise. In other words, my mother was furious at my father, and it was hilarious. What would people think if they saw the devil himself get scolded by his wife? Apparently that table was custom-made, and incredibly expensive too, so seeing it burnt down to ashes didn't particularly please my mother. "Calm down, please," Father begged. "Tell me to shut up again, Lucifer. I dare you," Mother replied with steam coming out of her ears. "Honey, I'll buy you 7 more of those tables, but please stop shouting." 7 re. What an odd number, even though I know why he chose to say it. How could he just mention it so casually in a conversation with his other half? Lucifer Morningstar is one of a kind. I stopped my train of thoughts. Apparently Mother got enough of the devil's games and decided to let out her wrath by throwing a shoe at him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." 6 left now, he rumbled while rubbing the left side of his head. "She might be an angel, but she for sure has a great aim." Headshot 666 points for Charmine Morningstar. Meanwhile, I was helping Arama's Edie get up on his own 2 feet once again. His pale skin was still healing from the burn marks. I decided to make small incisions on my hands and let my boo him. We never tried having him bite me due to the unknown possibilities of blood overload having him poisoned. Once everything was decently in order again, Father hugged Mother to his chest and kissed her forehead, to which Mother murmured something that I wasn't able to understand in response. Lucifer chuckled or whatever that she had said and patted her softly on the head while swaying slightly side to side in each other's embrace. I just tried to look somewhere else to not intrude on their little moment. But just because I didn't, it doesn't mean that someone else hadn't. Clearing his throat loudly stood a tall Uriel, followed by his fellow brothers, all of them blushing deeply while staring at either the ground or the ceiling. I also spotted a confused-looking Samuel behind them, trying to peek between the muscular bodies, so that he could see what was causing this commotion. My parents broke apart and straightened their backs, turning their business mode on. I have a few calls to make, Lucifer said while excusing himself out of the room. My mother, on the other hand, seemed to have finally noticed me and pulled me into a tight hug. My little angel, I missed you so much. I missed you too, Mama, I said quietly into her lavender embrace. How is it going with your mate? Jason, right? She asked while slowly walking back upstairs, to which I nodded. The whole crew was following ahead like a bunch of dummies. It's really funny to see everyone act so stiff and tensed around my parents, even if they were family. But nothing that a few cups of tea later, made by Maria, wouldn't cure. Soon enough everyone was settled down in the smaller library upstairs, making small chit-chat among each others with a few laughs every once in a while. So I think he may have some questions, Mother said while sipping on her second cup of scalding hot tea. She is married to the devil, so I'm pretty sure she is used to things scorching her all the time. Yeah. My Mark. What is going to do to me? I shooted my most worrying question. She rested her cup down on the nearby table while smiling softly at me. Usually it would help strengthen your bond with your mate. Your hormones might be a little bit all over the place for a while, but nothing worth of worrying. You are not a werewolf, so I presume that you won't go into heat. You might crave for his attention and time more than usual. You might as well start feeling each other's emotions. We are not sure about anything. Due to the unusual circumstances, we can only make suppositions. Only time will tell. She finished. My mind was running many miles per hour, trying to come up with the numerous situations that might go down due to this newly found bond. Feel each other's emotions. That can be concerning. Seeing my frown, Mother cocked her head to the side slightly. You haven't told him yet, she concluded by watching my reactions. I shook my head no while looking down. Why? Your mission is done with, you can tell him now. I don't know how, I blurted out, embarrassed. Mother stayed silent while staring at me. It's not like I can push him aside and tell him like, hey listen, my father is the devil and my mother is the angel, Charmine. Oh, and you know about us being mates? Well, it wasn't Aurora. Or your goddess that you dream and pray to every night that I've personally known my whole life. It wasn't her matching us as mates. It was fate. I will sound like I'm completely out of my mind, I went on rumbling. Mother absorbed my words for a while before coming with an answer. Then why don't you just show him? I looked back confused at her. Wouldn't that be worse? She simply shrugged her shoulders and picked up her cup again from the table while taking another sip. I have a feeling that he will find everything down once the werewolf Felders manage to summon Aurora. You will be able to kill many birds with just one stone, she said cryptically. What do you mean? I asked, still confused. Clarence put a lot of effort to get Aura to come down. Therefore he wouldn't miss that moment even if his life depended on it. How did you know about Clarence's plans? I asked, shocked. Even I don't know the whole story. And here she was sending subliminal messages saying that she knew the whole thing. Even Melinda's secret. Her eyes glowed brightly in response as she verbally ignored my question. We will take full advantage of that. We use Aurora as a distraction and get Clarence to free Nero. If Clarence is after the Vertity Agnes, he will mostly likely try to come for you. And right now your weakest point is your mate bond, which he hopefully believes that is Aurora's doing. We will use that weak point as our strongest. He doesn't know the true origin of your bond, so he will be misled. Edge towards the moon goddess to try whatever he is trying to do with the intention of either using your bond as blackmail or weaken you to perform a spell to remove Verity and Ignis from you. I raised my eyebrows in surprise but kept listening. Once he realizes that Aurora has no business regarding your bond, he will be defenseless. That's when we strike. He won't even know what's coming for him. It will be hell on earth. We need you and Aroma's Eid and hopefully Nero to lead everyone back to safety. Any bystanders or worse yet most likely, probably crowd, out of the building. I'm sure everyone will have sorted it out who you are by then, she said jokingly at the end, as if she hadn't just spilled a whole blood-shedding clan just now. I not started to churn in stomach. This doesn't sound safe the slightest bit. What if something happens to one of the students? Isabella, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To Axel, I would never be able to forgive myself if any of that were to happen. Have you heard anything else about Nero? I asked, concerned about my brother. My mother's eyes turned sad at the mention of her son. Sadly, no. There has been, however, over 800 new reports on possessed creatures, including humans, so we have to be careful to not hurt any of them. It seems that Clarence is trying to build an army, hence why your cousins are here too. The more the better. She finished while trying to hide her anxious fingers that seemed to play with every little thing they managed to touch. I could feel an headache coming already, pounding in the back of my head. A cold sweat running down my back. Cass, are you feeling okay? Michael asked, suddenly looking at me, interrupting his conversation with his siblings. I suddenly started feeling dizzy and decided to close my eyes. Yeah, I think I will lay down for a while. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, I said while standing slowly and making my way towards my bedroom. I tumbled a little bit, yet slowly I managed to get to my bed. I had just sat down when my phone dinged, signaling that I had just received a message. I decided to check it, and saw that it was from Axel regarding the whole Melinda situation. I didn't pay much attention to it, and just answered honestly to his question, feeling the headache getting worse. I turned off my phone and laid down while closing my eyes. A few minutes later, a shiver of anxiety swiped over me as my heart started beating wildly in my chest, the light hairs on my arms rising in defense. However, I knew that this heart beating wildly wasn't mine. It was Jason's. 43 Jason. My heart was beating wildly against my rib cage, a cold sweat breaking from all of my pores. What did she do? If you don't tell them, I will, she said while attempting to wipe the blood from her face. Melinda, what the fuck happened to you? Whose blood is that? Axel boasted as if just snapping out of his shocked trance. The rest of the group just kept quiet while staring at her in shock. Relax, would you? It's just a deer. My wolf needed some carnage, she said as if it didn't faze her the slightest. Wolves aim for a clean kill. For her to be covered in blood from head to toe means that something was off. Her emotions were out of control and she went on a rampage. Mel, are you okay? I asked more softly, looking at her in the eye. Mel, okay, what the fuck is going on in here? Isabella snapped, annoyed at the whole secrecy. Noticing the nickname picked for Melinda, I looked back at Melinda with uncertainty. She wasn't thinking clearly. I shouldn't let spill her soul just because she was having a mental breakdown. Mel, Tiffany is my mate and she rejected me, she said, looking emotional as her eyes void of any feelings, any regret. She was ready to put an ending to all of this. She was mentally tired of constantly hurting. Everyone else just gasped and looked at her in shock once again. She constantly sleeps around and does things on purpose to hurt me because she knows I haven't accepted her rejection yet. I just thought that maybe, just maybe. Her voice kept getting quieter by the each passing moment until she was left whispering. Maybe we could be together, she said softly with a tear rolling down her pale cheek. Oh no. I exhaled while pulling her into a hug. She immediately crashed down and started crying, muttering how much of an idiot she was for thinking they'd ever accept her. Stoned, T say that. It's not your fault, okay? I whispered, trying to comfort her as much as I could. I turned back to the group, Melinda still sobbing in my arms, and watched as their once rage-filled faces turned into ones of sadness and pity. Melinda was blackmailed to do what she did. Our act of pretending to be together was meant to get a reaction out of Tiffany in order to try to fix this whole mess. Her main goal was to get it with me because of my status. Seeing what she desires with her mate was bound to affect her. Clarence wouldn't have a leverage over them, and Tiffany could help since she's a direct heir of the goddess. Things just didn't work out as expected. I explained a little more. Everyone was quiet, just digesting all of this new information. That was, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Until Ethan opened his mouth. Honestly, thought Tiffany, to which the rest of the group agreed and kept on egging Tiffany, calling her a bitch and many other names that I wouldn't dare to say out loud anywhere public. Somehow a few lines of the whole dissing session managed to get a smile and a small laugh out of Melinda. She sat down next to everybody else and wiped her runny nose. I owe all of you an apology, she said, sniffling. Isabella shook her head and got up towards Melinda and pulled her into a hug. You don't owe us nothing. I'm sorry we weren't there for you, she said, smiling sadly at the red-headed girl. Guys, I really hate to break your moment, but now you're all covered in blood too, Ethan said while pointing to our clothes with his finger, while his lips were ducked out like a weirdo. Dude, shut up, Elijah said while trying to cover his face. Yeah, but he has a point. We should go back home soon. It's late, and unless you want to answer more questions about that blood, I suggest sneaking back into the pack house as soon as we can, Axel said while standing up and wiping off the imaginary dust off his jeans. You are right. Come on, everyone. Hop back in the car. Melinda tried to not stain the car seats, I said jokingly, making everyone let out a small laugh. Likewise, once we were all back at home in safety and well, clean, since everyone took a shower and changed clothes, we all reunited in a small living room, exclusive for my alpha wing in the house. The boys seated down either on the couch or the floor, which means everyone sat on the couch except Ethan because he said, and I quote, "I'm not like most boys. I'm quirky," to which we just nodded and moved on, figuring that leaving him to be with all of his weirdness was better rather than question him about his life choices. Hell, I'm afraid to know what he would answer. The girls just sat in a large armchair talking among each other. It seems that those two are getting along very well. Isabella is, after all, the only genuine female friend that Melinda has ever had, so having some girl back up in her fragile situation is something to be exhilarated about. I had an armchair of my own, the one that I usually use to read a book or document here in the pack house in peace. Melinda, could you tell us what went down between you and Tiffany this afternoon? I said, turning my business mode on. Her smile that had been painted by Bella just a few seconds ago dropped as soon as she heard her mate's name, her posture becoming stiff in contrast to her relaxed state before. Everyone ceased their conversations, understanding that the subject we were about to touch was serious. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, she said soberly. I nodded back at her as a signal for her to proceed. She was not happy. In fact, she was terribly mad. At first she had been incredibly hurt and shocked when you announced me as your future Luna. During the earthquake, she pulled me into a classroom and she took a deep breath, and she kissed me. Mel rubbed her eyes as if trying to hide her tears. She kissed me and fed me with hope. She took another deep breath and pushed her hair back. She told me that she loved me. She let out a small bitter laugh while shaking her head side to side. So to say that she wasn't happy when she found out that it was a lie is to put it lightly. She went completely rabid, started yelling at me, calling me these really hurtful things. She said that she could never love me, that I was an aberration, anti-nature and shit. Melinda licked her salty lips and held her head high once again. I rejected her back. Right there and then, I completely broke our bond. She smirked heavily. She didn't like it. Not the slightest bit. The pain that I had felt all this time, it hit her like a train. And then she hesitated before saying the next part. She was furious, all right, she. Her breathing was ragged for a sec and making her swallow a dry mouthful of air. She said that she would do anything necessary to bring her lineage back here on Earthster than predicted. She wants the goddess to hurt me for breaking the bond. Wait, that means, Axel said, perplexed before I interrupted him. It means that the moon goddess is going to walk on this earth in the next few days. Not only to hurt Castiel, but to possibly curse Melinda as well. My body went numb as the words escaped my mouth. Everything else around became just background music. My heart for the nth time today started beating wildly with no intents of stopping soon. The whole room seemed to be spinning, but there was only one thing running through my mind. Castiel. 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 My knees suddenly lost their strength as another wave of weakness swallowed me whole. I couldn't hear anyone else, just my quick breathing and racing heart. I pulled out my phone from my pocket and quickly dialed her phone number that had by now become automatic to press against the screen. Each ring seemed to pull me further away from reality, and the feeling has got stronger and stronger. I tried to clutch my head in an attempt of keeping my balance and remain conscious, but the constant feeling of being tired and drained kept consuming me, a feeling so foreign that didn't even feel like it was mine. I finally crashed down and gave up, letting the darkness consume me for good, the burning sensation in my forehead acting as the final stroke to my undoing. In a battle that seemed hopeless, I was saved by a mysterious force. When I opened my eyes, it wasn't the shadow of death I saw, but my family and loved ones, their strength and determination helping me rise again. But this fight is far from over. We face not only external enemies but also the fears and uncertainties within. 44. Castiel, Castiel. Castiel. Castiel, wake up. Wake up, please. But it was useless. Michael, check her phone. It hasn't stopped ringing, Charmine had said while clutching her head in worry while tending to her daughter, completely absent-minded, her eyes never leaving the burning moon scars on her angel's forehead. It says that it's from Axel, Michael answered, confused while staring at the screen. His brothers were all scattered around their cousin's bed looking worried. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Give me the phone right now. Aramis Ed, recognizing that name, rushed while motioning for the phone with his right hand. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Listen, Castiel is. Jason is unconscious. He has moon marks burning his forehead. We don't know what to do. What? Who are you with? Aramis Edie replied, trying to hide his shock. Does that really matter? Answer my question, goddammit. The vampire's fangs were threatening to come out and pierce his nervously clenched lips. I'm with the rest of the group, Melinda included. Get rid of them. Bring me the king. What? No way, we are at Castiel's house. Be here quickly or else I'll drag you. What the hell are you even doing there? Oh shit. Is she okay now? She's in the exact same state as your king. The line went dead for a few seconds. I'll be there in 10. Castiel. Castiel. Cas, and then I opened my eyes. A pounding headache and a constant ringing was all I could feel. That and an extremely warm body resting against mine. I didn't have enough strength to move around and check my surroundings. All I could see was the white smooth ceiling. My breathing was rather calm, and little by little my left side started tingling, making me regain my energies, slowly but surely. As if sensing some commotion, my mother, who I now just realized observing me from the bedroom's door this whole time, decided to move closer until she was by my side. Little angel, we need to talk, she said carefully. Mommy, what's happening? My voice came out so fragile and weak. I felt like a little kid again. I started panicking and struggled to get up. Just wheezy. You are okay. Please don't move. He still has to heal. She ushered me while massaging my head, stroking my hairs gently, and then nodded towards the warm body resting against my left side. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered softly while looking at him, my eyes running through his whole body searching for any injuries. I softly caressed his face, his heartbeat speeding up as a reaction to my touch. Tingles followed my fingers as I traced his cheek. Mom, what's happening? Why is he here? She sighed deeply and rubbed her eyes. I don't know. We don't know, she answered while avoiding looking at me, Mum. She closed her eyes and looked back at me. It might have something to do with the Verity and Ignis. There's a possibility of him sharing it with you. What? What do you mean? Mom, he can't. Tears were burning my eyes by now. I couldn't put him through this. I couldn't. Taking care of a whole kingdom was enough stress for him as it was. Dealing with an unstable amount of supernatural power would destroy him. His sanity. It's just too much. His body is fighting it. We are not sure if he's going to wake up. What type of sick game is this? I just got him back. We just got in good terms again a few days ago. How, why? Mom, I sobbed as I tried to prevent my tears from falling. I'm so sorry, baby. Mom, it hurts so much. I shrieked as the tears started falling freely now, soaking my shirt, my sheets. I couldn't feel anything anymore. Just this void, this hopeless feeling, a feeling that something wasn't right. Castiel, you need to get a hold of yourself. Your eyes are changing. I heard someone say in the background, but I didn't care. For my whole life, I'd always had to be this perfect girl, with my emotions always in check. Everything had to always be okay. Even if it wasn't, I could never allow myself to hurt because of the uncertainty of what the future would bring if I did. If I allow myself to feel, to be human, the world could be at risk. How messed up and unfair is that? I used to have Nero, but now I have no one. Jason might die and it will be my fault. It will always be my fault. Because I allowed myself to feel something. It hurt so fucking much. I went hysterical while pushing my hair in frustration as I spent my energy on crying non-stop. Where, baby? Where does it hurt? Show me, I can get you healed, she said while trying to get a hold of my arms to get me to calm down. I stopped my movements all of a sudden. I wiped my face with the back of my hands before scrunching my expression in pain. Here, mommy. It hurts right here, I said while pointing towards the left side of my chest, where my broken heart kept somehow still beating. Oh, sweetie, she said with her eyes full of sadness. Deep down she felt guilty for this whole situation too. But I didn't have enough willpower in me to try to comfort her. I heard her murmuring something, before my body was slowly consumed by darkness all over again. I was numb to the real world again, but hollow on the inside, especially in the place where my heart used to be. Castiel. I turned around and followed the familiar voice through the dark unidentified space. Castiel. I kept walking through the darkness trying to follow the voice, but every I took seemed to be useless as my surroundings were all the same. Pitch black. I was stuck somewhere. A place that never ended but didn't seem to have a beginning either. Nero. I called out loud, recognizing the voice as my brother's. Nero, where are we? I whispered, still looking around in hopes of seeing him or something else other than a black space. We are inside the Verity and Ignis, he replied, his voice sounding distant. What? I asked while freaking out. All you can see is black, he asked, a little out of breath. Yeah. What's happening? Silence. All I can see is white. This doesn't make any sense. He wasn't even supposed to be able to get a hold of the Verity and Ignis. I transferred my powers onto you, but the universe didn't exactly accept it. It's unbalanced, so it's going to happen now. You revoke them. You can't take them fully back. I don't know. My world is turning grey right now. I think I'm regaining consciousness, he said in a rush as if trying to run from something. No, you can't. Jason is fighting it. They're being transferred onto him now. He can't take it. It's too much, Nero. It's killing him. Please. You can't. Help me, please. Nero, please. Nero. Then I remembered something. Nero still didn't know that Samuel was safe now. He could escape from Clarence now. There was nothing holding him back. Nero, Samuel is. Make him bleed. What? No, you don't understand. We can fix this. Samuel is safe, you can cut him. Make him bleed. He replied, ignoring me. Nero, Sam is. I know. Cut him, he repeated. What? You're talking nonsense. Nero, cut him. Cut who? What the hell are you talking about? Make him bleed. I jumped out of bed, ignoring my dizzy state. My body burning and aching, screaming at me to get back to sleep and recover completely. A trail of blood and fire following my rushed pace as I almost flew through the corridors aiming to the kitchen. The world seemed like a blurred and ripped book. Everything was smudged and fast. My mind racing until I opened the door. My eyes dropping slightly, looking so lifeless, so dull. They were once bright and glossy, you know. Like a certain rose that I once knew. So dark, shiny and black. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Lilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A perfect stalk, its head so messed, dull and golden, a lifeless, a once full of life, group of petals. I never had a motive to peek inside, to see its core. But once again I never had a good motive to open my heart. Samuel was bleeding. He had cut himself with some leftover glass that Lucifer had broke, and during his display of anger in the living room. He was precious and was just trying to help. But that only meant one thing. A loud crash distracted from my thoughts. See cast IL. I heard someone stuttering. Oh my God. Lucifer, do something, I can't shall mine. I'm trying. Angel, come back to us. This isn't you. I just kept staring emotionals at Samuel. Try protect Sam. She's going for the kill. Then I felt my father's cold arms around me. Angel, I'm taking you back to bed, okay? This isn't you. This is the dark side of your powers emerging. You need to rest. I didn't resist. My mission coming to the kitchen was done. Father brought me back to the bedroom and laid me down again against Jason, hoping that the presence of my mate would help me. Little did he know that it only made things worse. You see, I didn't go to the kitchen to make Samuel bleed. I went to the kitchen to get a knife. And right now I'm aiming it towards Jason's chest. I love you. 45 Axel. I've had this unsettling feeling in my chest for the whole day. Something just didn't feel right. I don't know what it is, but it's bothering me to no extent. Samuel wouldn't stop bleeding for some reason. His cut just wouldn't heal. You humans are so fragile. You're real. Castiel's cousin and well-known archangel stated while looking at him. King Lucifer. Should I even address the devil like this? Seemed to get frozen at his words. Something had triggered Satan. The devil said, looking deep in thought. Charmine, we have seen this before. He continued, this time looking at the angel. Nero, she whispered softly. So could you please elaborate? Archangel Michael asked, trying to figure out what was going on. When Nero announced that he would be giving up on his powers, he cut himself in a broken glass and his hand wouldn't heal. So this means... Archangel Raphael asked while messing with his dark hair. Nero passed his share of the Vertity and Ignis to Castiel. However, he's still supposed to have his own powers since he's a supernatural creature. He bled because he was weakened, but he should have regained his total strength back by now. He and Samuel are mates. If one is down, the other will fall too. So if Samuel is fine but bleeding non-stop, if he is falling, as you put it, then Nero is in danger. This is a message. Archangel Gabriel concluded. Never in my life did I think that I would be standing in a room with the devil. A couple of angels, a vampire and a bleeding human. Kinda sounds like a long title for a comedy book. Except that this situation is not a joke. Castiel must be in so much pain right now. Poor thing. Little angel doesn't know how strong she is. Archangel Michael said, expressing how sorry he was about his cousin. I had to put her to sleep when she woke up for the first time. Angel Charmine informed, with a pair of sad eyes. She looked completely out of herself when she came downstairs. Her connection with Nero must be wrecking her mind right now. Archangel Gabriel observed, looking pitiful. Oh yes, I almost forgot about that. Castiel and Nero have a special link since they are twins. She was the only one who could sense him while he was on Earth before this whole mess went down and he turned himself human. Perhaps she managed to get a hold of him. That would explain her maniac reaction. Archangel Uriel said while, once again, trying to stop the hemorrhage on Samuel's hand. That doesn't exactly put my mind at ease. Let's suppose that she and Nero really did contact each other through their connection. If that was her reaction, a destructive angel of death, then whatever Nero told her couldn't be good. Arama's Eid interfered for the first time in this whole conversation. He seemed to be in too much of a shock to process the whole thing at first. I can't really complain because I feel the exact same way. He at least had the balls to finally voice himself. Something inside me snapped at his words. The unsettling feeling hitting me like a wave once again. My wolf was going crazy inside me. The beta side of me screaming to follow my instinct. And I did. I'll go check on Castiel and Jason, I said while excusing myself. Not really waiting for any replies, the sense of danger lit my spine and blew on it with a cold shiver. I rushed upstairs as fast as I could and opened the door to her room. And when I saw the scenario in front of me, I completely froze in my spot. In the middle of the crudely lighted room stood a demon. A girl that I once knew. A fallen angel. Her once brown hair was now pitch black. Dark. Her eyes were no longer green, but red instead. The white part of her eye had turned black as tears of blood covered her face and trailed down to her neck and chest. A crazed look on her eyes. A pair of strong and sharp horns growing on the top of her head, and her nails had sharpened too, looking like flesh-ripping claws. Her clothes were completely ragged and ripped, covered in blood. This was no longer the sweet-looking and bright angel that I knew. This could not be Castiel. A knife seemed to shine in the middle of the darker side of the room, the light from the now open door behind me reflecting on the blade, making it look sharper, colder. My king, my best friend, my alpha was still laying peacefully underneath her. She had settled herself on top of him and looked deep in thought. To strike a deal with the devil you must do. Castiel, a sacrifice. You must do a sacrifice. Castiel put down the KNI, but what happens when the devil won't help you? Castiel, come down. Your father can't do anything. You sacrifice his daughter, of course. I quickly lunged at her, throwing her off of Jason. We were now both struggling against each other. But she was obviously much stronger. Help! I screamed at the top of my lungs, hoping that the powerful people downstairs could come up and help me. A ringing started pounding on my head as I started losing my consciousness due to Castiel blocking my airway. I don't want to hurt you, Axel, she whispered. Her voice, no longer sounding like it, would cut me in little pieces. Castiel. I heard someone yell from outside. She lifted her hand. Her back still turned towards the doors as she had me pinned down on the floor. And the door banged closed, a red light sealing its whole form. I could hear grunts and explosions going on outside. The ground even started to shake in attempts to open the door. But the dark cherry wood didn't even crack. Suddenly I was thrown off towards the nearest wall, and I could feel a couple of bones break as my back hit the hard structure. And before I could even react, I watched as Castiel stabbed the knife in Jason's heart. Then stabbed herself on her own chest and dropped her body on top of him, both their chests touching and bleeding. A clink resonated through the room as the knife hit the tiled ground. The door gave in. It was a nice room, full of blood and dirt. There stood the devil on his true terrifying form, a vampire with his fangs out and 5 angels. It was quite a sight. It looked straight out of a movie or a Renaissance painting. However, my attention was solely on the 2 lovers on the bed, covered in blood from head to toe, both their foreheads burning with moon signs once again. But this time it was different. The marks exuded an immense light and a feeling of power. Not a sound could be heard. The bright light seemed to deaf any distraction. Time seemed to stop as we all watched both their wounds heal completely in a blink of an eye. A golden crest unifying both their chests, dried blood connecting them together. Their eyes were wide open, a bright white and golden light shining from their orbs. It looked like their eyes had been ripped out and substituted by flashlights. They looked like ethereal beings, moonlight brightening and illuminating the room alongside with their marks. However, they were both still unresponsive, still dead. 46, Nero. It was a sunny day. The sky was clear and bright. It was a nice time to be alive. I swear I was just going on a stroll, to check the new views and make sure everything was okay. There was an unsettling feeling inside of me. The world was calling me. The birds were chirping quietly, minding their own business, but they sang so softly, so hypnotically. I just knew I had to follow them. And that was the first time I saw him, sitting down on the ground, resting against a tree, a police uniform cladding his fit form as he closed his eyes in exhaustion. He looked so peaceful, completely at home in the middle of the park, blending perfectly with the nature around him. Pure harmony. I just knew. He was my soulmate. But there was a problem. He couldn't see me. How cruel is that? Being blessed with something that will always be one-sided just because your other half couldn't see you, nor know about your existence. I would have to watch him grow old and start a family with someone else. Just the thought made my heart pang. I'm selfish. He's mine. It's only fair. So I sought for help. I got in contact with Allegra. She's the witches' coven leader. Her abilities went beyond this dimension, so she could sense spirits, ghosts. She refused to help me, claiming that it was too dangerous to mess with the laws of the universe. But at the time I didn't listen. I couldn't give a rat's ass about the universe. All I cared about was my mate, the green-eyed Samuel. I should have listened to her. But Clarence got to me first, promising me a bright future where I could walk and roam free in a human form in this world. And I was blind and took in his offer. I owed him, and so the experiences began. Torture after torture. Intermittent periods as a human and back to ghost. I would take advantage of the moments as human to visit my sister, my first true other half, my best friend. It was risky and unstable to do so. I had to lie to her and tell her that this was Allegra's doing. I even lied to her in a note that I left on the mirror of her bathroom, saying that I needed to leave due to other issues. Father's request, when in reality it was the effect of the injections wearing off. She could sense my presence, so I had to leave as soon as possible, otherwise she would know that I was still nearby and would start asking questions. But seeing Castiel wasn't what took most of my time as a human. Progressing my relationship with my mate was. We would go for walks. He would talk about his day at the station and I would listen, mesmerized by the human being beside me. And then came the light touches, the brushing of fingers, then the kisses and holding hands. And then, the doom. Clarence found out about us, kidnapped Samuel and demanded for more. More dosages of potions, more injections, more spells, more torture. I almost died. Too many times. He was after the vertitm ignis. I knew that by then, so I tried to fight him and his advath. But he had Sam in his hands, free to hurt him as much as he wished. He injected me one more time and ordered me to gather a meeting with my parents and sister. One of the worst days of my life. The disappointment in my father's eyes, the concern that painted my mother, and the panic that consumed my sister as I bled non-stop after dropping the deeming information. I announced that I would be giving up my duties regarding the vertitm ignis, announcing something that until then no one knew if it was even possible to do what I claimed that intended to do. I was weak. My own powers had been exhausted from the constant healing, the constant protection, but I had to make one final effort. I needed to hold on to the vertitm ignis as long as I could after Clarence performed the extraction so that he couldn't have it for himself. And so I did. I walked through the limbo of death as it took everything in me, enthusiasm, in my body, in my soul, to whisper, Allegra, I was dying. I know so. And only she could help me. Only she was trustworthy enough to pass the powers on to Castiel. Her face appeared in mind as I went on a trembling rampage. My nerves were giving and making my body a trembling mess. My lungs had filled with acid a long time ago, burning me from the inside. She was innocent in the middle of all of this. I'm so sorry, Angel. Fuck, I'm so sorry. She had it by now. My half of the vertity in Ignis was hers. All of it. I was left recovering from my wounds as I slowly regained my strength and natural powers. Sam had been gone a long time ago. I had no clue where he was, whether he was safe or not. But once again, I relied on Castael to look after him. It was always her. Everything always got thrown at her. She fell down so many times but always managed to get back up on her own 2 feet. Fall after fall. Her strength was unmatchable. She was the strongest out the both of us, even if she didn't know that. It was my time to protect her. My time to make things right. Clarence wasn't exactly happy with my choices, especially now that the vertity and Ignis was rather far away from him again. So he pulled the one card he had left with me. My debt to him. We shook hands on it. It was a deal. I was bounded to him and I broke our agreement. And in the supernatural world, breaking an oath is a synonym for eternal doom. Who knows what was going to happen to me? He could kill me as many times as he wished and as painful as he wanted. And eternity in pain. Therefore, when I suddenly passed out of pain, to say that I was surprised was to put it lightly. I had a bond with my sister. She too was unconscious. Fate works in a mysterious way. I managed to get my sister to listen to me. I delivered my message as effectively as I could. I needed help. Something bad was going to happen. I just knew. Fate wouldn't let me contact my sister if something worth of ending the world were to happen. She needed to know that I was in danger. The doom that Clarence had spelled upon me stopped me from directly expressing it. Our deal. I had to keep quiet. So I thought of the best next thing. My mate bond with Samuel. They have to know through him. Time was running out, but the exchange I had with my sister was enough. We were born for this. Our next moves were natural. Releasing our true selves to save us and hopefully. I'm glad you finally woke up, the monster said while resting against my dungeon door. Nero, meet Tiffany. She is our new recruited member. And guess what? She has Aurora's blood running through her veins as we speak. He smirked while motioning towards the tall blonde girl that stood beside him. She's willing to do whatever that it is needed to get her goddess to come down. How marvelous is that? The sinister smile never leaving his face as he spoke. In other words, we will be ditching the full moon night, and instead use her connection to the moon. All we need is a reliable source of magic energy, and that is where you come in handsome, the girl said while cradling my face between her hands, her red nails lightly scratching my cheeks. A crazed look swirled her eyes. You are going to be our little sacrifice, she said with excitement. Clarence spooned with a laugh and came closer towards me. Bending down to my ear whispered, "She is quite the psychopath, isn't she?" He said it like we were 2 friends, making fun of the girl in front of us. "You are sick," I whispered back. His amused smile fell for a second. "I wonder how painful the ritual will be for you." He spat sickly before turning around dramatically and pointing towards Tiffany, who stood waiting impatiently by the door. "Come on now, Blondie. Light up the candles." He rotated his neck, taking a peek at me from behind his shoulder. "We have a world to conquer." 47. Jason, I suddenly felt myself being pushed back to reality. My whole body hummed with energy as my heart beat strongly against my chest. I felt different, more aware, stronger, and my soul, it felt fuller, complete almost. I opened my eyes cautiously, guessing the headache that was yet to come, but much to my surprise I felt none. My muscles were stiff, meaning that I had been unconscious for far too long. I tried to sit up in the middle of the reasonably dark room, a broken door on the floor letting the light from the corridor shine through the room, but a weight kept my chest down, not letting myself move much. I cleared my sight, adjusting my eyes to the room and looked down, the tingles suddenly returning. It was Castael. My angel laid unconscious on top of me rather peacefully. I smiled down at her before frowning at the amount of golden crust that spread through our bodies. But what really caught my attention was the knife that rested on the tiled floor by the bed where we were both staying. Fearing for the worst, I switched positions and laid Castael down completely on the bed beside me as I analyzed her body for any visible wounds. There were none. Only a tear in the middle of her shirt, right over her heart, where the golden substance was more concentrated. My head started playing different scenarios and none of them had a good ending, even if my heart told me that she was okay. I rushed to feel and press her neck to check on her pulse. It was soft and quiet, but it was definitely there. I exhaled loudly in relief. What the fuck happened in here? I asked myself out loud, my voice having a rasp to it, making it sound deeper and heavier, echoing through the silent room. My words, however, didn't went unnoticed. Not even a second later, a tired-looking Axel barged in the doorless room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He almost yelled in disbelief while staring at me with his eyes wide open. Yeah, I asked, confused. Fuck, man. He then pulled me into a hug. Don't ever scare us like that again, he said, way too restless. He was nervous. There was something wrong. What the hell happened? I asked, looking back at my mate sleeping on the bed. You passed out? I brought you here and hung. And well, how do I say this? Say what? I pressed him while getting frustrated. Castiel sacrificed herself. She stabbed both of you in order to save you. It took me a whole minute to process his words, not exactly believing in what he was saying. I looked down at my shirt and it was, indeed, ripped on top of my heart, and more gold and red liquid spread through my body. What the fuck? I yelled, looking around in confusion, shock and anger. I know this sounds crazy, but you need to calm down, he said while making calming hand moves. Castiel was alive. I knew that much. I checked for myself. And the mate bond. It was stronger than ever. I knew she was here. Somewhere. Somehow I could feel her energy. I could feel her. Calm down. Axel, my mate, stabbed me. And then herself. How the fuck are we even alive? I yelled in frustration and confusion. You gotta trust me on this one. Whatever she did it thinking it was the best for both. Right now we have other issues to worry about, he said while getting fidgety all over again. The stress from before returning. I took a deep breath and pinched my nose in frustration. What the fuck? I whispered to myself. I took a quick glance back at the girl laying on the bed. My little angel. We had our ups and downs, mostly due to this whole secrecy. But I had promised myself that I was willing to trust her completely, even if she stabbed us to save me. This whole situation was wrecking my mind in ways I never knew that were possible. A sacrifice. That's mostly a satanic performance. Was she a succubus? A female demon? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had so many questions and so little time. Right now I need to calm down as much as I could. Fix problems now. Freak out later. What other issues are you talking about? I asked, trying to keep my sanity intact. The ritual has begun. He dropped the bomb while messing anxiously with his hair. What? I asked, shocked, jumping in my place. My wolf finally stirring up inside of me for what felt like forever. Everyone is back at the school waiting. Apparently Tiffany kept true to her word. She did rush the process, much faster than we all could have predicted it. There are guards circling the whole perimeter as we speak. He paused for a second. Jason, there's a whole mess out there, he finished while shaking his head slightly. My wolf grew restless hearing the news. As an alpha, it was his duty to protect his pack. As an alpha king, it was his obligation to protect a whole nation, a whole species. His feral side was thirsty for blood, for revenge. He wanted Tiffany dead, but more importantly, he wanted Clarence ripped to little pieces. Get everyone out of the school now. Humans, I want them all gone back safely at their houses. We don't want to start any problems for negligence towards other specimens. As for the pack, it's up to each and either one of the members to decide. If they want to go back to safety, then they should all be escorted. Those who choose to stay are to be completely armed, Phosphorus included. We are going to need all the help that we can get a hold of. Axel nodded and started linking my orders to the rest of the pack. Meanwhile I sat down next to Cast-Il on her bed and held her hand before softly kissing it. "It's my turn to protect you now," I whispered quietly against her slightly cold skin. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Our army is on the move. Everyone that you listed is being escorted out of the building," Axel communicated back. "Good. Get the defense and the attack squad to get inside discreetly." "Who else is in the building?" I asked her. I looked at him seriously while furrowing my eyebrows in apprehension. What wasn't he telling me? He quickly got the memo and sighed in defeat. "William, Isabella, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Aromas ed and..." His voice got progressively quieter as he spoke, and I pressed. He suddenly got a rush of confidence and spitted all at once, surprising me in ways I couldn't possibly describe. Cast-Il's parents and a few of her cousins. That was unexpected as hell. But after everything that I've seen lately, this was just another day on Earth. However, that didn't mean that I could process and react positively at the news though. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, was all he could answer. "Well, get them out of there, are you crazy? They might have connections and be involved on some dark shit, but we are going against a goddess for fuck's sake," I expressed raged. "You see, they are actually our best front line. Without them we are completely fucked." Axel replied cautiously, waiting for my reaction. "What the hell do you mean?" "Hell indeed," he said quietly, almost to himself before continuing. "You will understand once we get there," he replied while motioning himself out of the room. I followed him and passed by a bathroom where I splashed cold water against my face, as if trying to wake up. All of this felt like an actual nightmare. Never in my life did I imagine that I would be in this position right now. And I hate it. "Wait. We can't leave Cast-Il here all by herself. Get Isabella to come over as soon as possible. I'm sure she will appreciate some female company when she wakes up," he said in a dark, sober tone. "If she wakes up," he said with his head hanging a little lower than before. He hurried towards the car as I adjusted my eyes to the brightness outside. My eyesight was strangely much clearer and sharper than before. I put my thoughts aside and entered the fast sports car. Speeding down the road, we arrived to school in record time. The building was just about to finish all the constructions and to wrap up the rebuild. It was a shame to think that if things didn't go our way, the whole building could burn down to ashes or worse. We exited the car and ran to meet up with the outside team. "Guards, hold position. How many do we have?" I asked Lieutenant Jarbias, who was the responsible for the outside team of the entrance wing. "Your Majesty." He bowed down and waited for my nod of approval to keep on going. "Royal Army has a round for guards. Other alphas and nearby packs have been notified as well. It might take them a few hours to arrive. Adding to more for now. Students that decided to stay round, the 90th in number, sir. 90 more people. I had expected much fewer to stay, so those news brought some hope to my heart." I nodded at him. "Good. We don't need to notify more packs for now. We need a more detailed assessment of what's going on inside the building. We don't know how fast or how grave things can escalate. If it comes to that point, we will try to hold the enemy down as long as we can until the alphas and packs from other continents notify and confirm back to us. Russia on top list. Germany too. And China. I want all of them on speed dial." "Yes, sir. I'm going in." I grabbed a handgun. A Glock 9 and tucked it on the right side of my waist just in case. We had a special bullets designed to explode with the target, no matter which species, and I wouldn't hesitate to use them. I entered quietly and looked around. I was quickly pulled aside by a dark figure who dragged me towards a classroom. "William, let go of me," I ordered in a whisper. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "What's going on in here?" I was suddenly interrupted by a loud bang and a few grunts. Everyone around me mentioned me to keep quiet with their fingers. I listened to them and tried to understand what was happening outside our door. A few crashing and breaking of various materials could be heard, just like grunts of pain. "Lucifer, we can't kill them," a soft angelic voice said. "I know." A grunt of pain and a final crash followed the familiar dark, cold and chilling voice. Castiel's parents. I didn't have time to fully process what I had just heard because of a sudden immense sense of orange and red lights that reflected through the door. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I looked back alarmed at William, Elijah and Aroma's ED. "There's a fire outside. We need to get them." I linked them in urgency. They simply shook their heads side to side, except for Aroma's who was reading something on an old notebook with a familiar golden stamp on it. It bothered me a lot how unfazed all of them were acting. There was a fire outside, for fuck's sake. I grew frustrated at this. Everyone was acting like they knew something that I didn't. But I'm the alpha. I'm the one who rules things. I'm in control of every situation. My wolf was terribly conflicted. He wanted action, to do something, and then someone opened the door from the outside. All the males inside this classroom stood up and straightened themselves up and proceeded to bow down and kneel. My eyes almost popped out of their sockets as I took the sight in front of me. Flashes of Castiel's suspicious behaviors crossing through my mind in a matter of seconds. "Your parents," Ethan said, looking confused as well. She frowned. "What about them? You said it's not like they can come back from the land of the dead." She paled. "I said that. Oh ha ha ha, the land of the dead is what we call our hometown. It's a family joke," she said, fiddling with her blouse. "Where's your hometown?" "Far away." "Far away where?" Axel pushed. "It's complicated," she said, looking panicked. "What are your parents' names?" Her eyes widened. "Why, just curious. My mom's name is Charmine." "Oh, like the angel?" Eli asked, interested. "Yes, we are a religious family." "That's cool. How about your dad?" Axel asked. She froze again. My dad's name is Lucy. He's not from here, so he has a weird name. Suddenly everything started to make sense. A grip of pure fear surrounded my heart, making my chest ache a little as I stared in shock at the two heavenly creatures in front of me. And Angel, absolutely beautiful, shining brightly with her pure white light. And beside her a tall, dark, monstrous beast with two horns sticking out of the top of his head. Features so sharp that could cut me with just a glance. His eyes so red that could reach inside my soul, making my blood run cold. Bright burning flames cocooned his figure like a cult would. Their stance was incredibly powerful. No living being on this world would ever dare to cross them. Not in a right state of mind. The power this couple exuded, it was something like I'd never felt before. They looked like they could end the world by simply clicking their fingers. I fell onto my knees in disbelief, surrendering myself completely. My ego as an alpha, as a king, completely forgotten as my body consumed greedily the energy they exuded. The mother angel. And the devil. 48, Jason. My mind couldn't process what was happening in that moment. Everything went blank. My shock taking over me as I still kneeled on the floor. But as something had suddenly clicked inside of me, I stood up once again to my confident stance. My alpha genes burning and brewing stronger, making my muscles hum with effronation. These were Castiel's parents. I can tact weak in front of them. I need them to know that I'm able to take whatever it takes to protect their daughter. Well, even if she is the daughter of the two most infamous creatures in the Catholic human religion, creatures that I never thought that would actually be real. "You must be Jason." Enthusiasm, Angel Charmine said while smiling softly at me with her pearly whites, her eyes shining with kindness and care. Everything about her reflected what I imagined heaven to feel like. Her aura was relaxing and just pure harmony. It was the perfect contrast with the evil creature standing next to her, that was currently glaring at me with a pair of red, hateful eyes. "Yes, Your Majesty," I said, bowing down, showing my respect towards them. "No need for that, Jason. We are family after all," she said, with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. Before I could reply, Satan himself intruded our dialogue. "Not yet, no," he said while glaring at me a little more before extending his hand towards me, so that he could shake mine. "We finally meet," he said while gripping my hand tightly, cocking his head slightly to his left side. A dangerous smirk painted on his lips as examined my expression as the hold on my hand got tighter and tighter. "You see, the playful devil is 100 times more dangerous than the devil on his ruffle, horns and everything. When blinded by rage, his actions can be predicted. It's universal to every creature. It's survival. Now playing games. That is where he gets you when you are least expecting." "Lucifer, that's enough." Hearing his wife's command, he retreated reluctantly, but not before glancing at me in the eye, sending a message. "Our encounter has yet to begin. Situation status, ma'am or sir?" someone behind me asked. Everyone gathered around to listen to what was happening beyond those grey doors. "Clarence has an army. A to more possessed creatures, ranging from humans to vampires. You name it. They are rummaging all over the place looking for preys. They need to feed, that's why Clarence wanted the whole school here." Angel Charmine started. "That's great. The Royal Army has far more elements than that." Ethan interrupted. "Kiwe Aiken extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. However, we have a problem. Vladimir Prostov, a vampire emperor, is one of the possessed victims, which means that he can still command a whole nation of vampires against us, including Arama's E's family." The devil explained while staring from the corner of his eye to the vampire inside with us. "We can't kill them. They are victims after all. You must immobilize them, one by one, and move on to the next one. Lucifer and I can purify their souls again. I would say at least 10 people at once. It will take a lot of time and energy. We can either fight or purify souls. Out of our realm there are different rules that we must obey in order to keep peace in both heaven and hell. Our earth has different vibrations and deregulate our might power, so it's better if we use our energy to get more people on our side rather than fighting and accidentally kill someone." Angel Charmine explained. "They are possessed creatures. Their fighting abilities have been severely enhanced. A height of them equals thousands and regular trained soldiers. I may have learnt some spells from that book that Castiel gave me, but that's it on magic for us. We will have no chance without someone. You know. Powerful," Axel said, motioning towards the couple in front of us as he finished speaking. "You seem to forget that we still have Raphael, Gabriel, Uriel and Michael inside the building with us. They are angels. They will for sure help you out. Don't fret. I still feel like we are in disadvantage here. We can't kill them, but they can kill us. If Vladimir gathers his own army, there will be at least 7 vampires to take down." William intervened for the first time in the conversation. "Is there any chance of you both using your full capacities without endangering everyone?" Arama's Eid asked questioningly, looking up from his notebook towards the mystical creatures. "You know the answer to that already, Arama's E. It's already dangerous enough for us to be interacting with creatures that are alive, especially non-humans. We are responsible for humans. Interfering with others can cause a tremendous amount of harm, and fate is unpredictable when it comes to war. You better than anyone else know that," the devil said, looking almost human with the pity and grief reflecting through his eyes as he looked at the vampire. "Arama's Edie, we understand if you don't want to get into battle. If Vladimir gets indeed his army, you won't need to choose between us and your family. You can walk out freely and safely, you know that, right?" Angel Charmine said while grasping the vampire's face gently with her hand as he nodded back at her. "The 3 of them have obviously been to hell and back together. No pun intended. Their affection towards the vampire, even if not as noticeable to others, was clear to me. Just like the bond that Castiel has with him, so do her parents. Something has happened in the past to make them this close. That much was obvious. Now knowing those details was the hardest part. What happens if we can't defeat them in time?" Elijah asked. "In that case, pray that Castiel wakes up from her coma on time." Arama's Eid replied with a sober and serious tone. "Castiel, Isn't that dangerous since the moon goddess is coming after her? I asked, concerned. Even if she is the daughter of the devil and the mother angel, no one could stop the rage of a god. As soon as her aura realizes what's happening, she will cease the ritual, leaving an open battlefield. Just like we can't intervene with other creatures other than humans. She can only manage werewolves and, well, vampires to now, I guess. Lucifer replied while grasping his chin deep in thought. Clarence has other plans for Aurora. Punishing Castiel was just some poor excuse to evoke her without raising suspicions. He's after the Veritatem Ignis. And since Nero can't give it to him, he'll try to get it from Castiel through her mate bond with you, thinking that Aurora is the one behind the pairing. Angel Charmine explained briefly. Veritatem Ignis. What the hell is that? I looked around, but everyone else seemed to either overlook the Latin words or know what they meant. I just ignored it for now and kept on listening. In that case, can't she help us by controlling the vampire army? Axel asked. I'm not sure. There's a high probability of the majority of the vampires to still be out of her control, since most of them still aren't aware that Roderick has died and that Aurora is responsible for them now. The lack of belief or false connection to a god that has ceased to exist may affect her power over them. And just like us, she wouldn't dare to cross fate and its rules. Angel Charmine explained again. What about more angels? That would actually be a good idea. Except that all angels, when hit their maturity and receive their wings, are attributed to a selected group of humans to take care of. All angels of heaven are guardian angels, except for a very restricted group of angels. And pretty much all of them are here already except for Mepitone, who's busy controlling everything up there because Raphael, Gabriel, Michael and Uriel left their duties to come and help us. Removing guardian angels from their job can put millions of human lives in danger, and that simply cannot happen due to the universal balance. Lucifer explained as if reviving memories. And demons? Ethan asked. Lucifer let out a roar of laughter. You really want to leave a bunch of demons walk free here? They are not trustworthy enough to be left alone in hell, where I have full control of them, much less here on earth. They would flee the second they got their viscous and menacing paws in here. They would create havoc everywhere. No way. The devil kept on laughing with his booming vocals and if imagining the scene in his head. What about Nero? I asked, still thinking of possibilities. Everyone went completely silent after my question. Status unknown. I nodded back at Aromazed, who was the only one who had the guts to answer. I kept thinking of possibilities and repeating the new information that I had just received in mind over and over again until a certain sentence got stuck in my head, making me question, thinking that Aurora is the one behind the pairing. If the moon goddess wasn't the one responsible for my bond with Castiel, then who was? My heartbeat suddenly sped up as a cold shiver licked up my spine. I clenched my fists together as my muscles suddenly started humming all over again. 49. Nero pain. Incessant crippling and stinging waves of pain consumed my body as the rusty silver chains held me down. Runes and symbols carved around the shining hard material that restrained my wrist and consequently my hands and arms. My feet were also hurt. Dried blood caked them as the cutting metal scraped against the already tender skin of my ankles. The flesh being shown, raw and red, it stung like a bitch. However, it was the pain in my chest, enclosing my heart, that made me fret the most. It was torture. They were ripping my soul and shredding it to pieces. Energy to fuel their nonsense. I could barely breathe. My ribs seemed to want to puncture my lungs as this outside for supplied pressure to my chest cavity, reaching deeper and deeper with sharp nails to scrap my insides, lurking and consuming whatever life I had left. The chanting around me grew louder and higher by each passing moment. Elders covered by giant bird-shaped masks and big dark and hard-looking cloaks. Their hands were up in the air, aspiring for the higher spirits, to give them strength as they called upon their goddess to come. I knew that it was only a matter of time until her aura made an appearance. Another wave of pain crashed onto me, making me curl up in pain. I clutched my head as much as I could, as if would relieve some of the pressure that felt on my body. Same mind, same body. The flames inside just grew bigger and bigger, destroying me in ways that one could never imagine. I closed my eyes as tears fell freely from them, rolling down my cheeks and chin. I watched as the little drop of salty water fell down from my face and made its route towards the dirty gym's ground. It was millimeters away from crashing when suddenly the whole world froze. A bright light reviving the poorly lightened gym, just like a shooting star. And as every other shooting star, as soon as appeared it dissipated in the very next second. But that was just the beginning. The ground started to shake violently as the chanting hit its climax. A high-pitched noise filling the room. "See that nearer," Clarence said, suddenly appearing next to me, crouched down onto the floor as if mocking my state. I curled up again and let out a scream of agony, the sound already sounding deaf to my own ears, now accustomed to hear them. He grabbed my chin roughly and smirked before almost breaking my neck while turning my head towards my right side, where a huge hurricane of energy swirled violently and powerfully. Its bright color almost blinded me as it kept growing bigger, a silhouette of a creature unraveling inside the power womb. That is the beginning of the end. He dropped my heavy head and I let gravity decide my movement, allowing my skull to hit the ground with a cracking noise that resonated through the room. And then another wave of pain came. I felt hopeless, weak, a feeling that I'd had never expected to experience. But as of lately, it's the only feeling that I know. And just like that, I allowed that weakness to rot me. I closed my eyes and gave up on resisting the energy that tried to drain me. I surrendered. It could enter me, scrape me, eat me, kill me, to seize my time of existence in seconds. Aurora, the moon goddess, was finally here. I'm not sure for how long I've been unconscious for. All I could hear around me were voices and loud noises. Crashing, yelling, as well as a constant buzzing sound that almost made itself pass by a background noise. Slowly opening my eyes. My vision was hazy and blurry. My head was throbbing in pain as my body felt numb, drained. Everything around me seemed to move in slow motion as the silence in my mind deafened me. My chest felt hollow and empty. I was fragile. I decided to focus my conscience in the scene unraveling in front of me. Mom and Dad. Their backs were resting against each other as they fought against a group of 10 or more people, being careful to not kill them, but instead tried to purify their souls again. The balls of light shining bright from my mother's hands contrasting against the dark energy that radiated off my father's. They were quite the team, their movements calculated and graceful, and getting each other's backs. They were invincible. I watched mesmerized as my parents moved so coordinated, tears stinging my eyes as the guilt started to eat me up. This is all my fault. I swallowed a mouthful of dryness, the feeling scraping my throat giving me a funny feeling as my heart slowly pulsated faster. More alive. Little by little I started to look around, only being able to slightly turn my head and clenching and unclenching my fingers. My hands. My left leg was also twitching unnoticeably slow. My cousins were also here. Even though I couldn't exactly see them, I could definitely feel their energy. It was pacifying me, regenerating the broken connections of my nerves, my muscles and my bones. I could only imagine their powerful stance as they fought and purified as many souls as they could, their angelic and powerful wings creating a powerful breeze that could dethrone many humans. And then I saw a body being projected against me. I couldn't react. I just prepared myself for the pain, clenching my eyes tightly and waited for the impact. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That impact never came. A giant and majestic black wolf stood in front of my corpse and took the force for me. The wolf didn't waver from that imponent stance. The body that was bound to hit me bounced back after crashing against the wolf. A wolf as strong as this one could only belong to the royal family. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My sister's mate. And he wasn't alone. He had a whole pack fighting with him, some still in their human forms, firing guns with magical bullets that perpetrated through the air like little assassins, silent yet deadly. I could see Clarence and the blonde girl still surrounding the hurricane of energy that was bursting through the ceiling line. Aurora was here. She hasn't unraveled her carnal form yet, but I knew that it was only a matter of minutes until she did so. By looking around, I could see that the outcome was going to be positive. Most of Clarence's minions had been put down or purified and put back to sleep, and the army of wolves was still going strong. But I spoke too soon. This was Clarence after all. If he wanted something, he wouldn't stop until he got it. Start phase 2. He yelled as if reading my mind. I knew that he came prepared. Suddenly there was a shift of energy in the room. Hundreds and hundreds of vampires jumped out of the nowhere, mostly coming from the ceiling and the darkest shadows. Their skin was a sickly tone of ash grey, and their eyes glowed red as blood, their fangs shining against their dark complex. As if it wasn't enough, Clarence decided to step away from the circle and grabbed people that had been induced to sleep and started to revive them, repossess them. As my parents purified 10 souls at once, Clarence could only do 1 or 2. But that didn't seem like a problem for him as he strode confidently through the havoc of blood and brutality. The wreckage in this facility was supernatural. There wasn't a single thing that wasn't broken. The ceiling was long gone, as so were the school's walls. Everything had been reduced to dust, leaving a ground full of obstacles made out of debris and bodies. This was no longer a learning facility but a battlefield instead. And then a loud and perturbing horn pierced the air with its powerful noise. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Clarence yelled like a maniac standing on top of a broken bookshelf. His possessed beings stopped altogether, and consequently everyone else stopped too. Their intentions weren't to kill Clarence's army. They were. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Victims. That didn't mean that they stopped their battle strategy. My cousins kept purifying souls just like my parents. In fact, father was about to grab Vladimir, the vampire emperor, when Clarence started laughing loudly while tears king. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Lucifer. A voice said out of the nowhere. It was definitely a woman, around Clarence's age. Father turned around to face the woman, and as soon as he did, his already furious eyes grew 1 shade darker, his body shaking in anger. Raw and powerful, his deadly mode had been activated. From then on, he wouldn't care if anyone else died. He was thirsty for blood, for revenge. The woman wasn't exactly young. Her dark hair was pushed back and kept by a handful of bright red hairpins. A mushy green dress covered half of her body as the other half was covered in blood, her hands resting against the shoulders of 2 children, a boy and a girl. I immediately recognized the little girl. It was the little girl that Cowstead L had cured and put to sleep in our first horizon call. And apparently I wasn't the only one. A thunderous and lethal growl emanated from the right side of the destroyed building. The black wolf coming closer and closer. A deadly pair of glowing eyes set on the woman and the girl she had in her possession. A grey wold trailed behind him, equally furious except that his eyes were set on the little boy who, just like the girl, had tears falling from his eyes as his nose grew redder and his little fragile body shook in fear. It all goes down to a girl and a boy isn't funny, just like Carstate Hell and Nero. How interesting, Clarence said while resting his head against his left hand in mocking wonder. He was definitely psychotic and sick in the head. Then the black wolf shifted back to its human form, just as I had suspected. It was Indy Jason. Marthy, I order you to let them go, he yelled, a strong sense of power booming from his voice. This was definitely an alpha command. His energy grew bigger as he directed it towards the woman, who I'm assuming that is Martha. Her previous confidence dance faltered, a strong need to submit to her king conflicting against her own will and body. She had to submit. I'm afraid I can't do that, my king, she said while bowing her head towards the ground. She's bounded to me. She won't obey you, Alpha, Clarence replied while accentuating the word Alpha in a mocking manner. Let's get things straight, you little king. I'm the one who sets the rules. He continued while dramatically descending from the broken bookshelf that he was previously standing on top of and taking a concerning step closer towards Jason. Retreat your army or else the children in your pack will die. starting from your little sister to your beta's little brother. He finished while pointing towards the kids that had went holding them back. I felt useless. I'm certain that by now I'd be able to stand up, but I was still too weak to fight and use whatever powers I had left. The instant feeling of guilt came back stronger than ever. I had to do something. But what? My thoughts had consumed my attention for a few seconds. The sudden movement of troops retreating awakening me back to reality. It was now 13 against thousands. Clarence was a sick motherfucker. Why are you doing this, Martha? Is this your revenge after Jason fired you? Are you that petty? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If I remembered correctly, fired angrily towards the woman. She shook her head from side to side. I'm just doing what a good wife does. Supporting my mate. She replied while looking lovingly towards Clarence, who had a disgusting smirk painted on his face, the triumph radiating from his eyes. I suddenly felt an uncontrollable urge to puke. Have you ever thought about what it would feel like if your family and friends all perished in a disaster, and you were powerless to help? €15, this was a complete disaster. My energy was still getting drained to fuel the portal that some under aura. My hands were tied. There was nothing I could do but watch my family and their friends get annihilated in a pool of possessed beings. Clarence was a fucking coward. To have thousands to fight against 13. It was brutal. Everything around me moved in slow motion. The people. The blood. Flashes of light and energy dancing in the chaotic room. And the deafening sound of bodies crashing against the ground. The crunch of the bones breaking due to the pressure against the floor. It was sickening to say at least. I could see the few giant wolves jumping high and showing off their glistening sharp teeth. Their thirst for blood was evident. They were almost rabid, abiding to their natural instincts to kill. The temptation to sink their razors deep into the skin, to draw blood, to stop a beating heart. But they were careful, controlled, firm and persistent with the rule. You must not kill, not innocent people at least. However, I didn't know for how much longer that self-control would be able to last. There was salivating for a dead body. They were, after all, werewolves. And that thought alone broke my heart into pieces. I couldn't do anything. Me, a celestial being, son of 2 angels, the harmony and the fallen one, whilst they, simple mortals, were giving their all and fighting like I've never seen alive creatures do before. The ferocity of the scene was mesmerizing. As predicted, we were losing. Terribly so. Aromas ED. Axel and Gabriel were seriously injured. They weren't even fighting for their lives anymore. They were fighting for somebody else. Something else. The determination and selfless they all had shined brighter and brighter, meaning that their lives were getting dimmer and dimmer. Their light in the distance was close. Midst the mess around them, they still managed to stand up straight, never showing an ounce of fear or hesitation in their suicidal movements, taking hits and jabs until they couldn't anymore, and the timing couldn't be more perfect. Suddenly I felt this massive shift of energy inside me. It was fueling me rather than draining. And this could only mean one thing. Aurora was about to set her foot on the ground. As if reading my mind, the ground started to shake. Little pebbles and debris trembling and jumping like popcorn on a heating pot. Clarence himself started to jump as well, but not due to the moving floor but in excitement instead. He was reaching closer and closer towards the circle of chance, where this ball of white energy kept spiraling into existence. If I squinted my eyes, I could see those satin platinum strands of hair so typical of Aurora. Her dark skin was glowing like an onyx, her perfect figure slowly unraveling from the strands of energy that surrounded her body like a sheet. Some smaller parts of her long hair were beautifully braided with moonstones that captured the eye of everyone. And then she opened her eyes. Those silvery shining orbs of her. She met my eye and I watched as hers wide and in shock at the scene in front of her. Before looking at Clarence, who was on his knees in front of her, and I just knew that it was my time to act. Removing myself from the chains that held me back, I moved skillfully through the masses, dodging bullets and many objects, ignoring anything that touched me. I was a man on a mission. Everything around me faded. Only Clarence on his vulnerable state was in my eyesight. I wanted him dead. More than anything. My rage and thirst blinded me as I mustered as much power I could and aimed it at him. All the pent-up anger, frustration and sadness, for all of what he had done. To my mate, to my sister, to my family, to my friends and to the world. For all of the children that were endangered, for all the grieving mothers, for that I know that the blood on Martha's dress was fresh, and its tank of pup wolves, for all the injured men and women that fought against him, for God that stood above whilst doing nothing, and for fate that drew this moment years before I was even born, for the prophecies and myth that surrounded my life, for my life's purpose, vertity ignis, whatever I had in me, I used it. I aimed it all towards him, but I never saw his fall. I never saw his body hitting the ground. Cold, dead. I never saw any of it because I was too busy feeling my own doing the exact same thing. Trigger warning: do not read ahead if you feel uncomfortable with gory scenes. A long blade penetrating me from my back, going through my body, trespassing my flesh, bones and heart, only to see the tip angling up and ripping more muscles and organs until the blade touched my chin. From my belly button to my chin the movement was incessant, up and down, over and over again until there was nothing else of me but a hole. Nevertheless I smiled. I smiled because I knew I was going to die. The impossible was about to happen and I knew why. Just because I didn't see him fall, that didn't mean that he hadn't. If it took my life to take his, then I would gladly do it over and over again as many times as needed. The oath that I had done with him was blood oath and universal rule. If I took his life, then I would also cease to exist, in the most painful way too. And right now, I couldn't imagine anything more painful than a sword scraping my insides like one would scrape the seeds of the top of a melon slice, scraping the hanging bits of flesh, cutting the long intestines while seeing them leaked all sorts of fluids, the nerves tearing around my bones one by one. And my poor heart had fallen hitting my feet in the ground. Everything felt peaceful. A bright light coming closer and closer. It looked so calm and comforting. I could feel hands in my head, slowly caressing me, lulling me into an inviting eternal sleep. I would finally feel at peace. I would leave all of my love behind. And it was okay. Everything was okay. Until it wasn't. My vision was hazy and blurred, but even my ripped, disconnected heart on the floor pulsate at the sight of a dead man rising from the ground. 51. Jason, it all happened so quickly. 1 sec, and I saw an arrow rushing through the air like an arrow. And then he was kneeling down with the blade trespassing his body in the next. For a few little moments we were all hopeful that his effort and energy had managed to dethrone Clarence of his current position, but we were awfully mistaken. As one man fell, the other rose. His face was completely disfigured. His left eye was nothing but a hole now, oozing blood non-stop, meaning that Nero had still, somehow, managed to hit him and therefore weaken him down more. Clarence was on his own 2 feet, grinning savagely at the dead divination, his eyes shining brightly as if knowing something that we didn't. But his satisfied expression dropped all of a sudden. Despite the fact that there was a battle still occurring, everyone stopped what they were doing to watch the young divine creature take his last breath. Behind me I could hear Charmine hysterical crying, making an unsettling feeling grow inside of me. An angel is crying. Lucifer was no different, but instead of releasing his mourning through tears, he snapped into a blood rampage. The devil had awakened, and it was quite the terrifying sight. But before he was able to do anything, the world suddenly froze. Nobody was moving, and it was not by choice. What is this? What's happening? As if reading my mind, the sky suddenly turned dark, the clouds looking denser and denser, almost opaque. No birds or any other form of life was seen in the air. Just the wind, a strong gush of cold wind that just seemed to get stronger and stronger. And then I saw it. A bright orange lighting bolt roared from the skies, hitting the ground just next to Nero's body. I knew immediately what it was. Rather, who it was. My wolf knew immediately. That energy, To our agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was my mate. It was Castiel. My first instinct was to run towards her, but my body didn't allow me to. Well, she didn't allow me to. For some unknown reason, none of this felt strange or surprising to me. I guess that deep down I always knew, just not what exactly. But I knew. I tried to yell her name, but just as I tried to vocalize, I stopped myself. Her figure was still engulfed in smoke, but I managed to catch a glimpse of her, but I wasn't prepared for the sight. A girl with bright white eyes and a moon mark on her forehead stood crouched on top of Nero's body. Her head was adorned with a pair of majestic horns. They were long and sharp, ribs of orange burning and dancing through said pair of horns. But that wasn't the only thing that shocked me. The two enormous wings that surrounded her and her brother also got the best of me. They looked as if they were made of pure fire. They were terrifying to say the least. But the bright aura that her body exuded made me feel more at ease. Her body was covered by a thin vest. It clung onto her just right, tight enough to not fall, but loose enough to allow her to move free. She looked like an actual goddess. Everything was dead silent, so hearing her words was not hard at all. Not physically, at least. My heart ached, filled with sadness due to the scene unfolding in front of me. She kneeled next to her brother's body and turned him up, so that his stomach, well, whatever that was left of it, was facing the sky. She looked at him for a few seconds, the light of her eyes dimming more and more until they were normal again. She gently shook his body, as if trying to wake him up from a nap. So innocently she poked him. "Nero, open your eyes." She was smiling while shaking him. "Nero, I have the rose. Wake up." Her smile still prevailed when the tears started rolling silently as she exclaimed excitedly at him. Then her expression fell and she closed her eyes. And just as I thought she would finally break down, an orange light appeared next to her just as a blue one appeared on top of Nero. Slowly the light gained form and then two ghostly-looking children appeared. It was clear of who they were. I've seen them before in the portrait back at Castiel's house. Castiel and Nero when they were younger. A boy and a girl. With every little movement that present Castiel did, so did little Castiel do. Just like Nero, who stood still like his older form. "Nero," they both said in unison. The contrast between the voice pitches sent a shiver down my spine. The acute tone of younger Castiel and the mature version of it both bathing in desperation was something out of this realm. It was unsettling, creepy and incredibly sad. They both tried to shake Nero's bodies, trying to get her brother to open his eyes, but none of them got a response back other than utter silence. Little Castiel rested a black and golden rose on top of little Nero's body and then hugged him while crying silently. Castiel, however, stood still almost as if in a trance. I soon understood why. Little Nero's body was fading, slowly piece by piece. Castiel grabbed her brother's hand in her own and kissed it softly while whispering something that I could not hear. Clutching his hand tightly, she stayed silent for a moment before finally throwing her head back and shrieking in pain and sadness. Her best friend, her twin brother, was dead. She kept on howling in agony, and every little sound and tear that she shed seemed to destroy me on the inside. I could tell that I wasn't the only one feeling her pain. In fact, everyone, even the evil souls in the ground, seemed to hear and feel her melancholy. And then hell broke loose. Just like her father, she turned her pain into hate and she became blind, thirsty for blood, for revenge. It all happened so fast that I didn't have enough time to process that I was finally able to move. I just stood and watched as she shut down completely and started to rip Clarence's flesh with her bare hands, drowning in nothing but raw hate for the man that killed her brother. Any inch of skin that she could touch, she would pluck. The sound of his nerves getting ripped from his bones made me feel slightly sick. Making lower my gaze for a few seconds while she trespassed his body with her blood-covered hand and ripped his heart out. This was just the tip of the iceberg to the dark side of Castiel Morningstar. She was, after all, daughter of the devil. Inflicting pain onto others was a specialty of theirs. The battle was on again, but no one really dared to move, not after her whole being getting swallowed by a huge ball of light and darkness. The ground was once again shaking, but not like before. Now it seemed like the earth beneath my feet was about to get split into two. The sky was no different. There were lightning and thunder everywhere. No one was safe. I could hear the human emergency alarms going off in distance, turning the scenario into an even more chaotic one. Tornadoes destroyed everything that they could find as the ground swallowed houses and cars. Out of instinct, I turned towards my goddess, and terror consumed me as I saw her. The almighty and honorable moon goddess' face was painted with pure fear. And then I heard her yelling to words that I had been hearing a lot lately. Vertiten Ignis. 52 cast il. His body was cold. I didn't understand. I didn't want to understand. As I saw myself hugging his equally small cold figure, a rush of energy coursed through my veins. A memory. The rose that I once held. The rose that doomed the both of us. It was coming back in one swift motion, paralyzing my body as I stared at the scene in front of me. It was an unusual cold morning in hell. Mom and Dad were in a meeting somewhere around the castle, but I didn't pay it much mind. I was rather busy running around the halls with my best friend. Nero and I would use our unmastered abilities to spice our traditional games up a little bit. Add a little bit of fire to a game of tag, and your speed limits will always be breaking records. Unfortunately, Maria didn't share the same opinion. Little Majesties, no fire in the halls. Come back here, morning stars. Nero and I released a few giggles and proceeded to hide from her. Where did the tiny troublemakers go? Holy hell, they are a pair of little demons. She started mumbling to herself while taking cautious steps towards our direction in the dark onyx stoned hall. Nero put his index finger in front of his mouth, signaling me to be quiet. I obeyed and watched as he lifted his hands and started gesturing in a round motion. Suddenly I heard a shriek. It was Maria. My eyes widened as I watched the scene unfold in front of me. In the middle of the hall stood the middle-aged woman, spinning around on her place non-stop. Her arms were extended forward, making her look fan, spinning and whirling faster and faster. I couldn't help myself anymore, so I bursted into a fit of laughter, my brother following suit. I remember laughing so hard that my stomach and cheeks started hurting, a good kind of ache. But all good things come to an end. Middle laughing, Nero lost his effect on her, making her have her control back. Oh, you are in big trouble. Come here right now, she yelled while holding onto the side of the wall, trying to get her balance back. Her cheeks were red in fury, and I could have sworn that she had foam coming out of her mouth. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I looked at my win in panic and was met with an equally panicked pair of eyes. Without any second thoughts, we took off running aimlessly through the castle, eventually entering the forbidden zone of the castle, or as Mommy would call it, the no zone. I never really understood why, but in that moment it was either exploring the unknown or getting my butt whooped by Maria. It wasn't that hard of a choice, as you can imagine. The castle itself had a dark complex, but for some unknown reason the no zone appeared to be even darker than the rest. The single straight hole that connected to it seemed to get tighter and tighter. But we were 5 years old. There was no such thing as a too tight space. It was strange to look at. Even if it was connected to the rest of the castle through one smaller hall, it still managed to look like a completely separated building, surrounded by a beautiful garden, the Soul's Garden, replete of all flowers known to mankind and beyond. It was colorful and bright, a drastic contrast to the dark, secluded area that it surrounded. In a way, it reminded me of Mommy and Daddy. Mom's aura was bright white and Dad was just darkness itself. This way. Nero pointed towards a heavy metal-looking door. I, however, hesitated. My instincts were screaming at me to not open that door. That danger was lurking. The door itself was scary-looking. It appeared to have some sort of protection device as well as a bounding spell. The more I stared at the door, the more uncomfortable I felt. Castiel, come on. She's nearing us. As in cue, I heard Maria's heavy rushed steps getting closer in distance. I took a deep breath and opened the door. More like, destroyed it. But that didn't matter. Not anymore. The room was small, smaller than I had expected. A lonely tall elegant table stood in the middle of it. A curious-looking glass dome rested on top of the table, an intriguing flower standing tall and proud inside of it. It was a rose. I felt this unexplainable urge to touch it, her lifeless golden petals contrasting with glossy-looking dark stale. It was so tempting. Too tempting. "Castiel, what are you doing?" I heard Nero's voice in the background. It sounded so distant even though I knew I was only just a few steps ahead of him. "I don't know," I replied quietly in a whisper. I felt like I was in a trance. Closer and closer to the dome. Close enough to see my own reflection on it. With one hand I cautiously lifted it. With the other I reached towards the special-looking flower. "Castiel, no. Don't touch it," Maria shouted as she finally got to us. But it was too late. The rose was on my hand, the thorns digging into my skin, but I didn't feel a thing, no. And then everything turned dark. I had no recollection of what had happened in the period of time that I was out. All I know is that as soon as I woke up, all I heard was shouting, and all I felt was a pair of hands shaking me to succumb me of my sleep. "Castiel, wake up," I heard Nero's voice as I felt his warm hands shake me awake. "At least let them live until they are adults, so that they can use their powers and outthrone us." "Absolutely not. 16 years of life and that's it." Mom started crying uncontrollably and my heart started to race. I opened my eyes and came face to face with my brother's red eyes. He was sobbing while looking at me. "Nero, what's going on?" I asked, innocently confused and worried. "They are going to kill us, Kaz," he cried while clutching my hand. My eyes wide and not comprehending what was happening. I sat up in the ground while holding my throbbing little head. "The girl will be sent down to Earth. She's most likely to have Charmaine's feminine powers. Those are useful among humans. Light, not darkness. I couldn't even point a gender to it. It just sounded powerful." I furrowed my eyebrows, still confused to what was happening. Mom and Dad continued on arguing with said voice whilst I ignored them. All that mattered right now was twin brother, Nero. He just hugged me close while crying. I consequently started crying too. Death? So soon? It couldn't possibly be true. We've heard and seen humans dying and coming down to the Deadlands and consequently here to hell. All of them with different stories to tell. But all of them had the same ending. Death. I didn't want my brother to die. No, he would never die. Never. We would play fire tag, bake with Maria, and play with Mommy and die forever. We would watch the demons bring in new people and get to know them. It was such a refreshing moment. To hear their life stories and struggles. And visit the 9 circles. Mommy said to not look in there for too long, but it was like humans visiting the zoo. Mom would also play with my hair while telling me about this place called Heaven, where Uncle God lived with my cousins. Mommy told me they were angels. She even told me their names. I hope to be able to meet them someday. But I wanted to do all those things with my best friend. Was life even worth it if I couldn't do all of those things with him? "Nero," I whispered, calling for his attention. He raised his head and faced me, his face still wet from the warm tears, his eyes puffy and red just like his nose. I took his pinky and intertwined my own. "I promise to be your best friend forever." He looked confused and then got sad again, slowly removing his finger from my own. "Until death do us apart," he asked with both of his hands now resting on his lap. I took his hand once again on my own and looked down at ground. "No, silly. Not even death will be able to do us apart." I smiled gently at him. A shiny object made itself known from the corner of my eye. It was the golden rose. I grabbed the flower, once again ignoring the thorns that scraped my tiny fingers, and extended towards my brother in an offering gesture. "I'll always be with you. I'll always be with you," I whispered one last time as his body started to dissipate in front of me. 53 Vertiti in Bigness. Castiel Morningstar's life was never meant to be normal. Who she was, who surrounded her, her power, her fate, nothing connected to her would make sense to a simple human mind. Her mission was far too great. The Vertiti and Ignis was far too great. Vertiti meaning power, Ignis meaning fire. The Power of Fire. In the 1500s, Luís de Camões, an old poet, a national hero to the country of Portugal, wrote a poem that started like this: Ama fogo que o ADCM save love is a fire that burns unseen. I want you to think about this. I can't really force you to do shit through a screen. I can, however, provide you a closure to this story. So let's get this over with. Shall we? Words will never be enough to describe what happened next. It was pure world damnation. It was impossible for any living creature to survive the bomb that Castiel Morningstar was. So do the math. No one survived to tell the story, not even Castiel herself. The power exuding from her was far too great for her dual mind and body to handle. She simply ceased to exist. Just kidding. But it was a situation that almost happened. While the ground started shaking, breaking into heart-wrenching earthquakes, breaking the grass and rocks in multiple fractures, while the tornadoes cut through the air, taking everything they could see with them, a cold yet brute whisk of wind swallowing whole houses, buildings. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. While the skies fought over sun and clouds, darkness against light, while the world was seconds away from shattering and being destroyed and burned to ashes, Castiel Morningstar stood exuding energy out of her like a motherfucking hurricane, still holding her brother's hand. She was tired of it all. She wanted everything to end. Her pain was far too great to describe. Her best friend, her partner in crime, through hell and back, literally. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His body and flesh hanging and twisting in ways no corpse should ever do. It was too much to bear. So for the first time, and probably the last, she let it all out. Her frustrations, her sadness, her fears, her responsibilities, everything that she had bottled for the last almost 18 years of existence, finally surfaced and tipped over the brim of the bottle and spilled everywhere. Once again. Literally. There wasn't a single thing that wasn't feeling her rampage in this world. You see, I didn't exactly lie earlier. The power was indeed too much for her to handle by herself. It would, in a matter of minutes, drain and lick every single drop of life that she had left. Castiel Morningstar was going to die. She was going to leave this world and any other possible world forever. There was no place in hell or heaven for her. She would simply become a memory of the girl who destroyed the world, just like other divine creatures. Roderick, take him as an example. Castiel would not be a soul anymore. She would become possibly just a speck of dust. And to say there would be an exaggeration, a hopeful one. If she were to become a speck of dust, Jason Silver would surely slaughter everyone who tried to touch it. Keep it. Own it. He would slice the devil himself if needed to keep the little atom of his beloved. But that would most likely not be the case. Nothingness. And she knew that too. In fact, she could already feel it. The tips of her toes growing numb, feeling nothing. But she was okay with that. In fact, she embraced it. Her fate was to bear the ver to Tien Ignis. Be it summoner. And that's exactly what she was doing. Driven by emotions, her powers flowers flowered all around, creating an absolute havoc. She was summoning the greater power, above every god, every creature, every living and dead thing. Taking a shattered breath out, she entered a complete different state of mind. She entered the void, the nothingness, while spreading on her fire. This was the end. Jason Silver, on the other hand, didn't share the same opinion as his mate. Go figure. Everything around him was a blur, but he could still make out the shape of a booming and blinding light. Castiel. His Castiel. Digging his fingers into the dirty and wet soil. His fingers aching. His knuckles becoming a sickling shade of yellow and white from the amount of force using to keep his grip on the ground, to literally ground himself. Ever since his blood had mixed with Castiel's, ever since he died, something in him had changed. He felt fuller, complete yet anxious, as if he kept a beast inside of him waiting to be awakened. It could be his wolf. Perhaps. But no, it wasn't. And he knew that too. That's why, while gripping the brown spot underneath him, he forced his beast to come to life. One could only imagine his motives. It would be easier for him to just let everything go and die as a hero. For at least being there. Not trying. Just breathing in that place. But that wasn't what Jason wanted. He wanted forgiveness. A new start. He had committed various mistakes. Too young. Too childish and selfish. Too arrogant and full of himself. Too irresponsible. Too many bad things. He owed an apology to everyone. Qui my agent extraordinaire, Marlene Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In a sense, the complete opposite of Castiel. Everyone owed an apology to her. And he owed an apology to everyone, her included. So in a few last moments of retaliation, he closed his eyes and awoke the thing inside him. And just like Castiel had become a goddess, he had become a god, his eyes shining with pure light exuding from them. And while his mate had an upside-down moon shape in her forehead, he stood turned up, claws extending his fingers, making the grip on the earth firmer, stronger. The earth stopped shaking as he gripped harder. Not suddenly, but gradually. He threw his head back and exhaled deeply, his hot and powerful breath warming the cold and harsh winds, slowing the tornadoes to strong breezes. Things were starting to look better. The rays of sunshine started to burn brighter, his drops of sweat and tears drowning the fires. But just as the world started to recompose itself, he looked at Castiel and got up rushing towards her. That triggered the whole chaos to return. He stood close to her, closer than before, his body tired and giving up as he lied on his stomach, his left hand gripping the earth beneath him once again, and his right arm searching for something that he couldn't yet quite reach. The scenery around him had become a blur once again, but he could still see her. Castiel, he had whispered almost to himself. His word fell on dull ears as expected, the screeching from the winds, the lightning striking the ground, the buildings crashing down to deeper holes inside the cracks of the ground. It was impossible for anyone but him to listen. Even he had difficulty hearing his own thoughts. Castiel, stop. Please. But nothing changed. If anything, the wind blew harder and the earth broke stronger. This isn't the end, Castiel. We can turn this around. Together, please. Nothingness. But he, as ever, was too stubborn to give up. I want to know your favorite color. Her finger twitched a little, but he didn't notice it. I want to know your favorite food. Your favorite flower. Place. Smell. I want you to tell me everything. Quite cliched, and you think. I want to know your fears. Your darkest parts. Your demons. But not those that your father keeps in hell. He let out a bitter laugh at his own joke. If he was about to lose his sanity, he might as well have a good laugh about it. Even if the amusement was a shitty joke. I want to know you, Castiel Morningstar. The real you. Not the version you presented at me and everyone else every day until now. I want to watch you cry. I want to see how broken and vulnerable you really are from carrying the whole world on your shoulders with a smile splattered in your face. A branch of a tree came in his direction, scratching him in the right side of his face, forcing him to close his right eye in pain. I want to watch you come undone. No strings attached to the puppet you make out of yourself. Being used by everyone but you. I want to watch you be selfish. Be proud. Be confident, but above all I want you to be you. His whole body was starting to give up on him. He laughed once again. I'm a liar. She closed her hand into a fist. I don't want to just see any of those things happen. He took a deep breath. I want to be by your side and help you as you unravel. He looked down towards the ground once again as he noticed that nothing had changed. Never mind. Gathering all the forces he had left, he dragged himself just a little bit closer and extended his right arm once again in a rather brute way. His hand dropped. Slapping her own hand, he gripped it. Harder than before. The ground with his left. His love with the right. Harder, harder, harder. He pushed the beast forward once again. stopping the earth, calming the wind, opening the sky. At the same time he could feel her struggle too. They were to equal fighting forces. They just didn't know about it yet. She was fire. He was power. Now battling against each other in a way that no mortal could ever comprehend. "I will be by your side," he said, with finality in his tone, clenching her hand impulsively harder. "You will never be alone again, Castiel. You have me now." Those words seemed to trigger her. Just like her brother, the king of werewolves was claiming to be with her forever. "I promise you." He exhaled in pain. She too was in pain. She had just mastered the art of covering it up since a young age. "Think of our friends. Your friends. Family. Think about Maria. Think about Carl. Tommy. Everyone here loves you and is here for you. You are not alone. They all love you." He ended up shouting, "I love you." His voice cracked as saying those words. "I will always love you." He rested his forehead against the ground. "You are not alone." Feeling the life succumb out of him. In this life or the next, he thought to himself for what seemed the last time. But there was no next life for either of them. He closed his eyes and waited for it. He retracted the beast, no longer putting a fight. His body turned cold as his heartbeat slowed down, getting slower and slower. And just as it seemed that it would be his last pump in the blood coordination machine, he felt the beast come alive once again, pulling him back to reality, to life. The power in him sought out for its other half. "To my agent extraordinaire, Mother Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." And just like that, the earth stopped shaking. The tornadoes turned into breeze. The fire ceased to exist. The lightning stopped and the sky was clearing. And Castiel collapsed on top of him. For what seemed the 100th time in their short life together. He could feel her tears wetting him. In fact, he could almost taste them, gripping her hair gently. Bringing her face closer to his body, he hugged her tightly as tears shed from his eyes as well. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Castiel." He kept whispering, despite the energy of destruction having ceased. The havoc created by it still prevailed. Everything around them was in ruins or dead. Piles of bodies everywhere, or ample dead, or crushed, or swallowed by the ground. She kept looking around, searching for a familiar face or a sound that would indicate that there was a time of life-led destruction around them. But there was no one, no sound. The pure silence was disturbing and unnatural. It was a ghost city. The only sound was their own breathing, and that seemed to be one of the few only things to keep them sane. "What have I done?" Castiel looked horrified around her. Her wings seemingly lost their glow, and she looked paler, and Kaz kept soaking the scenario around her. He could feel the turmoil inside of her, burning inside of him too. He quickly grabbed his face between both his hands, forcing her to face him, to lock his eyes with hers. "We are going to fix this, okay?" he said firmly while wiping away more tears from her cheeks. He said while kissing the inverted moon sign on her forehead that seemed to tingle and glow when his lips touched her skin. They remained in each other's embrace to help each other overcome the shock of their experience with the almost end of the world. What they didn't seem to notice was that as they kept reassuring each other, loving each other, the ground underneath them had turned green once again, small flowers wishing to bloom in the next spring. They failed to realize that when Castiel stabbed both of them, when she killed both of them, allowing their bloods to mix, she reset at all levels of strength they previously had, connecting now their power together. Their bond was stronger, and as all of the things in the universe ruled by fate, they were perfectly balanced. They were the holders of the validity and Ignis, and they were going to rebuild the world. A new world. A better world. They are now above all the gods and divine creatures. They were about to become the new fate. A fate that would be fair but would give people a choice to draw their own paths, make their own choices, live their own lives, all the while keeping the balance. For she was fire, and he was power, and they would do it together. 54. Power and fire. It has been days. For days, to be more precise. For whole ass days. walking and sometimes flying around the huge city trying to look for someone. Anyone who showed any signs of actual life. Eventually they would depart somewhere further away, but they had to come with terms about the possibility of their city being transformed into a giant cemetery. Watching your friends, family and people that you once knew become still, unresponsive, dead. It's not exactly easy. For days, but at least half of each passing day was spent crying and trying to keep each other safe from a mental breakdown. Now wasn't exactly the time to let emotions drive them to make their decisions. They were aware that this somehow wasn't the end. It just couldn't. They were both blessed. Even though right then it felt like a curse. With an infinite amount of power. They were the holders of the word to T and Ignis. That had to mean something beyond the obvious chaos and destruction. There has to be. The hardest part was done. In fact, it was done seconds after their moment together. Which was to check if their loved ones were alive. And unfortunately, the response wasn't exactly what they had wanted. No one showed any vital signs. And it was devastating. They both begged, cried, screamed, cursed, but most importantly, they both hurt. They hurt very much in their own hearts. So much that for a few seconds it felt like their ribs would eventuate their beating muscle. And the fact that they could feel each other's emotions didn't exactly help. They were stuck on a loop. A loop made of heartbreak and guilt. It took some time and emotional strength, but eventually they left the bodies behind. It was hard. Very hard. Castiel was still feeding the hope that somehow at least her father would suddenly rise. He was after all the king of the dead and the doomed. Yes, they did check for vital signs. But then again, the devil doesn't exactly own a beating functional heart. How could they be sure that he was dead? They waited and sat down while looking into the horizon. The corpses were already starting to show signs of decomposition. The bodies were slowing, turning grey, and the urge to hurl while looking at the people you cared about the most slowing, turning into dust, was growing stronger and stronger. As Castiel bent over ready to spill more acid. Yes, acid. Because there has not been a single thing entering their stomachs for the past few days. But then again, they no longer needed to eat to survive. Vertity and Ignis, remember? They were divine creatures now. Well, as I was saying, as Castiel bent over to throw up, she noticed the little specks of color underneath her feet. Small leaves of grass and the tiniest purple flower blossoming right under her body. And then it clicked. If she could make the grass grow from bland dirt, did that mean that she could bring things back from the dead? A new feeling of hope started to grow inside of her. Sharing her thoughts with Jason, they both decided to give it a try. What's the worst thing that could happen? After surviving the end of the fucking world, they had absolutely nothing to lose. So they sat down and tried to make sense and come up with a way to put their power into work. You see, the problem with magic is that it's really hard to control. Hence why there are so many magic books, and spells and recipes to make things easier for the practice are. They had the power. They just didn't exactly know how to use it. They were slowly feeling their sanity dissipating. The lack of food in their bodies, although not essential, was still able to feed some repercussions, adding a twist of post-traumatic stress disorder and a growing depression. Their minds weren't exactly in the right place. In fact, they were so out of place that in the middle of the most profound silence they started to hear a soft melody echoing through the air. TW disturbing scene ahead, read with caution, dealing with corpses and dead people. And, as every sane person does, they started dancing. Slow dancing, in fact. With each other for the first few minutes. Then started to replace partners. And switching them. Doing an enthusiastic and overwhelming dance with corpses. They didn't mind the weight of the unresponsive and rotting bodies. They just wanted to dance with their friends. Twirl around to the sound of a mutual hallucination while dragging soon-to-be skeletons to accompany their movements. Their heavy bodies were slowly starting to release some liquids, leaving a trail of yellow and red underneath them, each step creating a chaotic piece of art on the dirty ground, the blood providing the color, and feet providing the form, as the heavy weight was dragged around the revolted soil, leaving dragging marks all over the place. My, what a sight! Having both attended so many balls and social parties in their distinct lives, they were very much accustomed to ball dance, so their moves weren't that terrible. The complete opposite, actually. They were coordinated, elegant and gracious. Their partners, on the other hand. End of scene. Safe to read. They were only able to break out of this mysterious trance when suddenly a thud echoed through ground. Startled by the noise, they both snapped out of it and recoiled in disgust and sadness for what they were doing. No words were spoken after that. They just couldn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jason just kept watching as Castiel slowly lowered herself down onto the ground and grabbed the book that had fallen from Axel's tear pocket. It was the book that she had gifted him. The one with ancient spells with simple instructions. Kind of like an ancient 101 guided magic book for dummies. Everything was clicking in their heads, and like a thirsty man in a desert attacks a glass of water. They reached for the book, desperate to seek its knowledge. And there it was. Chapter 54, How to Resuscitate a Living Being. Oh, if only things could be that simple. After 5 whole hours and countless tries, they put the book down, realizing that their efforts were in vain. Surely enough, they managed to give the corpses some more humane and alive features. The skin of the dead wasn't as pale as before, but the heartbeat still remained still. No matter how hard they tried, how many times they read the instructions, how many fingers and hairs they twisted and cut, nothing seemed to work. As horrible as it sounded, they definitely didn't use their friends' bodies as experiments. It was selfish, but it was easier to manipulate a stranger's meat and bones than the people they used to talk to and smile with every day. As the rulers of the new world, they shouldn't be sentimental about it. They should have been fair and treated everyone, dead or alive, equally. But in that moment, that decision protected themselves from themselves. They could not possibly imagine the despair they would fall into again if they accidentally messed up and disfigured a friend's faith. It was already disturbing enough to see them dead, but at least they would try to preserve their physical dignity. As time passed, their motivation seemed to dim more and more. It was useless. They were dead and they could resuscitate them. It was unnatural and forbidden. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Castiel leaned on Jason's shoulder, who was sitting down in front of a random woman's body, lightly closing her eyes shut with his fingers. What are we going to do now? She asked softly, sadness and tiredness heavy on her voice. I don't know. Just maybe. He hesitated with a sigh, leaning his head against hers. Maybe there really is no turning back. That was what he intended to say, but even if he didn't exactly say it out loud, Castiel understood what he meant. Rubbing her eyes, she lit a frown on her face. Maybe there really is no turning back. Turning back. She slowly raised her head from Jason's shoulder and looked around, searching for something, and once she saw it, she rose TP her full height and started to walk towards it. Jason wasn't oblivious to it, so he asked, "What are you doing?" His tone was not harsh, just concerned. He was after all watching his soul rummaging through dead bodies, pushing away the ones that would get in her way like sacks of potatoes. Only when Castiel pulled out a black-covered notebook with a golden stamp on top of it did he understood. Aroma's E's journal. Castiel wasn't exactly confident about this, but something awoke inside her mind when the words turning back crude through her brain. Who knew more about the Verta TM Ignis other than its holders? Aroma's She remembered the time that the whole power had been transferred to her. Aroma's ED went to visit and check in with her about what new possible powers would awaken within her. They were all just guesses, but all of them were right. Every suspicion that Aroma's ED had, every single one had been proven correct, and they were all written down in his journal that he seemed to carry everywhere. That same journal could be the portal out of this nightmare. She didn't exactly know how, but she had a good feeling about turning back. Her time-manipulating abilities back then allowed to freeze time. The possibilities now that she was not alone were simply endless. Meticulously turning every yellowish page, she immersed herself in Owama's Edie's theories, and what she found left her speechless and hopeful. All she had to do was to believe in herself, and that's where Jason would play the part. To build her strength, she would teach him how to do it, and he would teach her about being confident about it. They would make it work. Together they would go back to the past. And so they did. A gush of strong white wind surrounded them both as they held each other's hands. Different spirals of colors and orbits rushed through their minds. Their souls, their whole beings were being transcendent through time and space. The complete wreck around them was rewinding at the speed of light, causing them both to feel extremely light-headed to the point of becoming completely numb to the cosmic around them. Time kept going back and back and back and back. Neither of them really knew when to stop. When was the defining moment? The breaking point of all the tragedy? At birth. That sounds like a poor self-deprecating joke. Enthusiasm, in the middle of the battle. Kill Clarence and move on. But what about Nero's bond with him? He would die too. Nero. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The day that Clarence made his offer to Nero. Castiel didn't need to say it out loud, or even move for Jason to understand. They were connected now, to souls intertwined, sharing their thoughts and communicating through telepathy. They both were the holders of the Vertitem Ignis after all. Vertitem Ignis was going to be another mystery amidst all of this. What was going to happen? If they were going back in time until the moment that Nero sold himself to Clarence and stop him from doing so, then that would mean that he wouldn't pass his half of the power to Castiel, and she would share it no longer with Jason but with her brother instead, as it was supposed to be. But then again, what would happen next? How could the new world be rebuilt if she was not sharing her greater power with her soulmate? However, they didn't have more time to think about this, because as they finally opened their eyes, they found themselves in the middle of a busy street, a car almost running over both of them. They only acted out of impulse and dodged the car while walking away, hear the honk going off angrily, the sound getting more distant by the second. It's safe to say that they were in shock, not only for being almost ran over, but they surely got emotional when they saw the amount of people surrounding them. The noise, the music, a bustling city. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Never in their lives did they think they would get relieved by the thought of a car running them over. But none of that was important. Their target was, and Nero was just turning around the corner. He was looking down onto the ground, a sad atmosphere surrounding him. His eyes never drifted from the grey pavement underneath him, as if looking up would physically hurt him. And even though Castiel hated seeing her brother upset, it surely was better than seeing him dead with his heart tripped and thrown to the ground in front of his corpse. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She couldn't help herself and ran towards him, engulfing him in an intense and emotional hug. She hugged him so tight and started crying that she actually tackled him into the ground. Castiel, what the hell are you doing? People can't see me. You look absolutely crazy. What the hell is wrong with you? He hissed at her whilst still in her embrace. He had been sad before and now was feeling slightly annoyed, until he saw her tears falling down her cheeks. Cass, what happened? What's wrong? He said worriedly while trying to grab a decent hold of her to keep her stable. I love you so much, Nero, she replied while hugging him once again. And somehow he understood. Not the whole situation, but he understood, and accepted her love and appreciated it. Things weren't exactly easy. He had just found his soulmate, but Allegra also told him that it would be too dangerous to turn himself human. He was devastated, though despite the circumstances, hearing his sister remind him how loved he was, uplifted his mood. Mythical. They were twins after all. While all that happened, Jason looked at Castiel crying and hugging her in a distance, trying to figure out what was happening. It all made sense as soon as he heard the name, Nero. She was hugging Nero, She was able to see him. He could not. And that meant that the virginity and Ignis had returned to its original owner. The thought made Jason feel rather empty on the inside. Not necessarily sad, just empty. Eventually Castiel pulled her brother towards a vacant place, Jason following her, and the three of them sat down and tried to explain what had happened. At first Nero was hesitant to accept the truth, but as soon as Jason started to describe, from his own perspective, what felt like to hold such an intense power inside him, Nero started to believe them. And after all, why would his sister lie to him? They all agreed to let Nero retake his previous route and allow Clarence to introduce himself to him. As a person of supernatural status, Clarence could also feel Nero's spiritual presence, not see him as Castiel could, but just like he could summon demons. He could feel them, and the roles went as predicted. They had seen the now future, so they automatically had the leveraged hand. It was their mission to change that. Clarence made his offer and gave Nero time to think about it before giving him a definitive answer. Clarence didn't predict, however, that instead of being consumed by heartbreak and envy, Nero would be loved and supported by his sister to convince their father of Clarence's intentions. Sitting down next to the devil never really gets easy, no matter how many times you do it. So while Nero and Castiel fall on Lucifer with information, Jason sat still whilst nodding his head respectfully. Arama's Eid kept writing and taking notes of everything. Unlike Nero, Lucifer didn't doubt the story in the slightest bit. He had been suspicious of Clarence as responsible for random demonic possessions, and hearing his daughter speak so sure of herself, feeling her slightly traumatized but incredibly mature, he had no important questions left. He was going to kill Clarence, without wasting any more time. As of lately, that concept had showed itself as important. Arama's Ed thought to himself whilst keeping his stance neutral to the whole situation. So, in a matter of seconds, as Lucifer raised his hand towards the sky and clenched his hand in a fist in front of him, Clarence's body started to appear in the middle of the room. Little by little, he was kneeling by Lucifer's feet, one knee resting on the ground while the other respectfully propped up and his head lowered to the ground as every other creature summoned by the devil should be. How educated of him, to keep a mask of dull respect for the ruler of hell, while secretly trying to dethrone him and become the most powerful creature in this world. Fucking rat. And Lucifer hated rats. Clarence, feeling more presences in the room, took a peek and his eyes bulged out of his face as he was Castiel and Jason looking at him with fire of hatred burning their eyes. It all made sense to him as soon as he felt Nero's presence. That little shit, Clarence thought. Think about this, Nero. Do you really want to die alone? He tried to irk the youngster. Before anyone had time to react, Castiel slammed Clarence's body towards the nearest wall. Shut the fuck up, you monster, as she slammed him hard again. Against the wall. Beef slams his head, my brother slams his head alone. And she slammed his head once more before letting his body fall to the floor and turning around to look at her brother. Everyone was. Nero was conflicted, his face expressionless, making everyone worry about what he could possibly be thinking. Clarence saw that as an opportunity. Allegra won't help you. You know that. He whispered while looking at Nero in the eye. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Castiel yelled, frustrated with the whole situation. Clarence, being fueled by anger and hunger, quickly grabbed Castiel and held a holy blade against her throat. Ignoring the woman he held hostage, he continued to speak towards Nero. I'm the only who can help you, Nero. Trust in me, he said with a crazed look swirling his eyes. A big smile spread on his lips, numb to the pain of Castiel's efforts to get out of his hold. He was bleeding, but the special blade against her throat stopped her from doing anything too drastic. Lucifer, on the other hand, was completely furious. Rage was consuming him more and more each passing second as he looked at his daughter being submitted to danger by a lunatic that had previously worked for him. The flames were licking him higher and higher, burning him with skull-hot white fury. Castiel remembered the last time she had seen her father like this. It was once again, right after he found out about Clarence, and she especially remembered the words he professed after. Clarence is mine. No one else will be able to do it. No one else knows how to do it. You need me. Clarence kept going, almost foaming from the corner of his mouth. You see, that's not necessarily true. Arama's Ed finally interrupted the whole charade. And, as he spoke his words, Castiel finally managed to unbalance Clarence and struggled to turn the blade against his own throat. However, none of that was necessary, as Lucifer appeared behind Clarence in a flash and twisted his neck to the left, instantly killing him, then proceeded to store his soul to torment later. What mattered right now was to burn his flesh to make sure that the motherfucker didn't find a way to come back. Castiel was taking short, rapid breaths as her heart kept palpitating out of her chest. The only thing being able to relax her physically was the embrace that Jason had managed to quickly put her in. She looked at her father in the eye and muttered a thank you, while grabbing her throat. I told you he was mine. And just like that, her heart rate went up again, making Jason hug her even tighter, pulling her into him, while she stared from over his shoulder to her father, who had a knowing glint sparkling on his iron smirk. But that expression disappeared as soon as it appeared, gaslighting her into thinking that it was all her imagination. The only thing being able to pull her back was Nero's voice as he talked with Honor's Ed. What did you mean? Can you help me? His tone full of hope. Me no. He shortly replied as he turned his body towards Castiel. But he can. Arama's Ed revealed as he used his index finger to point towards Jason. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The transference. You will pass the vertitium ignis to him. Then you will severely weaken. Your powers might come back, but only those that belong to you with or without the vertitium ignis. The ones that are natural to you. Inhumane strength. Or a reading. The basics. Much like a human but with spiritual awakening in a way. You were cursed to become the light ghost because you were responsible for the vertitium ignis. Removing it from you will also relieve your curse, Arama's Ed explained. And since you have apparently done it before, he continued while looking at Jason and Castiel. You know, the couple who came from the future. It should work. From what I've heard, no curse was passed upon Jason after he received the power. It was true. A moment of silence fell in the room. Even though it had already been done, it was still a big decision to make. Nero, what do you say? Lucifer asked while looking soberly at his son. It saddened him to know that his son would not be as involved in the supernatural world as he had hoped. But it also filled him with joy to know that his son would be free from his curse and be able to follow his path in life with his soulmate by his side. Besides, the power wouldn't be falling into bad hands. He might not be a fan of Jason because he was dating his daughter. He still knew that he was worthy of it. The kid had grown, immensely so, no longer a spoiled brat. It was time to give him a chance and keep the world in balance. Everyone looked at Nero expectantly. I will do it. And thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.